CO Takuya is a first-year student at S High School and an unusual kind of otaku. He has finally managed to obtain a rare item he wanted. He is a fan of anime created for young girls. He holds a limited edition Kuririn eraser that was made specifically for show supporters. He thinks about how Kuririn Pets is a dark masterpiece despite its cute look. While he admires the eraser he accidentally brought to school, a girl calls out to him. His classmate, Ijichi, grabs the eraser right out of his hand. She asks him if she can borrow it while her friend Amane sits nearby. Takuya panics and tries to get the eraser back, explaining that it is very important to him. He feels powerless against the assertive girl who promises to return it. Takuya considers the two girls in front of him. Ijichi is an outgoing Gyaru and her friend Amane is a cool model-like girl, both of whom he finds intimidating. Amane asks if the eraser is a Pokémon. Takuya immediately corrects her by stating it is a Kuririn from the Kuririn Pets series. When the girls tease him by calling it a Pikachu, Takuya gets worked up. He tells them the character is named Kepi and debuted in the 4th episode of the show. Amane looks at him and calmly states that the character actually appeared for the first time in episode 2. Takuya is completely shocked by her precise correction. He stands frozen in the middle of the classroom. Ijichi asks Amane how she knows so much about the show. Amane panics and shouts that her younger sister is the fan before shoving the eraser back at Takuya and denying any interest. Takuya watches Amane leave school and wonders if she is actually an otaku. He recalls checking the anime the night before and discovering her correction was perfectly accurate. The next day, Takuya decides he must find out the truth so he can have someone to talk to about the show. He approaches Amane at her desk to speak with her. Amane suddenly pins Takuya against the wall and yells that she is not into the show. She aggressively insists that only her younger sister watches it. Amane tells him to stop the silly talk because she is definitely not an otaku. Takuya dejectedly accepts her explanation as she walks away. Takuya apologizes for making assumptions. He pulls out a limited edition Kuririn key holder and says that since Amane is not a fan, she probably would not be interested in it. As Takuya looks at the collectible, Amane suddenly slides back into the hallway to stand right behind him. Amane grabs the item and correctly identifies it as a rare Irachi variant from a first-volume early bird special. She admits she is jealous because she visited 3 different stores and could only find the common colors. Takuya is surprised by her level of dedication. Amane gets excited and talks about how the pink color is a genius design choice compared to the standard black. She suddenly catches herself and stops. Takuya watches as she clearly enjoys looking at the key holder. Amane tries to claim that she was just repeating her younger sister's complaints. Takuya points out that she previously said she was the one who went looking for it. He then offers to give the key holder to her since he has a duplicate. Amane is filled with joy and asks him if it is really okay for her to have it. Amane accepts the gift while still insisting it is for her younger sister. She promises to bring something from her sister's collection to trade with him the next day. Takuya decides that it no longer matters if she admits to being an otaku or not. Back in class, Ijichi holds up a fluffy mascot and asks if it is the Kuririn character Takuya mentioned before. Takuya's head twitches at the mention of the series. Amane joins the conversation and identifies the character as one named Sketch. Takuya listens closely as the two girls discuss the franchise. Amane demonstrates how the toy's eyeballs pop out when its back is pressed. Ijichi finds the creepy cute gimmick funny and says she is becoming interested. She then asks what the story of the show is actually about. Takuya is overcome with excitement. He believes that being asked about a show's plot is the best thing an otaku can experience. He views the question as a perfect invitation to talk about the storyline and his favorite characters. He feels a sense of bliss at the prospect of a deep discussion. Takuya compares Ijichi's natural way of moving the conversation toward the plot to a perfect pass in sports. He finds her social skills to be formidable. Takuya looks at Amane to see how she will handle the situation. She appears to be physically struggling to stay quiet as the topic comes up. Amane is visibly flustered and blushing. Takuya realizes that she desperately wants to talk about the show, but is afraid that doing so will prove she is an otaku. Amane suddenly grabs Ijichi's shoulders and shouts a frantic denial. She is clearly distressed by how the conversation is turning toward her potential interests. Amane quickly makes an excuse claiming she only froze because it was such a great question. Meanwhile, Takuya offers to bring his manga to school the next day, warning Ijichi that the cute characters might make her a fan as well. Ijichi questions the phrasing, prompting Amain to lie and say her little sister is the one who likes the series. Takuya watches from his desk and concludes that Amain is almost certainly a closeted otaku using her sister as a cover. Later, the cheerful Ijichi takes her seat directly in front of Takuya. She reaches back toward his desk and playfully snatches his eraser while making a silly noise. Ijichi holds the eraser up and jokes that it was abducted by a UFO. Takuya tells her she could have just asked to borrow one if she forgot hers, and she laughs about being caught. Ijichi notices that this eraser is different from the one Takuya used before. Takuya becomes extremely flustered by how close she is thinking about how easily he is overwhelmed by girls like her. Ijichi inspects the character on the eraser and asks if it is a character named Risque. Takuya is shocked that she recognizes the series and asks if she has seen it. Ijichi explains that Amain lent her the manga to read. Takuya loses all composure and launches into a passionate rant about the quality of the manga. He praises the adaptation for being more than a show for little girls and calls it a true masterpiece. Takuya immediately feels embarrassed, worrying that his outburst was creepy. However, Ijichi leans in and tells him to take his time, assuring him that she is actually paying attention to what he has to say. Overwhelmed by her kindness and acceptance, Takuya starts to cry. Ijichi is startled by his sudden emotional reaction. Ijichi mentions that Takuya reminds her of a character named Rocketman. Takuya recognizes the character as a reliable friend who supports the protagonist, but he insists he has nothing in common with someone like that. Ijichi leans in very close to Takuya's face to prove her point. She tells him he definitely resembles the character, specifically noting his cute and round eyes. Takuya's head begins to steam as he blushes intensely, which Ijichi finds hilarious. Amain walks over and asks if they are discussing the series again. Amain looks at them with a blank expression and asks if they were talking about a diet. Despite her acting, Takuya remains convinced that the school's top beauty is secretly an otaku. Amain explains to her classmates that she manages her spending by eating simply and only buying basic sunblock for cosmetics. When they ask where her money actually goes, she nearly slips up by mentioning Kuraman merchandise. Amain quickly covers her mistake by saying she spends her money on killer accessories. Takuya watches from his desk, knowing she almost revealed her secret interest. Takuya looks on in total disbelief as he notices a specific detail on Amain's belongings. Takuya identifies the accessory on Amain's bag as a rare limited edition collaboration piece. He recalls wanting to buy one himself, but failing because the sales process was targeted at women, and he worried about his parents finding it. This confirms his suspicions about Amain's secret hobby. Amain flatly denies having any such interests, leaving Takuya completely stunned. Takuya tries to play dumb, but Amain turns around and confronts him. She asks him directly if he noticed the specific item attached to her bag. Amain uses her little sister as an excuse again, claiming she only bought the matching accessory to please her. Takuya is unimpressed by the recurring lie and asks if her denial means she actually dislikes the series. Takuya asks for clarification on whether she hates the show. Amain seems baffled by the question and says the answer is obvious. Amain quietly admits that she loves the series while blushing. She immediately tries to downplay it by saying she only follows it because of her sister and is not actually an otaku. Amain continues to insist that Takuya shouldn't misunderstand her, just as Ijichi enters the classroom behind them. Ijichi asks if the two are dating after overhearing Amain talk about love. Amain frantically tries to explain they were only discussing accessories, while Takuya sits in a numb daze, no longer caring whether Amain is an otaku or not. Takuya asks if he can take a closer look at the rare accessory on the bag. He is immediately impressed by the high quality of the item's craftsmanship. Ijichi turns around in her seat and casually asks Takuya if he has an Instagram account. Takuya is taken aback by her sudden friendliness. Takuya is surprised and asks why she wants to know. He eventually admits he has a private account where he posts pictures of his drawings and hobby collection, though he admits he is too embarrassed to show it to others. Ijichi notices that Takuya is already logged into his account on his phone. Takuya screams in panic as she begins to look through his private posts. Ijichi scrolls through Takuya's Instagram feed and expresses her surprise at what she finds. The screen is filled with photos of Kuruman merchandise and fan art. Takuya braces himself for ridicule, imagining his classmates mocking him for his obsessive interest and calling his drawings creepy. Ijichi laughs and points out that every single post is about Kuruman. Takuya feels like his social life is over and prepares to be picked on as a weirdo. Suddenly, he hears Ijichi exclaim that his hobby is actually impressive and cool. Ijichi shows Takuya the screen and asks if he really drew the art himself. She calls his work amazing and says he is skilled enough to be a professional. Takuya is stunned and asks if she truly doesn't find it creepy. Ijichi tells him that she respects his deep devotion and thinks his collection is awesome. Takuya realizes that Ijichi is genuinely accepting of his interests. However, she mentions that only posting photos of objects is a bit boring and suggests they can do better than that. Ijichi pulls Takuya toward her and snaps a surprise selfie of the two of them. Takuya is caught completely off guard by the sudden physical closeness. Ijichi tells Takuya they should post photos together more often and warns him not to delete the new post. Takuya blushes intensely, feeling like he has just acquired a priceless treasure. The latest episode of the children's anime Kuruman features the dramatic death of a character named Pachai. The character says a final goodbye as he meets his end. Takuya is devastated by the episode, crying so hard that he ends up sleeping for an entire day afterward. He mourns Pachai as a complex rival who died a noble death protecting the main character. Takuya arrives at school the next morning feeling a desperate need to his grief with someone. He doubts anyone else watches the obscure show but wonders if Amain saw the latest episode. Amain sits at her desk staring blankly out the window. She lets out a heavy, mournful sigh that catches Takuya's attention. Takuya notices tear tracks on Amain's face and concludes she must be mourning Pachai just as he is. He watches her from afar, knowing that even the memory of the episode can make a true fan cry. Two other boys in class notice Amain's somber expression and comment on how beautiful she looks. They assume she is distracted because she has fallen in love with someone. Ijichi asks Amain if she is doing okay since she looks so depressed. Amain claims she is just upset because she got into a fight with her little sister, an excuse that Takuya finds hard to believe. The classmates discuss a game freeze and the need for a patch update. Takuya feels guilty for assuming Amain used her sister as a cover for her interests and admits he knows nothing about sibling dynamics since he is an only child. Amain suddenly reacts with visible shock and repeats the word patch when she hears the other students talking. The entire classroom goes silent as Amain stands up abruptly at her desk, drawing everyone's gaze. Classmates assume Amain was talking about the video game and invite her to join their friends list. Takuya watches with a deadpan expression, fully convinced that she was actually reacting to the character Pachai. Over the weekend, Takuya watches the latest episode of Kuruman, which introduces a character named Mikai. The character is a famous idol who vows to always support her friend Mary. Takuya stares at the screen as the character continues her monologue. He begins to think that the character's design and personality remind him of someone he knows. Ijichi arrives at school on Monday morning with her usual high energy and a peace sign. Takuya realizes that she looks exactly like the idol character Mikai. Ijichi is immediately surrounded by her popular friends who gossip about coffee shops and recorded streams. Takuya slumps over at his desk, realizing how far apart their social worlds truly are. Takuya panics at the thought of telling a popular girl that she looks like a character from a show for little girls. He decides the idea is completely absurd and impossible to ever mention out loud. After school, Takuya finds himself sneaking glances at Ijichi while packing his bag. He notices that even her voice is similar to the anime character, only to realize she has noticed him staring. Ijichi leans back in her chair and smiles at Takuya. She tells him directly that she noticed him looking at her all day long. Takuya tries to flee the room while frantically apologizing and swearing he didn't have any creepy motives. Ijichi playfully grabs his shirt and demands that he tell her the truth. Takuya apologizes for the comparison, fearing it will creep her out, but explains that the character Mikai is spirited and kind. Ijichi listens to the description while looking at the character on her phone. Ijichi holds up her phone and winks at Takuya. She perfectly mimics the character's catchphrase by promising to stay by his side. Takuya is completely overwhelmed by how cute the imitation is. Amain watches from the back and tells Ijichi to never do that again, while Ijichi laughs and asks Takuya if she came close to the original. Amain and Ijichi are surrounded by classmates. A boy invites Amain to karaoke while Ajichi points out that he already went the previous day. Amain considers the offer, but her immense popularity makes her the center of constant attention. The school is full of rumors about the two girls. Students discuss Amain's modeling prospects and her regal vibe, while others praise Ajichi for being cheerful and idol-like. Some even suggest that a lucky guy should try to ask one of them out. Takuya leaves school for the day feeling that popular girls like them live in a completely different world. He quickly brushes off the thought as he has a much more important destination in mind. Takuya is focused on getting a rare Kuriman random figure that is being released today. He knows there are only 12 different types available, and he is determined to do whatever it takes to secure the one he wants. Takuya reaches the hobby shop and is relieved to find it is not crowded, though he feels conflicted that his favorite series is so obscure. He is filled with excitement as he prepares to pick out a box and see what is inside. Takuya enters the shop and is stunned to find Amain and Ajichi already there. Amain is standing by the shelves holding one of the random Kuriman figure boxes. Amain reacts with panic and yells that the situation is not what he thinks. Takuya is baffled by her outburst and wonders what she thinks he is even imagining. Amain immediately claims she is only there because her little sister wants the figure. Ajichi greets Takuya playfully while he wonders why they are in a toy shop instead of at the karaoke party they mentioned earlier. Amain explains that the karaoke outing turned into a group dating meeting with clingy guys, so she left. Ajichi admits she followed Amain because she looked very happy while making her escape. Takuya realizes that neither of the girls seems interested in dating. He works up the nerve to ask Amain if they should buy the figures together to increase their chances of getting rare ones, thinking it would be fun. Amain continues to vent about the annoying guys from the failed karaoke plans while holding her box. Takuya stands nearby, still hesitating to speak his mind to the two popular girls. Takuya decides to give up and leave, telling himself that otaku and popular girls simply do not belong together. He says goodbye and starts walking away, planning to return once they have left. As Takuya tries to depart, someone suddenly grabs him from behind. He is forced to stop and turns around in surprise at the sudden interruption. Ajichi and Amain both look at Takuya with expectation. Ajichi starts to speak to him, effectively stopping his attempt to retreat from the shop. Ajichi grabs Takuya and pulls him back, insisting they all buy the figures as a group. Amain joins in and asks him to trade with her if he pulls a specific character that her sister supposedly needs for her collection. Takuya blushes intensely and agrees to the girl's proposal. He begins to think that some popular girls might actually be kind to people like him. Amain is overwhelmed with emotion after finally getting a figure of a character named Vamp-sama. Takuya is shocked to see that Ajichi accidentally pulled the rare secret figure even though she doesn't understand its value. Takuya introduces himself as an anime fan while peeking over his book at the girls sitting in front of him. Ajichi tries to get Amain's attention about something on her phone. Ajichi shows Amain a social media update from a popular upperclassman named Mikuni. She comments on how cute the new nail design is while Amain looks on indifferently. Ajichi suddenly demands that Amain tell her everything about a confession she received from the basketball team captain. Amain is surprised by how Ajichi even knows about it and asks for clarification on the guy's identity. Amain reveals she rejected the popular guy, much to Ajichi's shock and admiration. Takuya continues reading his book, telling himself that their high-status social drama has nothing to do with his own world. Ajichi asks Amain what her ideal type of guy is. Hearing this typical teenage conversation makes Takuya doubt his previous theory that Amain is a secret anime fan. Amain describes her ideal type as someone very slim and pale with blonde hair who looks good in black clothing. Takuya listens closely to her specific preferences. Takuya instantly recognizes the description as matching the anime character Vamp the Great. Ajichi wonders if Amain is talking about a celebrity, but Takuya realizes there are plenty of real people who fit that look. Amain adds that her ideal type would also be weak against sunlight. This specific detail convinces Takuya once again that she is definitely referring to the character Vamp the Great. Amain senses Takuya's thoughts and grabs him by the collar, insisting the situation is not what he thinks. Takuya struggles to breathe while assuming she will just blame her sister's tastes again. Amain gets flustered when Takuya asks if she dislikes the character. Ijichi whispers playfully to Takuya about the situation, and despite his embarrassment he concludes that Amane is almost certainly an otaku. Takuya notes that Ijichi constantly forgets her school supplies. She uses a playful psychic gesture to suggest he wants to lend her his ruler, though he wishes she would just ask him directly. Ijichi jokes that he should be honored to lend her things since other boys would jump at the chance. Later, Takuya panics because he forgot his English textbook on a day when the school's most intimidating teacher is in charge. Takuya sits nervously at his desk, unable to find the courage to tell the teacher he forgot his book. He worries that speaking up now that the lesson has started would be incredibly awkward. Takuya decides it is too risky to leave his desk empty, so he places his math textbook on top to hide the fact he forgot his English one. Behind him, Ijichi suddenly asks to borrow his red pen. Takuya realizes with dread that Ijichi has figured out his secret. She laughs loudly at his attempt to trick the teacher, and Takuya worries that his failure will become a joke for the entire class. Ijichi raises her hand and shouts to the teacher that she forgot her own textbook, causing Takuya to jump in surprise. The teacher tells her to with someone, and several boys immediately offer her a seat. Ijichi salutes the teacher and announces that she will with Takuya instead. Takuya watches her in confusion, not yet understanding her intentions. Ijichi leans in and whispers that his attempt to use a math book as a cover was hilarious. Takuya is shocked to realize she actually brought her English textbook and is pretending to have forgotten it just to help him avoid trouble. Ijichi winks and tells Takuya to consider this favor a thank you for all the times he has his supplies with her. Takuya hides his blushing face while Ijichi laughs and reminds him she is still borrowing his red pen. Their conversation is interrupted when the teacher yells at them to turn around. On a Sunday, Takuya travels to a shopping mall in a neighboring town. He is there for a Kurumin Hero show, noting it is the only local event for the series. Takuya reaches the rooftop plaza and finds a small stage with almost no audience. He is surprised by how empty the event is. Takuya decides to sit in the front row and approaches a person disguised in a hat and mask. He reflects on his own contradictory feelings about wanting the show to be both popular and a secret for dedicated fans. Takuya asks if the person is Amane. She tries to use a fake voice to claim he has the wrong person while pulling her cap lower to hide her face. Takuya ignores the denial and proposes they swap items from the event's swag bags if they pull each other's favorite characters. Amane instantly drops her disguise and excitedly agrees to the deal, telling him she wants the vamp character if he gets it. Takuya realizes she is no longer trying to hide her hobby from him. Amane puts her mask back on and returns to her cover story about her little sister having a cold. Takuya thinks to himself that she is becoming very good at these excuses. The mascot character Tanasama Namezu suddenly charges onto the stage and Takuya leaps up with a loud shout of excitement. Amane is startled by the noise and Takuya eventually apologizes, saying the character's realistic size overwhelmed him. The announcer mentions a final guest for the day. Takuya notices Amane is keeping her cool and explains this is the first time the mascot has appeared in costume. Amane claims she has no need to geek out like him. The announcer introduces Vamp the Great. Amane immediately loses her composure and screams the character's name at the top of her lungs, shocking Takuya as she leaps to her feet. The mascot character notices Amane's loud cheering. She tries to cover up her reaction by saying she simply doesn't dislike the show. Takuya is impressed by how quickly she recovers her cool as they finish watching the performance. On a hot day, Takuya stops at a vending machine and decides a cold cola would hit the spot. Suddenly, someone calls out to him from behind. Ijichi stands with her hands on her hips and asks Takuya what he thinks he is doing. Takuya explains he is just buying a drink. Ijichi slaps her forehead in frustration and tells him that if he just steps inside the nearby discount store, he can get it for half price. Takuya thinks she sounds exactly like a mother looking for a bargain. He admits she has a point and decides to follow her advice. Ijichi grabs Takuya by the hand and pulls him toward the store. Takuya is startled by the sudden physical contact as they head inside. While shopping, Ijichi looks at various costumes and accessories while Takuya tries on a shirt that says bad boy. He ends up covering his face in embarrassment while she laughs and takes a photo of him. They successfully purchase 2 bottles of cola from the store. Ijichi is delighted that they got both colas for only 150 yen. Takuya feels a bit dizzy because he got carried away and paid for her drink as well. Ijichi then takes a phone call from a friend about meeting up for karaoke. Takuya stands alone as his heart races. He wonders if what just happened could be considered a date, but then tells himself that she was probably just killing time before her next plan. Ijichi winks at Takuya as she walks away. She thanks him for the drink and suggests that they should have another date sometime in the future. Takuya is overjoyed and declares to himself that it really was a date. He drinks the rest of his cola and finds it to be impossibly sweet. Later at school, Takuya and Ijichi discuss a specific scene in Kuraman where a character pops out. Amain suddenly appears and correctly guesses they are talking about the 4th episode, catching them both by surprise with her specific knowledge. Ijichi asks about the current number of episodes in the series, and Amain tells her there are 14. Takuya explains that the next Blu-ray volume is coming out soon and offers to lend them his copy of the first volume, which includes a bonus episode. He feels happy to finally his passion with others. Ijichi excitedly suggests that they all stop by Takuya's house on their way home from school. Takuya is completely shocked by the sudden proposal to host the two girls. Amain expresses concern about the idea of visiting a boy's house. Ijichi pulls Takuya closer and assures her that it will be fine because he is an otaku who is only interested in the anime characters, so he won't try anything inappropriate. Takuya frantically agrees that he won't do anything weird, but he is flustered and confused by Ijichi's blunt reasoning. He feels his heart racing as she looks at him. Takuya tries to make excuses about his parents being home and his room being messy to stop the visit. Ijichi teases him about having something secret to hide while Amain suddenly gives a thumbs up and decides they are going. Amain crowds into Takuya's space and demands that he teach her how to draw the characters, claiming her sister wants to learn. She specifically asks if he can draw vamp. Takuya tries to protest, but Ijichi declares that the trip to his house is officially settled. The group arrives at Takuya's home and enters his room. Ijichi comments that the place is actually quite nice while looking at his belongings, while Amain immediately asks to see the drawings he mentioned earlier. Takuya stands in the middle of his room blushing and panicking. He feels completely overwhelmed and lost now that he actually has two popular girls in his private space. Takuya pauses nervously at his door. Ijichi whispers that he can go in first to hide anything he is embarrassed about while Amain watches them with a puzzled expression. The girls begin looking through Takuya's shelves. Amain is stunned to see a rare limited edition figurine kept in a display case and realizes how much he must value his collection. Takuya continues to freak out internally, wondering if he will even survive the day with two popular girls currently inhabiting his bedroom. Takuya tries to convince the girls to take his discs and soundtracks home so they can listen to them there, hoping to get them to leave for his own peace of mind. Meanwhile, Ijichi starts searching his shelves for his old graduation album. Ijichi presses up against Takuya's back while he is at the shelf and tells him she would much rather watch the show right there with him. Takuya is frozen and intensely embarrassed by the physical contact. Amain scolds Ijichi for her behavior, calling it harassment. Takuya slumps down and admits he doesn't recommend watching the show with him because he gets way too intense and invested whenever he views it. Ijichi asks if he means he does things like twirling glow sticks and shouting during the show. Takuya denies being that extreme while Amain secretly realizes with a blush that she is exactly the kind of fan who does those things. Takuya denies being that intense while Amain makes another excuse about her sister insisting they try those methods. Ijichi asks what the two of them actually do when they watch. Amain bashfully describes making fans and cutting out all the lights. Ijichi is excited by the idea and says she wants to try it, while Takuya realizes Amain is for real. Takuya and Amain a moment of stunned silence. Amain warns that she gets very loud and might be mistaken for an otaku. Takuya adds that they will probably give a running commentary on the quality of the plot and animation, which Ijichi finds hilarious. The trio settles in with glow sticks and custom fans to watch the show. Takuya raises his light and shouts that they should get started. Takuya is caught up in the moment, yelling about how amazing and exciting it is. He is so focused on the show that he hasn't fully processed his proximity to the girls in the dark. The anime episode plays on the screen, showing the character Mikai arriving to help Sachiko. Takuya and Amain are both moved to tears by the emotional scene of the characters becoming friends. Ijichi laughs and points out that the character on screen is definitely based on her. On the television, a character commands a giant snake to attack while a villainous woman laughs. The group provides a constant stream of commentary during the combat sequence. Takuya mentions the creator's struggles with the deadline while Amain and Ejichi cheer and laugh at the action. Takuya feels a sense of pure joy thinking that being able to his hobby this way is a whole new level of fun. He feels incredibly grateful to be alive. Amain suddenly grabs Takuya's shoulder in anticipation of a hidden character appearance. Takuya is completely caught off guard by her sudden physical contact. Amain points out a small detail on the screen and excitedly confirms she was right. Takuya is blushing intensely, unable to focus on anything except the fact that Amain is touching him. Takuya thinks about how he has finally gotten used to Ejichi's friendliness, but Amain is usually aloof. He realizes he has never seen her get this close to a boy, let alone touch one. Takuya's heart pounds so loudly that he can no longer hear the TV. He is overwhelmed by the darkness, their proximity, and how good Amain smells. Amain leans in close and demands to know if Takuya is even paying attention to her. He stares back, completely frozen by her proximity. A sudden flash goes off as Ejichi takes a picture of the two of them. Amain and Takuya scramble apart, blushing and apologizing for being so close in the dark. Ejichi teases Amain about getting a rare photo while Takuya secretly wishes he could have a copy for himself. Ejichi stretches and decides it is time for a break. She walks over to the window to open the curtains, leaving Takuya flustered by the fact that a girl is casually hanging out on his bed. Ejichi jokes about uploading the embarrassing photo to Instagram, which earns her a terrifying glare from Amain. She quickly laughs it off and says she was just kidding. Ejichi remembers that Amain wanted to see Takuya's Instagram account. Amain reacts with surprise as the topic is brought up. Amain becomes intensely focused and demands that Takuya show her his account right away. Takuya is so overwhelmed by her excitement that he cannot even look her in the eye. Takuya tries to claim his account is nothing special, but Amain insists that any Kuruman fan art is valuable because there is so little of it. Ejichi lies back on the bed and begins browsing through the posts. Amain looks over Takuya's shoulder at his phone and notices several drawings mixed in with his collection photos. Takuya warns her not to expect too much, feeling a bit self-conscious about his work. Amain stares at the screen with a look of pure shock. Takuya panics, thinking he has disappointed her with the quality of his posts. Amain asks if his account name is Ataki Ocean. Takuya is stunned that she knows his handle, especially since he only has 50 followers and does not consider himself famous. Amain reveals that she is actually one of those 50 followers. Takuya finds her blunt honesty incredibly cool. Amain explains that she searches for Kuruman fan art every night before bed. She even mentions another artist she likes, and Takuya is happy to be recognized. He is now fully certain that Amain is a dedicated otaku. Takuya finds himself roped into giving Amain a drawing lesson. As they sit side by side at the table, he struggles to stay calm because of how close she is to him. Amain is delighted at the prospect of contributing to the fan community. Takuya notices she has completely dropped her excuses about her little sister. He suddenly realizes he has been so focused on Amain that he has completely neglected Ejichi. Takuya looks over to see that Ejichi has made herself completely at home and is lying down comfortably on his bed. Takuya gulps while watching Ejichi on his bed, thinking about how attractive she is. He apologizes for being a poor host, but she tells him not to worry about it. Ejichi says she is used to social attention by now. She explains that Amain is always popular and is constantly being approached by guys trying to pick her up, though Amain always shoots them down. Amain points out that guys are always trying to pick up Ejichi as well. Ejichi laughs and jokes that they are both simply too popular for their own good. Takuya reflects on how these two are essentially school celebrities. He feels a bit uncomfortable and out of place having them in his room, noting that they inhabit totally different worlds. Ejichi leans over Amain's shoulder and looks directly at Takuya. She asks him a blunt question about which one of them strikes his fancy. Takuya lets out a panicked, strangled cry. He is completely overwhelmed by the directness of the question. Takuya holds up his Kuruman disc and shouts that he is devoted to the character Sachiko only. Ejichi laughs, saying that is exactly what she expected from him, while Amain agrees that it is as it should be. A clock on the shelf surrounded by Kuruman toys shows that it is nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. The girls prepare to leave Takuya's house. Amain thanks him for the drawing lesson and suggests doing it again sometime while Ejichi waves goodbye. Takuya calls out to them with a blushing face. He tells them very sincerely that he wants to thank them both. He admits that this was the first time he ever had anyone over to his house. He explains that it was the first time he ever had friends and the first time he has had so much fun. Takuya worries that he was a bad host, but Ejichi laughs and tells him he's being way too formal. She reminds him that they are friends and insists that they really did have a lot of fun. Ejichi teases Amain about seeing her geek out, which Amain finds embarrassing. Amain then turns to Takuya and quietly admits that she had a great time as well and thanks him. Amain and Ejichi walk away down the street. Ejichi waves broadly as they head home for the evening. Takuya waves back with a content smile on his face. He promises to see them both again at school. Amain and Ejichi walk together away from the house, both agreeing that they had a lot of fun during their visit. Ejichi reflects on how earnest and intriguing he is, while Amain considers how he went out of his way to thank them for just playing together. Both girls find themselves thinking about the otaku. The girls decide that he might not be such a bad guy after all as they continue their journey home. Takuya's mother arrives home just as the girls are leaving. They apologize for staying so late and thank her for having them over while Takuya bows politely. The two girls head back to their own homes after finishing their long day of drawing and games. Back in his bedroom, Takuya feels the space is unusually empty now that his friends are gone. He realizes with a sigh that he never even got Ejichi's contact information. Takuya notices a lingering fragrance in the air that reminds him of the girl's presence. He sits on his bed and feels as if he is still surrounded by the two of them. Takuya shakes his head vigorously to dispel the perverted scenario from his mind, scolding himself for his thoughts. He tries to distract himself by picking up his pen to draw, but an imaginary Amain appears and tells him to draw her character. Takuya dives into his blankets, realizing that because she was just sitting there next to him, he can't stop thinking about her. An imaginary Ejichi then appears lounging on his bed and praising how comfortable it is. Takuya screams in frustration until someone tells him to be quiet. The next morning, Takuya arrives at school looking completely exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. Amain and Ejichi are surprised by his haggard appearance when he tries to greet them in the classroom. Takuya admits that his heart was racing so much all night that he did not get a single wink of sleep. He has realized the true terror that the girls can cause him. After school ends, Takuya notices that Ejichi has already left for home to take care of something. He decides this is the perfect opportunity to ask Amain about what is on her mind and find out if she is secretly an otaku. Takuya whispers to Amain, asking for the name of the anonymous account she used to follow him. Amain refuses, explaining that she uses the account to like things and feels too embarrassed to it. Takuya realizes she has just admitted the account belongs to her. Takuya presses further, pointing out that she just confessed to pressing the like button herself instead of her sister. He concludes that because the account is mainly used for Kurimin, she must be an otaku. Takuya dramatically declares that they now have undeniable evidence that they are both otaku. Amain is visibly flustered by his sudden outburst. Amain wobbles as she gathers her things, thinking that Takuya still hasn't quite closed the deal on his theory yet. Amain counters by claiming she only uses the personal account to show content to her third-grade sister who doesn't have a phone. Takuya is shocked that she managed to find a way to wiggle out of his trap. Takuya acts defeated, saying it is regrettable because he thought he had finally found a comrade to live comment with during the latest Kurimin episode. Amain pauses and realizes he was serious about wanting to talk. Amain finally gives in and tells Takuya that her account name is Teigoku Shoujo. Takuya is thrilled that she finally did it with him. Classmates call out to Amain to go home with them, and she whispers to Takuya to be sure to contact her. Takuya looks at her profile on his phone and realizes she might actually be a more devoted otaku than he is. At 10 o'clock, the Kurimin anime broadcast begins on the television. Takuya sits in his pajamas holding his phone, feeling more nervous than usual about watching the broadcast. Takuya receives a text and realizes he will be texting live with Amain while they both watch the episode. Amain sits in her room focused on her own phone. Takuya reads Amain's rapid-fire messages about the animation quality and the characters. He is stunned by how much her personality changes when she talks about anime. Takuya notes that Amain is a completely different person online and isn't trying to hide her interests at all. He resolves not to let her out otaku him and prepares to show the depth of his own love for Kurimin. The next day at school, Amain is back to her usual cool and collected self as she greets everyone. Takuya watches her thinking about how their debate lasted through the entire day even after the anime was over. Takuya watches Amain leave and thinks about how different she is from the person he spoke with online the day before. He worries that he was too argumentative and decides he should apologize to her later. Amain turns back with a soft smile and tells him that yesterday was amazing. Takuya is caught completely off guard by her compliment. Amain suggests they should do it again soon, and Takuya eagerly agrees as long as she is comfortable with it. Ijichi interrupts, claiming that their suggestive conversation isn't appropriate for school. They both try to pretend they were just talking about the weather, but Takuya realizes their exchange sounded a bit erotic. Takuya is thrilled when he finally finds a rare Kuririnman pillow cover in a store. It is an item famous among fans for being nearly impossible to find. He explains that since all the anime specialty stores were sold out, he decided to check the children's section of a local supermarket instead. He feels a little awkward being an adult in the kids' aisle, but his hunch was correct. A woman nearby scolds her children for running, and Takuya sympathizes with how tough it must be to be a mother. A girl then approaches him to apologize for her wild younger brothers, and he reassures her that it is no problem. Takuya is shocked to realize the girl is actually Ijichi, who is dressed casually in a tracksuit and glasses. She immediately tells him not to say anything and explains she is just helping her mother buy groceries for their large family. Takuya can't stop staring because she looks so different without her usual makeup and school uniform. Ijichi gets extremely embarrassed and flustered, begging him not to look too closely at her face. Ijichi asks Takuya for a favor and pleads with him to keep her domestic appearance a secret from everyone else. She slaps him on the back, relieved that she can count on him. Takuya finds her casual domestic side incredibly cute and realizes that contrasting personalities are a major weakness for him. One of her younger brothers points at him and asks who the jerk is. Another brother asks if Takuya is her boyfriend, causing Takuya's heart to race as they both freeze in surprise. Ijichi yells at her brother for saying something weird and quickly runs off, saying she will see Takuya tomorrow. Her brother dismisses him as just an otaku, while Takuya blushes and thinks to himself that he didn't mind being called her boyfriend at all. The next day at school, Takuya tells Amain that he found and bought the rare Kuririn pillow cover. Both Amain and Ijichi are shocked and incredibly jealous, asking him where he managed to find it. Ijichi asks if Amain and Takuya are following each other on Instagram, and they explain it was to talk while watching the anime. Takuya notices Amain staring at him intensely to make sure he doesn't reveal her secret account name. He tells them about the supermarket find and promises to DM them the location later. Ijichi gets teary-eyed and admits that she wants to be part of their group and watch together too. Takuya asks if she is sure about following him, while privately thinking her comment about having restraint is a bit rude. Ijichi confirms she is sure and explains she only held back because she thought he kept his account strictly for otaku activities. She adds that she is impressed by him, especially since Amain rarely replies to her own messages. Takuya remarks that he hasn't had that experience at all, noting that Amain replies to him immediately even when they aren't doing commentary. Ijichi cries out and demands an explanation for being ignored, but Amain tells her she only does it because Ijichi's phone calls go on forever. Ijichi decides to message Takuya as well, and he agrees to it. He explains that he would actually enjoy that since he has no other friends and is always available to talk about Kuririn with anyone. Ijichi hiccups as she and Amain look at each other. Later that day, Takuya comes out of the bath feeling like they have finally become real friends now that they follow each other on Instagram. He hears a notification on his phone and wonders which of the two girls is already messaging him. Takuya receives different invites for the weekend from both girls at the same time. Amain sends a forceful message through her otaku account inviting him to animate while wondering if she seemed too aggressive, and Ijichi invites him to a movie through her personal account while busy cleaning and dealing with her siblings. One of Ijichi's younger brothers looks at her phone and loudly announces that she is going on a date with her boyfriend. She becomes extremely flustered and tells him not to look at her messages without permission. The situation has developed into a problem as Takuya has received an invitation from each Gyaru for the exact same day. Takuya is in a state of total shock as he wonders if these invitations could actually be for dates. Takuya worries himself sick until the morning, wishing there were two of him so he wouldn't have to choose one over the other. He briefly wonders if it is a hidden camera prank, but quickly dismisses the idea knowing they wouldn't play a cruel joke like that on him. Takuya's solution is to suggest that all three of them hang out together. Amain and Ejichi show up in stylish, casual outfits, and Ejichi notes that they ended up all playing together as a group. Ejichi teases Takuya about how he managed to surround himself with two beautiful girls in such a luxurious situation. Amain remains quiet as they prepare to head out. Takuya is completely overwhelmed by how cute both girls look in their casual clothes, which are so different from their usual selves. He feels incredibly nervous at the thought of having to walk beside them. Takuya tries to control his breathing and wonders if he should tell them they look cute, though he knows he lacks the courage to do so. Behind his back, the girls whisper that he looks extremely surprised to see them. Ejichi asks Amain if this was the first time she agreed to go somewhere with a guy by herself. Amain denies that it was a date, and says she just happened to have a place in mind she wanted to visit, then tells Ejichi it is fine if all three of them go together. Ejichi takes a moment to think it over and then agrees. Ejichi beams and suggests an alternating date, saying she will go off and kill time for an hour first. Takuya and Amain are stunned by her sudden proposal. Ejichi tells Takuya that when she returns it will be her turn for a 1-hour date, and she warns them not to visit any hotels. Amain and Takuya both yell in protest while Amain wonders how much Ejichi wants to be alone with him. Amain apologizes for her friend's behavior as they walk together toward Animate to find an official fanbook. Takuya is keenly aware of her presence beside him as they walk through the city. Takuya notices that everyone is staring at Amain and overhears someone commenting on her long legs. He feels as though she exists on a completely different plane from everyone else. Two male Gyaru approach them and ask Amain to go get food, dismissing Takuya as her little brother. Takuya flinches, feeling completely helpless against their aggressive energy. Amain turns a cold, intimidating glare on the men and tells them they are doing perfectly fine on their own. The two men and Takuya are all left speechless and stunned by the sheer intensity of her rejection. Takuya views Amain as a virtually unconquerable fortress of disdain as the men flee the scene. Amain asks him if she seemed too scary, and Takuya stammers that she doesn't have to sugarcoat things for him. Amain admits she is aware that her appearance often makes people think she is angry. She acknowledges that her scary side has its uses, sometimes like scaring off those men. Takuya tells Amain she was amazing and cool just now. He says there is no more impressive gap than an otaku being that cool. Amain is moved by Takuya's compliment before playfully hitting his back and insisting she is only there for her sister. Takuya laughs as they continue their walk. Amain is filled with pure joy after scoring 3 copies of the first edition fanbook. Takuya thinks to himself that this level of celebration is proof she is a real otaku. Takuya stands in the shop holding his bag while Amain continues to claim she isn't an otaku. A store clerk watches them, thinking they look like a popular Gyaru and plain otaku boy couple. The pair decide to wait for Ejichi at a cafe in front of the station. Amain talks about how well the shopping trip went and mentions that her little sister really wanted the book. Takuya feels out of place in the fancy cafe and asks Amain what her little sister is like. Amain goes quiet and asks him to promise not to tell anyone else before she reveals the truth, making Takuya's heart race as he agrees. Amain reveals that she is actually an only child. Takuya is stunned and immediately apologizes for asking, but Amain tells him to wait and let her finish the story. Amain explains that the girl is the daughter of a close family friend who treats her like a big sister. Takuya is relieved, admitting he had imagined a much more complicated or tragic explanation. Amain says she tells people the girl is her sister because the real explanation is a pain to repeat. Takuya says he would love to meet the girl if she really exists. Takuya explains he wants to know how the show is perceived by its actual target audience of little girls. Amain asks if he is just angling for an invitation to her house, which he frantically denies. Takuya panics, worried he sounded like a creep or was being too pushy. Amain tells him it is fine and acknowledges that she knows that is not what he meant. Amain casually invites Takuya to come over to her house since her parents work and they can talk about their hobbies freely. She adds that she isn't sure if the neighbor girl will be there or not. Takuya's heart races as he realizes there is a possibility that the two of them will be alone together. Ejichi returns and thanks them for waiting. Takuya stands up quickly, relieved by the timing of her arrival. It is now time for Takuya's 1-hour date with Ijichi. She leads him to a spot in a plaza and tells him to sit down. Takuya asks what they are going to do at the park since a movie won't fit in an hour. Ijichi says they will find their own fun and pulls out her phone. Ijichi uses a distorted mouth filter on Takuya's face. He is shocked by his monstrous appearance while she laughs. Ijichi explains it is a social media filter and vows to make him do many embarrassing things as payback for him seeing her without makeup. Takuya tells her that her phrasing might give people the wrong impression. They continue to use different filters that transform Takuya's face into various strange characters, resulting in more laughter. Takuya suggests taking a picture of Ijichi for a change, but she refuses and insists on being the one to take his picture today. Ijichi pulls Takuya up to record a simple 15-second dance routine. Takuya protests that he cannot dance at all, but she tells him to put down his bag and just follow her lead. The two perform the dance in the middle of the plaza. While Ijichi moves with confidence and joy, Takuya struggles through the motions with a strained look on his face. Takuya huffs in exhaustion and begs her not to post the footage, calling it a shameful moment. Ijichi can hardly breathe from laughing at how distracting his moves and facial expressions were, but she promises she won it. Takuya asks for the name of the dance since he is unfamiliar with the app trends. Ijichi sets the video to private and notes that it is called a couple dance. Takuya spots a gachapon machine and gets excited about high-quality cable-hugging figures. He crouches down to look at them while Ijichi comments on his extreme devotion to the series. Ijichi asks if there is anything else he loves besides anime characters. Takuya excitedly asks if he can talk about other shows he enjoys, but she clarifies that she was asking about a girl he might like. Ijichi looks at him intently and repeats her question about whether or not he has a crush on a girl. Takuya gasps and claims that a guy like him is completely unsuitable for a relationship. He wonders to himself if she is bringing up the topic of dating because she has feelings for him. Ijichi teases him by asking if he's thinking that she likes him. Takuya frantically denies the idea, and she admits she hasn't really been interested in romance before because she prefers the company of her friends and family. Ijichi rubs his head and tells him that she might actually be a little interested in him. She promises that their next date will be just for the two of them. Ijichi suddenly waves to Amane as she approaches. Takuya stands there scratching his head, completely baffled by what just happened. Amane asks if Ijichi is okay because her face is flushed. Ijichi fans herself and blames the summer heat. Takuya continues to ruminate on her confusing words, having missed part of what she said. Amane whispers to Ijichi and asks how serious she actually is about him. Ijichi smiles and suggests she might be just as serious as Amane is, admitting her interest is not zero. The girls laugh and conclude that Takuya's interest in them is likely zero because he is too invested in his hobby. Nearby, Takuya decides to try the gachapon one more time even though he has the full set. Takuya realizes the girls have walked off without him while he was distracted. He has no idea that he was the main subject of their private conversation. Amane asks her mother, a professional hair and makeup artist, to teach her how to do a wavy curl look. Her mother is thrilled, assuming her daughter has a date, and promises to make her the cutest girl in the world. In the classroom, Ijichi struggles to remember the name of an electricity-based Kuruman that debuted recently. Takuya and Amane both point their fingers and instantly shout that the character is named Single Boy Jack. Takuya rattles off a list of trivia about the character, including its voice actor and its place in the series. Ijichi is amazed by their knowledge, and Takuya tells her not to hesitate to ask if she wants to know anything else. Ijichi beams and says they must be looking forward to their mid-term exams since they are both so good at memorizing information. The atmosphere immediately turns dark as both Takuya and Amane look haunted and terrified by the mention of school tests. Takuya realizes that an otaku's memorization talent is useless for actual schoolwork. Amane claims she is only good at modern Japanese and worries that all her other subjects are in danger. Ijichi asks them how they did on their April evaluation tests. Takuya admits he got around 300 points across 5 subjects, while Amane remains silent and surrounded by a gloomy aura. Takuya tries to comfort Amane by saying her flaws make her more human, but she yells that she doesn't appreciate his pity. Ijichi laughs as Amane gets even more flustered. Ijichi thinks for a moment and remembers that her own composite score was 423, which was well above the average. Takuya is surprised that both girls have such unexpected academic sides to them. He realizes that Gyaru come in many different varieties, while Amain looks annoyed about her poor scores being discussed. While the teacher explains how to solve for a maximum value, Takuya ignores the lesson to focus on a doodle of Rocketman in his notebook. Amain sits with perfect posture during the lecture, though she is actually fast asleep. Her classmates whisper about how fine she looks even when she is napping. Ijichi rolls pens between her fingers and celebrates when she succeeds, completely ignoring the teacher's warning about tomorrow's quiz. Takuya walks home happily, planning to spend his time cleaning up and coloring the Rocketman drawing he did earlier. Amain and her friends go to karaoke. Ijichi holds the microphone and asks Amain what song she wants to sing, and Amain suggests a popular track from an idol group. Amain's friends suggest singing a song from an idol group as a duet, mentioned they heard it on TikTok. Amain goes along with it but is secretly confused by the names of the groups and songs they mention. Takuya stands in his room proud of the progress he made organizing his Kuraman shelf. He starts to have a sneaking suspicion that he is forgetting something very important. Amain lies on her bed in her pajamas, kicking her legs with excitement while reading a Kuraman novel. She is impressed by how good the story is and is happy that there are many sequels to read. At her desk, Ijichi realizes she is humming the song from the karaoke session earlier while trying to study. In the background, her brothers are loudly playing video games and arguing. Takuya looks at his math quiz paper with a sweating face, having only scored 22 out of 50 points. Amain hides her face in her hands in total despair after receiving a score of 16 on her math quiz. Ijichi looks at her own math quiz, which shows a much higher score of 44 points. Takuya and Amain are outraged and demand to know why Ijichi's score is so much better than theirs, since they all went to karaoke together. Ijichi simply asks if they were even paying attention during class. Takuya asks Ijichi for help with his English grammar, noting to himself that she is unexpectedly an excellent student, despite her Gyaru appearance. Takuya wonders if she studies while at karaoke, but Ijichi explains she just pays attention in class and reviews the material occasionally. Takuya is hit with the realization that his own habit of not paying attention is the problem. Ijichi puts on a pair of round glasses and tells Takuya to let her take a look at his work. Takuya stares at her with a blushing face, finding the sight of her in glasses to be very unexpected. Ijichi asks him what is wrong. Ijichi asks if she looks too cute and explains she only wears glasses for close-up work. Takuya thinks about how different she looks compared to the last time he saw her, and she immediately tells him to stop thinking about that supermarket encounter. Ijichi tells Takuya to forget about her looks and focus on the grammar conjugation forms for the midterm exams. Takuya realizes he can't possibly tell her how distracting she is. Takuya apologizes for his lack of concentration, privately thinking that she is so cute he can't tear his eyes away. Ijichi gets depressed, assuming that he thinks the glasses don't look good on her. Ijichi giggles, mentioning that her little brothers always tease her about wearing glasses and say she doesn't look like a Gyaru in them. Takuya remains silent and sweats nervously. Takuya shouts that her brothers have it completely backward because the glasses look incredibly cute on her. He admits he was so caught off guard that he literally could not look away, causing Ijichi to blush with surprise. Ijichi snubs him, telling him to stop trying to pick her up and to concentrate on his work instead. She points out the items she has marked for him to study, and Takuya flusteredly agrees to focus. Ijichi looks away while resting her chin on her hand, calling Takuya an idiot but quietly thanking him for the compliment. Takuya notices her embarrassment and feels a sense of shock. 5 days before midterms, Takuya overhears other students worrying about being unprepared. He feels a sense of dread, realizing that he is also in serious trouble if he doesn't start studying properly. Back in his room, Takuya feels numb and overwhelmed by the pressure. He watches an anime where a character is told not to rely entirely on Kuraman, and his urge to escape into fiction grows even stronger. Takuya is struck by a scene where a character talks about a journey to find focus at a specific archive. He realizes that the library is the real-world place where his ability to concentrate might actually double. Inspired by the anime protagonist, Sachiko, Takuya resolves to give his all to his own journey of studying. He picks up his pen with new determination to find his focus. Takuya arrives at the library and is startled to find Ijichi and Amain already there. Ijichi is surprised to see him and calls out to him. Takuya explains he is on a journey to find his focus, which prompts Ijichi to laugh because Amain said the exact same thing earlier. Amain blushes and points out they were both just quoting the newest anime episode, leading Ijichi to comment on how much they think alike. Ijichi suggests they all study together and grabs a seat at the table. Takuya agrees as the girls settle in next to him. As they prepare to start their work, Takuya steals a silent glance at Amain while she gets her things ready. Ijichi puts her glasses back on and leans over to help Amain with her studies, pointing out specific parts of the assignment. Takuya suddenly panics and realizes that studying with the two of them is impossible. He finds the situation so distracting that he cannot find his focus at all. At 5 o'clock, Ijichi checks her phone and announces she has to hurry home to cook dinner. Amain begs her to come over instead, but Ijichi refuses, noting that Amain just drinks water for dinner when left alone. Takuya concludes that Amain must be terrible at cooking. Ijichi points at them, warning them to actually study while she is gone instead of talking about Kurumin. Amain laughs and claims that would never happen since she isn't an otaku, while Takuya agrees he would be in real danger if he slacked off. 10 minutes later, the two are locked in a battle to draw Kurumin from memory. Takuya excitedly points out a specific detail about a tail while Amain looks frustrated because she thought she was right. The library bell rings for closing time and Takuya says they need to wrap up. Amain clatters her things together, accusing him of running away after winning, and tries to challenge him to a famous quotes battle, but he refuses. Amain and Takuya walk away from the library together, laughing and enjoying their conversation. Amain pouts that Takuya only won by one question and insists she could have won the drawing battle too. Takuya realizes she really hates losing as they walk down the street together, discovering they live in the same direction. Both of them reach out to press the crosswalk button at the exact same time, resulting in Takuya's hand landing directly on top of Amain's. They both freeze in place, blushing intensely and looking at each other in total shock. They both pull their hands back instantly and apologize profusely, trying to pretend that nothing significant just happened. The two continue to make nervous excuses and laugh awkwardly, claiming that everyone always forgets to press the crosswalk button. An uncomfortable silence falls over them as they continue their walk home. Takuya's heart races as he wonders how the situation became so awkward. Amain points out that her house is just a bit further down a different path. Takuya says he should head home and promises to see her at school the next day. Amain stops and calls out to him just as he starts to walk away. Amain looks at Takuya with a slight blush and asks him if he wants to stop by her house. Takuya is stunned and completely speechless at the sudden invitation. Amain asks if he is hesitating, and Takuya tries to find the right words to respond. She tells him it shouldn't be a big deal since she has already visited his house, ignoring his obvious nervousness. Amain frantically waves her hands and denies that her invitation meant anything special, claiming she only wanted to continue their Kurumin battle. Takuya smiles and tells himself that he knew that was the case, and she didn't mean anything else by it. They enter Amain's house and Takuya politely apologizes for the intrusion. Amain leads the way to her room on the second floor while thinking that he looks like a burglar casing out a joint. Takuya realizes she is ignoring his awkwardness. Takuya follows Amain up the stairs, trying to maintain his calm. He reminds himself of the fact that they are now alone together in her house. They enter Amain's bedroom and Takuya blushes as he steps inside. He apologizes for entering while noticing how dangerous the situation feels for his heart. The room contains a rack of clothes and a tidy bed area with various decorations on the drawers. Amain tells Takuya not to stare at her things because it makes her feel self-conscious. Takuya apologizes and admits that he is nervous because this is the very first time he has been in a girl's bedroom. Amain looks away and admits that this is also her first time having a boy come into her room. The two of them stand in an awkward silence, both blushing as they realize they are alone together in her room. They both suddenly start shouting about how much they love Kurumin in a desperate attempt to return to their previous calm state. Takuya feels his heart racing and worries that his love for Kurumin is being superseded by other distracting thoughts. He realizes that his mind's capacity is being taken over by erotic scenarios. Takuya declares that he wants to see her Kurumin collection to help him regain his focus. Amain agrees to show him something but wonders which item to choose. Amain looks at Takuya with a blush and tells him to close his eyes. Takuya shuts his eyes tightly, his heart pounding with anticipation and nervousness. As Takuya floats through an imaginary space in his mind, he feels his thoughts becoming completely pink. Amain tells him he can finally open his eyes and he carefully peeks. Amain presents a signed character stand and says Ta Dan. Takuya is blown away to find an extremely limited edition Miss Luna acrylic stand in Amain's room. She smugly explains that she and Seiyu joined forces to win it in a magazine lottery. Takuya's heart fills with Kuruman joy as Amain tells him that Seiyu is practically a real sister to her. A young girl named Seiyu suddenly appears at the door wearing glasses and a serious expression. She corrects Amain, stating that she is actually the one who tolerates Amain's unseemly fascination with Kuruman. Seiyu leans in close to Takuya and warns boyfriend Sen not to be deceived by Amain's act. Amain panics and yells at her, asking how long she has been there and why she is using that nickname. Amain decides to stop the bickering and get the formal introductions over with. Seiyu stands tall and gives a formal salute, introducing herself as Amamiya Seiyu, a third grader at Higashi Elementary. She explains that her family is very close with Amain's family. Seiyu mentions that she often comes over to prepare dinner for Amain, who otherwise just drinks water and calls it a meal. Takuya asks Seiyu if she also loves Kuruman, recalling Amain's earlier comments. Seiyu bluntly states that she graduated from such foolishness back in her first year of elementary school. Takuya is stunned by how quickly she dismissed the hobby. It turns out Seiyu was the one who originally recommended Kuruman to Amain, but their interests soon went in opposite directions. Amain became completely enamored with the series while Seiyu lost interest entirely. Seiyu reveals her current interest is Japanese chess and questions why anyone would still be attached to Kuruman at a high school age. Her words feel like a physical strike to both Takuya and Amain, who are deeply hurt by the critique. Seiyu asks boyfriend Sen who he is, and Takuya introduces himself as Takuya, her classmate. Amain continues to yell that he isn't her boyfriend, but Seiyu concludes that he must at least be a candidate for the position. Seiyu asks Amain point blank if she dislikes Takuya. Amain stammers that it isn't that she doesn't like him, but that doesn't mean she actually likes him in a romantic way. Amain does a complete reversal and declares that she is only interested in her favorite character Vamp Sama and has no interest in real-life boys. Seiyu repeats her warning to Takuya not to be fooled by Amain's sudden shift in attitude. Seiyu points out that it makes no sense for Amain to invite a boy she doesn't like into her own home. Amain yells at her to stop talking immediately. Amain pushes Seiyu out of the room, ignoring Takuya's offer not to stay late. Seiyu insists that Amain should stay behind to entertain her guest, but Amain tells her they are going downstairs to make curry for dinner. Amain apologizes for the detour, frustrated that Seiyu says whatever is on her mind. Seiyu yells from the hall to keep broccoli out of the curry, leaving Takuya to question everything he just heard. Amain challenges Takuya to a final battle of drawing Kuruman from memory. She tells him to get ready for the contest. Amain goes over the rules. They will randomly generate a number, look up the name in the Kureidex, and then draw the creature from memory. Takuya feels confident about his chances, while Amain emphasizes that the winner is the one who captures the specific characteristics best. Amain makes a high-stakes offer to Takuya. She promises to grant him any desire if he manages to beat her. Takuya is stunned by the proposal before becoming intensely determined. He claims that as a boy in the middle of puberty, he only has one choice. Amain calls him lewd and hides from his intense gaze. Takuya points to his desired prize and declares he will take the limited edition Miss Luna acrylic stand if he triumphs. Amain is shocked that he is actually aiming for her precious collectible. To keep things fair, Takuya offers up his own Earth Sama figurine if he loses. Amain accepts the wager. She asks for clarification on what he meant by lewd earlier, but Takuya refuses and tells her to stop associating Kuruman with lewdness. The number 27 is selected, identifying the target as the Melticorn. Takuya and Amain both focus intensely on their sketches to see who the true victor will be. The two competitors reveal their drawings at the same time. Both have attempted to recreate the unicorn-like creature from their memories. Takuya immediately claims victory. He notes how he accurately captured the horn pattern, the shape of the legs and the tail. Amain collapses onto the table in total defeat. Seiyu bursts into the room to announce that dinner is ready. She scolds the teenagers for talking about lewd things when an elementary schooler is nearby and tells them to keep such discussions above the shoulders. Takuya and Amain sheepishly agree to drop the wager. Takuya stands at the front door ready to leave. He thanks Amain for the invitation while she apologizes for how hectic the visit became. Takuya smiles and tells Amain that he had a lot of fun despite showing up without notice. As Takuya prepares to exit, Seiyu stops him and asks for a moment of his time. Amain wonders what her sister is planning as she watches them from the hallway. Seiyu leans in and whispers to Takuya, telling him that she is entrusting Amain to his capable hands. Seiyu grabs Amain's sandals and runs away, leaving Amain confused and shouting after her. The narration explains that Seiyu rarely has friends over and often struggles with her desire to act more mature than she really is. Takuya kneels down to talk to Seiyu before he leaves. She tells him that she enjoyed his visit because it was obvious that Amain was having a great time. Seiyu then asks him directly if Amain is someone precious to him. Takuya stands up and expresses his sincere gratitude for the hospitality they showed him. He tells them he would be overjoyed to have the chance for all of them to hang out together again in the future. Takuya waves goodbye with a happy expression as he walks away from the house. Seiyu and Amain watch him go, noting that he is a very nice and sincere person despite being older. Amain agrees and mentions that his politeness is one of his best qualities, even if his excitable otaku nature makes him seem like a child sometimes. She finds that side of him makes him very easy to talk to. Seiyu teases her sister by suggesting that those feelings might actually be love. Amain becomes incredibly flustered and shouts at Seiyu, asking what on earth she is talking about and denying the claim. Amain's shouting is so loud that Takuya can hear her from all the way down the street. He hears her protesting that she doesn't like him even if she doesn't hate him, which makes him feel embarrassed. He realizes he needs to focus on studying as he continues his walk home. Midterm exams begin for the three students. Amain, Takuya, and Marin all focus intensely on their test papers as they try to get through the challenging questions. The exam results are finally returned to the class. Takuya looks at his total of 291 points across 5 subjects and feels relieved that Marin's tutoring helped him avoid failing. He turns to the girls to ask how they fared on their exams. Marin happily reveals a high score of 408 points, laughing about how she managed to pull it off despite the difficulty. In the background, Amain looks completely defeated and admits that she failed one of her subjects. Amain complains that she at least wanted to beat Takuya's score even if she couldn't beat Marin's. Takuya points out that her score was below the 30-point failing mark, meaning she didn't get anywhere close to his total. Amain points an accusing finger at Takuya and calls him a traitor. She yells that they were supposed to be goofing off together and demands to know why his score was so much higher than hers. Takuya is confused and asks why she is blaming him. Marin watches the two of them argue and smiles. She tells Amain that she believes Amain is actually winning in one specific category. Amain stops arguing and excitedly asks Marin to tell her what it is. Marin leans in and whispers into Amain's ear that she is winning the competition for Takuya. Amain is shocked by the suggestion and blushes deeply. Marin continues to tease them, saying it looks like they have become quite close lately. Amain tries to insist that there is no competition and that nothing special is happening. Takuya sits nearby with a blank expression, completely unaware that he is the subject of their conversation until Marin taps him on the shoulder. Marin looks at Takuya and asks him if he would like to go on a date with her after school is finished. Marin admits that she feels left behind and wants to be more proactive. Takuya is stunned, realizing that this is the legendary after-school date scenario they had discussed before. Meanwhile, Amain is stuck in a supplemental lesson and wishes she could have gone to a movie too. Later that evening, Amain complains about the amount of broccoli in her dinner, saying she feels like she is eating a forest. Seiyu tells her not to be picky because the vegetables are good for her. Marin and Takuya arrive at the theater for their date. Marin excitedly tells Takuya to hurry up as they head inside. Marin notices the movie she originally wanted to see is over and asks Takuya if there is anything he wants to watch. Takuya is nervous about being on a date and suggests a romantic film called Love Phantom, despite not being a fan of the genre. Takuya's true feelings come out when he spots a 4DX poster for a movie about zombies fighting sharks. He shouts that he really wants to see it. Marin agrees to watch the zombie movie since Takuya is so interested in it. Takuya worries that it is a terrible choice for a date because it looks campy, but Marin points out that they should watch what he wants. Marin tells Takuya that she is fine with his choice and encourages him to be honest about his hobbies. She adds that she will be the one to pick the movie for their next date, which makes Takuya realize there is going to be another outing. During the movie, the screen shows an absurd scene where sharks have eaten all the zombies and are completely full. Takuya finds the movie incredibly campy and barely watchable even for a fan of the genre. He feels guilty for making Marin sit through it and assumes she has probably fallen asleep. Takuya looks over at Marin and is shocked to see that she is actually crying during the film. Takuya is moved by Marin's reaction, thinking she must be a good person to be so affected by the main characters surviving. He admits to himself that he didn't even watch the movie because he couldn't stop looking at her. After the film, Marin exclaims that she had a great time and couldn't look away from the screen, though she worries her eye makeup is ruined. Takuya thinks to himself that he knows exactly how she feels about not being able to look away. The two sit in a mall food court to discuss the film. Marin says she has never seen anything like it before and feels like it broadened her horizons. Marin decides she wants to tell Amain about the movie later. Takuya knows that Amain is currently stuck in her supplemental lesson and doubts that she would actually enjoy a film like that. Marin suddenly mentions that Takuya went to Amain's house. Takuya is caught off guard and panics, wondering how she found out since Amain had told him to keep it a secret. Marin explains that Amain was the one who told her about the visit. Takuya is shocked since he believed Amain had kept it a secret. Marin admits she bribed Amain with a Kuriman gacha to get her to talk. She asks Takuya directly what they did, and he explains it was just a fun visit where he also met Amain's sister, Seiyu-chan. Marin asks how Seiyu-chan was doing, and Takuya confirms she seemed well. Marin finds it unexpected that Amain would invite a boy into her room. She commends the two of them for getting along. Marin mentions that her little brothers have been asking when her boyfriend is coming back over to play games. She asks Takuya if he wants to come over to her place too. Marin clarifies that it is actually she who wants him to come over. Takuya is confused by the sudden invitation. He wonders if she wants to challenge him to a drawing battle or some other competition. Marin shouts that she simply doesn't want the others to have all the fun. Takuya apologizes, feeling completely unable to understand the complexities of her heart. They go to an arcade and start a fighting game. Marin plays as a martial artist while Takuya controls a large monster. Marin's character lands a flurry of attacks on Takuya's character. The game ends with a victory for Marin. Marin cheers for her win and tells Takuya to get better at the game. Takuya is devastated because he was actually confident in his skills. Marin tells Takuya he wasn't bad and explains she is good because she plays with her brothers often. Takuya feels the need to redeem himself and show her a cooler side of his personality. Marin spots a claw machine with heavy chocolate weights and says she has never been able to win one because the crane arms are too weak. Takuya successfully grabs one of the heavy chocolate prizes. Marin is shocked and asks him how he managed to do it. Marin calls him badass and asks him to do it again while offering to pay for the next round. Takuya feels like he has finally regained his pride. Takuya concentrates intensely on the game. Standing behind him, Marin feels her heart race as she watches him play. Takuya wins another prize and gives a thumbs up. A flustered Marin admits that he is actually quite good at the game. Marin points out a photo booth and insists they use it before heading home. They take several stylized photos together. Takuya remarks that he didn't realize people still used physical photo booths. Marin explains that it is convenient and nice to have a tangible item to keep. Marin observes that Takuya seems more comfortable having his photo taken now and asks if he practiced with Amain. Takuya quickly denies it, stating he has only ever taken photos with her, which catches Marin off guard. Takuya mentions noticing her nails weren't painted today. Marin is shocked that he paid such close attention to her, causing her heart to pound. Takuya reflects on how he used to be unable to look anyone in the eye. He feels he has improved significantly at interacting with others. Takuya tells Marin that she deserves all the credit for how much he has grown as a person. Marin stares at him in silence, clearly affected. Marin thanks Takuya for the chocolate he won. He tells her to give it to her brothers with his regards. As they walk, Marin asks if Takuya is keeping more distance from her than usual. Takuya is surprised by the question while Marin's heart continues to race. Takuya apologizes, worried that he creeped her out by staring at her nails too much. Marin tries to reassure him that he has never made her feel that way. Marin suggests they just head home. She reaches out and taps him on the back as they continue walking. Later that night, Amain watches a television program discussing a masterpiece of a romantic film. The broadcast advertises a highly acclaimed movie called Love Phantom, described as the top choice for couples. The following morning, Amain finds Takuya and Marin at school. She mentions hearing about their date and asks which movie they ended up seeing. Takuya and Marin announce that the movie they watched was Zombies vs. Shark. Marin recommends the film to Amain, but Amain declines because she isn't interested in B-movies. Amain feels a sense of relief that the two of them didn't do anything traditionally romantic on their date. Amain wonders why she feels so relieved and why she is so concerned with what happened during their time together. Marin offers to show the photo booth pictures. While Takuya searches his notebook, Amain worries that they might have done something intimate like linking arms. One photo shows Takuya posing as a zombie with blood on his face while Marin wears a shark-shaped hood. Takuya mentions he was embarrassed by the photos and asked Marin not to show them, but he is okay with it since she is having fun. He then notices another photo in Marin's notebook. The other photo features Marin smiling next to an unknown older man wearing glasses and a vest. Takuya screams in shock at the sight of the man. Marin quickly snatches the photo away and hides it, looking very flustered. Takuya reflects on the mysterious picture of Marin and the unidentified man. Takuya is horrified by Marin's reaction and wonders if the man is her boyfriend. Marin makes a sudden excuse about needing the bathroom and runs away. Takuya spirals into thought, questioning if Marin can have a boyfriend while still going on dates with him. Amain reminds him that Marin has an older brother and a large family. Amain notes that she has never seen that man in any family photos and he doesn't look like Marin's father. She suggests asking her directly, though she worries about a special circumstance. They whisper about the possibility of it being a papakatsu relationship because the man looks significantly older. Amain is extremely worried, but Takuya insists there is no way Marin would be involved in something like that. Amain hesitates to pry because Marin's defensive reaction suggests she wants the secret kept. Takuya tells Amain that the two of them are his most precious friends and he will do anything to help if they are in trouble. Amain quietly agrees with Takuya's resolve to help their friend. Takuya and Amain dress up in sashes and headbands, vowing to be a source of strength for Marin. Marin peeks into the classroom and apologizes for keeping secrets from them. Marin reveals that the man in the photo is actually her oldest brother. Marin admits she has followed her brother around like a puppy since childhood and feared her friends would find her brother complex creepy. Takuya and Amain listen in stunned silence. Takuya and Amain slump over in total relief at the news. Marin is baffled that they aren't creeped out and are actually happy for her. The group examines the photo again. Amain still finds it hard to believe they are siblings, while Takuya asks how many brothers she actually has. Marin explains she has 4 brothers with an 18-year age gap between the oldest and youngest. Amain prepares to leave for her duty roster but stops to speak with Marin one last time. Amain tells Marin she is precious and can always depend on her for help no matter what. Marin tells Amain she feels exactly the same way and thanks her. Amain walks away down the school hallway sighing to herself. Marin gushes about how cool Amain is and claims she understands why Takuya fell in love with her. Takuya frantically asks what she is talking about. Takuya says he is just glad the situation turned out the way it did. Marin asks if he has actually fallen in love for real, which he quickly denies. Takuya explains that he finds the way the two of them can talk freely and honestly with each other absolutely precious. Marin is flustered by the sudden compliment and calls it unfair. Takuya reminds her that she previously said it was too early for her to fall in love. Marin looks at Takuya and declares that she might finally be ready to fall in love now. Takuya is struck with total shock by her sudden declaration. The school bell rings, signaling the start of class. Takuya is flustered and asks if someone or something changed, but Marin laughs it off and says she was just kidding. As she sits at her desk, she tells Takuya it is time to do their best today, leaving him wondering if she actually found someone. Takuya goes to cheer for the girls during a table tennis tournament. He finds it hard to believe that someone as active as Marin could be bad at sports. Takuya notes that Marin even looks the part of an athlete in her gym clothes. He remembers that she is a skilled dancer and wonders if she is only bad at sports that require equipment. In the stands, the boys chat about the unusually large crowd for table tennis. One student remarks that people who dislike sports usually choose this event, so he does not expect it to be exciting. Takuya notices that the ratio of men to women in the stands is overwhelmingly high compared to the basketball game he was watching earlier. He watches Marin as she plays a match. Marin shouts with effort as she swings her paddle at the ball. The crowd of boys cheers and buzzes with excitement after Marin's movement. Takuya looks on with a grimace, realizing why they are actually gathered there. Takuya admits he understands why the other boys are attracted to her physical movements. However, he finds himself truly dazzled by the way she gives her absolute all, despite knowing she is not good at the game. Takuya takes his turn at bat during a baseball game. He swings with all his might but misses, resulting in a strikeout. He resolves to keep trying his best despite his own lack of athletic skill. Takuya's teammates praise him for his guts and his swing. He is relieved that they are not mad at him for the strikeout. The opposing pitcher, a former baseball club member, prepares to throw. Takuya's teammates decide to just have fun since they likely cannot win. Suddenly, someone tells the players to look toward the sidelines. Marin and Amain arrive at the field to watch the baseball game. Their presence causes an immediate stir among the boys in the crowd, with some making comments about wanting to be the equipment they are holding. The pitcher mistakenly thinks the girls are there to watch him and resolves to throw his best ball. Takuya observes that the two girls are clearly more popular than the players on the field. Marin laughs about how hard Takuya swung, while Amain remarks that he looked serious and cool during his turn. Neither of them paid any attention to the pitcher at all. A basketball falls perfectly through the hoop for a successful shot. Amain's teammates cheer for her after a successful play, admitting they had no idea she was so talented at basketball. The teammates beg Amain to join their club, but she declines because she wants to watch a specific television program. They suggest she just record the show, unaware of her true motivations. Amain is secretly determined to impress Marin and Takuya with her athletic performance. Amain reflects on her lack of social and academic skills compared to Marin and decides to prove herself on the court. She catches herself thinking about Takuya and wonders why he is on her mind. Amain continues her internal monologue, deciding she wants Takuya to see her in a new light since he outperformed her in their midterm exams. As she takes another shot, Amain tells herself that her motivation has absolutely nothing to do with having feelings for Takuya. Amain makes the basket and her teammates celebrate their victory with a group hug. One teammate remarks on how focused Amain was and says she can tell what was driving her. Amain is shocked and her heart skips a beat when her teammate suggests it must be love. Amain tries to deny having feelings, but her teammate clarifies she was referring to Amain's love for basketball. Feeling flustered, Amain agrees that she loves the sport. Her teammates tell her that she must join the club so they can dominate the league together. Later, Marin invites Takuya to a yakiniku buffet after party and asks if he will join them. Marin lists all the popular sports team members who will be there. Takuya is overwhelmed, realizing that the gathering will consist of the most popular social circles in school. Amain expresses her discomfort with the idea of a large crowd of boys. Marin pleads with her to come so she won't be lonely, but Amain says she has a prior engagement. Takuya reveals he was invited to go to karaoke by 9 members of the baseball team. He wants to go since it is the first time classmates besides the 2 girls have invited him anywhere. Marin congratulates Takuya on making new friends and encourages him to make the most of the opportunity. Takuya thinks it is too early to call the baseball players his friends yet. He wonders what Marin thinks of him, suspecting she sees him in a parental light. Amain remarks that going to karaoke sounds nice and asks Takuya if he plans to sing Kuruman songs. She whispers to herself that she might actually prefer going there instead of her other plans. Marin teases Amain, asking if she wants to be in a room full of boys just because Takuya will be there. Amain flusteredly denies it, explaining she simply wants a chance to sing Kuruman songs at karaoke. Marin gets an idea and suggests that the 3 of them go to karaoke together during the upcoming summer vacation. Amain thinks to herself that it doesn't matter who else is there. Marin is excited and suggests going to the beach and summer festivals as well. Takuya is touched, realizing this is the first time he has ever made summer plans with friends. He feels happy about the chance to create lasting memories. Amain tells Takuya to listen to her as she stands with Marin. Amain tells Takuya to make sure he stays free for their plans. Marin teases him by asking if he was daydreaming about them in swimsuits, which he denies. Amain reminds everyone that they have to pass their final exams first. It is finally the day of the end-of-term ceremony at school. Marin and Amain are surrounded by classmates inviting them to various places like bowling, a cake buffet, and a restaurant. Amain and Marin turn down the invitations from their classmates. Marin explains that they already have other plans for the day. Marin declares that they have a prior commitment. Takuya stands outside a karaoke building looking slightly confused. Inside a karaoke room, Marin excitedly shouts that it is time to sing. Takuya is surprised and wonders if they had actually planned this for today. Takuya admits he thought they wouldn't go to karaoke until after summer vacation actually started. Amain reminds him they promised to go next time, and Marin asks if he had other plans, which he quickly denies. Amain explains she is there because she wanted to spend time with Takuya and Marin. Takuya feels guilty thinking they would have more fun with their popular friends instead of him. Amain sighs and tells him he is overthinking things again. Amain says they can hang out with their other friends some other time and tells Takuya to focus on enjoying the day with them. She hands him a tambourine while Marin agrees, leaving Takuya feeling touched. Takuya pledges to give his all for the day while holding his tambourine. Marin cheers him on and Takuya admits to himself that he has really been looking forward to this. The group sits down to choose their songs. Marin holds out the selection tablet and tells Takuya to make his choice. Takuya is overwhelmed by how close the girls are sitting to him in the small room. He wonders how he can possibly sing in such a high-pressure situation. Takuya asks to go last because he is inexperienced at singing in front of others. Amain brings up his experience singing after the sports festival, but Takuya explains he could barely manage it even then. Marin agrees to let him wait. Marin decides to take the lead and starts the first song with a bold introduction. As the music begins, Takuya worries that he doesn't know any modern popular music, though he is familiar with anime and Vocaloid tracks. He tries to stick to playing the tambourine, but Marin encourages him. The screen displays the song title Idol Mikai's March from the anime Kurama Pets. Takuya and Amain suddenly become incredibly intense, asking Marin if she really knows and can sing this specific song. Marin is amused by their scary expressions. Marin reveals she practiced the song at home because she knew Takuya was coming to karaoke for the first time. Takuya and Amain are deeply moved by her kindness. Marin begins singing and Takuya is mesmerized by how much she reminds him of the character Mikai. He feels he is witnessing the birth of a new idol. Marin finishes her performance and apologizes for stumbling on the lyrics. Amain and Takuya are blown away, with Amain claiming Marin's performance was as good as the real anime. Takuya and Amain are so moved that they struggle to find the right words to describe how amazing the performance was. Takuya enthusiastically shakes his tambourine and tells Marin that her singing was the absolute best. Takuya suddenly shouts that he will devote his whole life to loving her. Marin is completely stunned by the outburst. Takuya quickly clarifies that he was just using a famous fan shoutout from episode 11 of the Kurama anime. Amain agrees that it was a great line to use, while a flustered Marin pouts in frustration. Marin tells Amain it is her turn to sing. Amain looks through the selection tablet and says she has a specific song she has wanted to perform for a while. Takuya asks Marin what Amain's usual karaoke preferences are. Marin explains that Amain typically chooses whatever J-pop or K-pop tracks are currently popular. Marin suggests that since Takuya is there, Amain might pick a Kurama song. Takuya is excited by the idea and hopes she chooses the anime opening. The screen displays the song title Immortal Knife. Marin asks if it is a Kurama song, but Takuya doesn't recognize it. Amain says she isn't very familiar with the track herself, but grew to like it after listening to it. Amain thinks about how the lyrics seem inspired by a specific sad episode of the Kurama anime. She feels the song perfectly captures the feeling of her favorite character fading away. Amain claims she is only repeating her little sister's passionate observations and isn't personally that interested in the show. Marin and Takuya watch her as the song finally begins. Amain begins singing the ballad with a serious expression and deep emotion. Takuya is impressed by Amain's singing ability, while Marin notes that she has never seen her friend put so much feeling into a performance. Amain remains lost in her thoughts about the character Patchy. Amain sings the climax of the song with tears in her eyes and a wide smile. She is completely moved by how perfectly the lyrics fit the anime. Amain tries to explain away her intense reaction as the performance ends. Marin finds her friend's passion precious, while Takuya feels it is unfair how much of an otaku Amain is acting like. Takuya finally stands up for his turn after finding it impossible to sing while sitting between the two girls. He prepares to sing and resolves to let himself go and enjoy the moment. Marin whispers to Amain, wondering if Takuya is about to put on a great show. She teases Amain by asking if he might steal her heart, and while Amain dismisses the idea, she admits seeing a new side of him would be interesting. The two girls wait with beating hearts, wondering if Takuya will surprise them by singing a heartfelt ballad instead of an anime song. The monitor shows that Takuya's choice is a character counting song from the Kurumin anime. Takuya sings the counting song with incredible intensity, striking a pose and shouting the names of the different monsters. He gets completely swept up in the performance. Marin and Amain stare in silent surprise at Takuya after his intense performance. Takuya feels completely defeated, believing he has made a total fool of himself. Takuya worries that he got too comfortable and revealed a weird side of his personality. He fears he has ruined the progress he made in closing the distance between them. Unexpectedly, both girls are thrilled and tell him his performance was cool. Amain asks if she can learn to shout like that, and Marin wants to learn the names of all the monsters. Takuya is caught completely off guard by their positive and accepting reaction. The trio gets swept up in the excitement, singing and dancing together until they are all completely exhausted. They collapse onto the couches, huffing and puffing after their high-energy session. Marin mentions that she is getting hungry. Amain agrees and looks toward Takuya, saying that the time has come. Marin challenges the group to a scoring battle where the loser has to buy everyone French fries. Takuya is worried about his disadvantage, so Marin suggests singing unfamiliar songs as a handicap. Takuya gets a competitive look in his eyes, determined not to lose. Amain snickers, confident that she will maintain her lead over his total score. Marin finishes a song and proudly displays her score of 84. Amain takes her turn and beats Marin's score, reaching 86. Takuya prepares for his turn, noting to himself that the girls are not just talented singers, but also incredibly cute. Takuya already feels like he has lost the contest, but considers himself lucky to have the girls' undivided attention. He nervously agrees when Amain tells him it is his turn next. The girls give him tips on how to improve his score, mentioning that ballads score high and suggesting he use vibrato. Takuya says he will keep their advice in mind as he takes the microphone. Takuya begins singing a ballad. The girls comment that he is actually pretty good and doesn't need to try too hard, though they still predict he will have the lowest score. Takuya sings the final emotional line of the ballad, declaring that he will choose someone without a doubt. Marin and Amain sit in stunned silence as the weight of his lyrics sinks in, both feeling their hearts race. Takuya looks at the monitor showing a score of 70 and apologizes for his poor performance. Still visibly affected by his singing, Marin and Amain quickly reassure him that he actually did very well. Marin takes over the microphone and tambourine with her usual high energy. While Amain starts eating the French fries, Takuya watches them, still feeling the lingering tension of his turn. During a break in the music, Takuya offers to get Marin a refill. She asks what he is going to have, and he mentions he is getting a cola for himself. At the drink machine, Takuya reflects on how much more enjoyable karaoke is with these two compared to his previous experiences. Marin cheers excitedly from the other room as he finishes pouring the drinks. Takuya stands in the hallway holding two identical cups and realizes with panic that he no longer knows which one was his original drink. He tries to remember the order in which he filled the cups, eventually guessing that his is the one in his right hand. He worries about what will happen if his guess is wrong. Marin looks up at Takuya as he re-enters the room, unaware of the internal crisis he is having about the drinks. Marin takes the cup he offers and immediately begins drinking from the straw. Takuya is paralyzed with embarrassment, realizing he completely forgot to provide a fresh straw for her. Marin catches him staring and jokingly asks if he tampered with her drink. Takuya frantically denies it while she continues to tease him for his strange behavior. Marin laughs and says it doesn't matter since they aren't middle schoolers anymore. Takuya is amazed by her casual Jaru attitude toward an indirect kiss, while Amain continues singing in the background. Despite her outward confidence, Marin looks down at her drink with her heart hammering against her ribs. Marin suddenly insists that Takuya was right about the cups all along. Takuya is relieved while Marin is privately baffled by why she is suddenly caring so much about something she used to ignore. The trio eventually leaves the karaoke center happily exhausted after singing their hearts out all afternoon. Walking home, Marin celebrates the start of summer break and asks about everyone's plans. Amain mentions she has a commitment in mid-August and won't be available then. Amain describes a large festival she's attending with Seiyu where people gather from all over. Takuya realizes she's talking about Comic-It, but Marin cuts him off before he can say it. Marin suggests they all go to a seaside BBQ before Amain's mid-month plans. Amain and Takuya are thrilled by the invitation. Marin welcomes them, saying the more people there are the merrier. Marin clarifies that her family will be at the BBQ. Takuya and Amain immediately freeze up, worried about meeting her family and other boys. Marin explains that the informal gathering is hosted by her oldest brother and her 2 younger brothers will be there too. Marin tells Amain to bring Seiyu-chan along. Amain agrees to check her sister's schedule, believing she would be happy to attend. Takuya overcomes his nerves and enthusiastically accepts the invitation. He feels genuinely excited to spend more time with his friends over the summer. The day of the beach trip arrives. Marin wears a checkered bikini and carries a floaty while Amain chooses a sporty black swimsuit with a translucent cover-up. Takuya finds himself unable to look at the girls in their swimsuits and shouts in flustered agony. He flashes back to the karaoke room, wondering how a staff member would have reacted to their singing styles. He recalls Marin singing her heart out with extreme energy while Amain sang faintly and he remained silent. Returning to the present, Amain explains she can't swim despite wearing the gear. Marin reassures her while Takuya continues to struggle with his embarrassment and where to look. Takuya, Amain, and Seiyu arrive at the seaside after their train ride and begin searching for Marin's family. Marin waves the group over to her family's area. Takuya is immediately intimidated by how muscular Marin's oldest brother is. Introductions are made all around. Marin's oldest brother, Genikairu, introduces himself and his younger brothers Kakeru and Hibiki. Takuya, Amain, and Seiyu introduce themselves in return, with Seiyu explaining she is there as Amain's chaperone. Marin pulls Amain and Seiyu away toward the changing rooms, insisting they get into their swimsuits right away. Genikairu and the boys watch them go as Takuya stays behind. The younger brothers confront Takuya, recalling that he was previously called Marin's boyfriend. Takuya frantically waves his hands and denies being in a relationship with her. Genikairu puts an arm around Takuya, smiling but maintaining a terrifying aura. He asks if he can safely assume Takuya hasn't made any moves on his sister. Takuya is petrified and swears that nothing has happened between them. Suddenly, Genikairu puts Takuya in a headlock and screams at him. He demands to know why Takuya hasn't made a move, asking if he's implying that Marin isn't cute enough. Takuya is completely overwhelmed and doesn't know how to answer his aggressive questioning. The girls return in their swimsuits and Marin asks Takuya for his opinion. Takuya is too nervous to look directly at them, especially with Genikairu still looming nearby. Genikairu drags Marin away to help set up the BBQ, telling the others to enjoy the beach instead of waiting for them. Takuya watches them leave, finding it refreshing to see Marin acting like a typical little sister. Amain worries if they should help with the setup. Takuya suggests they would likely just be in the way and decides it's better for them to stay and play with the kids. He is struck by how good Amain looks. Takuya continues to stare at Amain, thinking to himself that she looks like a painted masterpiece regardless of how he looks in comparison. Seiyu notices Takuya's staring and tells him she can guess exactly what he's thinking. Takuya's heart starts to pound with anxiety. Seiyu confidently predicts that Takuya wants someone to take a romantic photo of him and Amain. Takuya realizes she is half right but remains flustered by her bluntness. Amain scolds Seiyu for her scheming and tells her she can't always manipulate things to get what she wants. She suggests they build a sand sculpture instead, specifically something from the first season of Kuriman. Amain proposes building a character from the legendary beach episode of the anime. Takuya is immediately excited by the idea and suggests they work on it together. They complete a large sand sculpture of a crab monster. Takuya and Amain are proud of the high level of detail they achieved, but Seiyu insists that they are capable of doing much more. Seiyu takes on a leadership role and orders Takuya and Amain to fix the symmetry and size of the sculpture's eyes. They both submissively agree to her commands while she monitors their work. Amain apologizes for making Takuya help with the sand sculpture, but he assures her that he is happy to spend the whole day doing it. They continue patting the sand into shape while Seiyu watches from behind. Seiyu ignores Amein's protests about the unfinished sculpture and snaps a photo of the pair anyway. Amein realizes she was tricked by the younger girl's scheme while Seiyu smirks at her success, and Takuya looks at the camera. Two young boys confront Takuya about his rumored victory at a game center, eyeing him with suspicion as they move closer. Takuya is confused by their intense and wary attitude. The boys challenge Takuya to a game brandishing a water gun and a beach ball. Takuya is startled by the sudden declaration but decides to go along with their play. The boys celebrate their victory after tiring Takuya out in the sun. Takuya collapses on the beach, exhausted by the endless energy of the elementary schoolers. Kotoko tells Takuya that it is okay to get angry with the boys because they are rude and do not know their own limits. Takuya remains slumped on the sand, insisting that he does not mind. Takuya explains that as an only child, he actually finds it enjoyable to have younger brothers to play with. The boys are surprised by his kindness and wonder if he is just a masochist. The boys ask if they can bury Takuya in the sand since he promised not to get mad. Amein and Seiyu eagerly join in suggesting they can work together to turn him into a masterpiece. The group successfully buries Takuya up to his neck in a large mound of sand. Takuya remains content, happy as long as everyone else is having a good time. Kotoko thanks Takuya for being a good role model to her brothers who have already run off to play volleyball. Takuya notices how quickly the boys moved on and points out that Amein and Seiyu seem to enjoy burying him even more than the kids did. Kotoko leans over the buried Takuya and stares down at him with a surprised and wide-eyed expression. The adult leader of the group announces that it is time for the barbecue, breaking the moment. Takuya and Kotoko are left shocked and flustered while Seiyu laughs and Amein watches the scene. The entire group gathers under a large tent to begin their beach barbecue. Takuya stands by the grill with the adult leader eating his food while the others settle into their chairs. One of the boys asks Takuya why he isn't sitting with Kotoko since he is her boyfriend. Seiyu questions his status as Amein's boyfriend candidate, prompting both Takuya and Amein to immediately shout their denials. Seiyu and the two boys stare each other down with intense glares as tension crackles between them. One of the boys challenges Seiyu to a battle over whose boyfriend Takuya is, and she accepts immediately. Takuya is left stunned by how quickly the situation escalated. The boys argue that Takuya belongs to Kotoko because of a photo they took, while Seiyu counters that Takuya and Amein were caught doing something inappropriate in private. Both Kotoko and Amein frantically shout their denials. Kotoko begs them to stop as Amein suggests they should only use their own achievements for the battle. Seiyu and the boys grow quiet as they consider this new rule. The boys boast about reaching high levels in a video game, but Seiyu immediately mocks them. She tells them that having nothing better to be proud of earns them only her pity. Takuya watches as the boys collapse onto the sand in total defeat. He realizes that Seiyu is a formidable opponent when it comes to winning arguments. The boys demand a physical rematch through swimming or volleyball, while Amein tries to get everyone to get along. Amein later tells Seiyu she went too far with her insults, and Seiyu eventually agrees to stop. Seiyu offers a formal apology to the boys for her harsh words. She reminds everyone that they should focus on enjoying the barbecue together while they are at the beach. The boys act flustered and dismiss the apology as unnecessary while they fidget nervously. Amein watches them and wonders if they have suddenly developed feelings for Seiyu. Amein laughs at the boys' reaction while they shout back at her in frustration. Genikairu watches the commotion from his chair and reflects on the joys of youth. The chaos finally subsides and everyone enjoys the rest of the afternoon as time passes. Takuya gives one of the boys a piggyback ride while the others continue to play and talk. Kotoko calls for the three younger children to line up for a group photo. One boy is confused why only the kids are being photographed, and Amein explains it is for them to have a special memory of the trip. Genikairu approaches Takuya once they are alone and notes that he has been waiting for a chance to talk. Takuya responds nervously as the man says there is something he wants to ask. Genikairu asks Takuya directly which of the two girls he likes more between Amein and Kotoko. Takuya is caught off guard by the bluntness of the question. Takuya stammers that both girls are just very good friends, but Genikairu refuses to let him off the hook. He asks Takuya which girl he would choose if they both asked him out on a date at the same time. Takuya nearly admits that he has already accepted invitations from both girls before Genikaru tells him not to worry about it. The man explains that he only wants Takuya to ensure he treats both of them with care and respect. Genikaru explains that because Kotoko and Amain are so popular, they often attract the wrong kind of attention. He makes it clear that, as Kotoko's older brother, he won't tolerate any guy who approaches them with half-hearted or dishonest intentions. Takuya listens, taken aback by the man's sudden seriousness. Takuya fires back with his own resolve, telling Genikaru that he wouldn't forgive anyone for making the girls sad, even if that person were Genikaru himself. He looks intensely focused as he makes his point. Takuya immediately panics and apologizes for overstepping, but Genikaru just laughs it off. He reassures Takuya that there is no need to worry and admits that he thinks Takuya might be a good person for the girls to be around after all. Genikaru tells Takuya to take good care of both girls and warns him never to make a girl cry. Takuya nervously agrees while Kotoko interrupts to something she finds interesting. Kotoko loudly mentions that she recently cried and blames the whole situation on Takuya. Genikaru's friendly demeanor vanishes as he hears this accusation. Takuya desperately clarifies that Kotoko only cried because of a sad movie he recommended. He realizes that Genikaru is actually quite terrifying when he believes his sister has been mistreated. The group prepares to head home, splitting into those taking the car with the Ajichi family and those taking the train. Takuya waits around, noting that Amain and Seiyu are still busy getting ready. Kotoko calls out to Takuya as she sees him standing nearby. Kotoko asks Takuya if he needs to change for the ride back, but he explains he didn't swim and is fine as he is. She pats the ground and invites him to sit and wait with her. Takuya apologizes because he will have to miss a future plan Amain made due to his family visiting the countryside for the Aben festival. Kotoko tells him not to worry about it, privately noting that the dates likely conflict with a major fan convention anyway. Kotoko teases Takuya by asking if he thinks it is lucky to have Amain all to himself, but he denies it. He tells her that he truly loves spending time with both of them together. Takuya smiles and tells Kotoko that he is looking forward to having more fun with her from this day forward. Kotoko smiles back and promises that they will definitely continue to have fun together. A breeze blows across the beach as the two of them sit together in silence, looking out toward the horizon. The two sit quietly side by side on the sand as the day begins to wind down. Takuya feels a strange, tense atmosphere building between him and Kotoko. He struggles to find the right words to say as his heart beats rapidly, eventually managing to speak her name. Genikaru suddenly looms over the pair, interrupting their private moment with a calm but firm expression. Genikaru roughly grabs Takuya, reminding him of the warning to stay away from the girls. Takuya insists he wasn't doing anything, while someone notes that Kotoko's face is bright red, causing her to snap at them. The group bids farewell to the Ajichi family at the car. Takuya, Amain, and Seiyu then head to the train station to begin their journey home. Settled on the train, Amain and Takuya talk about how exhausted they are from the long day. Amain admits she is full and feels like she is going to drift off. Seiyu tells Amain it is fine to sleep and promises to wake her later. Amain tries to tell Seiyu she should be tired too, but Seiyu insists she is not a child and has plenty of energy left. Seiyu immediately falls asleep and slumps against Takuya. Amain apologizes for the girl leaning on him, but Takuya tells her it is perfectly fine and that he actually feels honored. A woman passing by as she exits the train compliments Takuya and Amain on having such a cute daughter. Amain is shocked and tries to explain that Seiyu is more like a sister, but the woman has already left. Amain sits in silence for a moment, looking pensive as she processes the stranger's comment. Amain realizes that to outsiders, she and Takuya must have looked like they were in a serious relationship. She specifically focuses on the fact that they were mistaken for a married couple. Amain looks down, blushing, as the thought of being seen that way with Takuya makes her feel flustered. As the train ride continues, Takuya and Amain both fall asleep, with Amain resting her head on Takuya's shoulder while Seiyu remains asleep between them. Takuya wakes up suddenly and apologizes for dozing off. He asks Amain if she said something, but she defensively denies it. Seiyu wakes up and immediately begins talking about her plans for Kamike. Back on the beach, Kotoko hugs Seiyu and asks if she wants to join her family. Nearby, the young boys comment that Amain is pretty but scary when she is in a bad mood, while Takuya laughs nervously. It is August 14th. Amain asks Takuya if he has ever done this before, since it is her first time. Takuya admits he is not exactly an expert, but he assures her he can take the lead. Takuya and Amain walk together toward the venue for the first day of comic. The pair arrives at the massive convention center and immediately comments on the oppressive summer heat. Amain is overwhelmed by the massive crowd, but Takuya explains the sense of freedom that comes from being surrounded by fellow fans. He offers Amain a salt tablet as they struggle through the hot-packed corridors toward the booths they want to visit. Takuya reflects on how Amain is clearly a hidden otaku. Amain continues to deny it, insisting she only has a casual interest in popular things. Takuya looks forward to seeing Amain's reaction once she reaches the specific exhibit hall they are looking for. Amain stands in the center of the Kuruman exhibit area, surrounded by fans and merchandise. She remembers how she used to pretend she was not interested in the series when her friends asked about her favorites. Amain admits she never guessed there were so many people who loved Kuruman and finds the entire scene awesome. Takuya watches her with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, Amain spots a book she recognizes from an online preview and rushes toward it. Takuya is surprised by the complete change in Amain's demeanor as she politely asks a booth attendant for a copy of the book. Amain walks away with her purchase, looking ecstatic as she talks about a light novel she stayed up all night reading. Takuya feels happy to see a fellow fan enjoying herself so much. Inspired by Amain's passion, Takuya decides he will not let her outdo him in enthusiasm and summons his own inner otaku. Takuya approaches a booth and praises the sellers for their previous character gag releases. He asks if he can look through the display copy of their newest publication. As Takuya flips through the book, he realizes that this particular release features adult-themed content. Takuya panics and loudly apologizes to the booth attendant. The seller realizes Takuya is underage and apologizes as well for the misunderstanding. The booth staff discuss limiting their display copies to all ages versions to avoid future awkwardness. They resolve to start checking for age verification, since it is easy to miss labels when fans are excited. As Takuya walks away, the sellers reflect on the struggles of young fans while Amain walks up to the table. Amain asks if she can browse the display copies. The two sellers are stunned by her beauty and quickly tell her she is more than welcome to look. The sellers have a silent conversation debating whether they should ask for her identification. They eventually conclude that she is clearly an adult or perhaps a visiting celebrity and decide to let her be. Amain flips through a book, wondering if this was the one Takuya had been examining. She finds the art style cute and doesn't notice the seller's shock that someone with her appearance would be a hardcore series fan. Amain continues to look through the book and suddenly realizes that the contents are for adults only. Amain slams the book down and flees the booth in a total panic. The sellers are left flustered, feeling that they were the ones who should have apologized for the misunderstanding. Amain catches up to Takuya and starts pummeling him, calling him a pervert for looking at such books. The sellers realize they were completely wrong about her age and lament their failure to control access for underage readers. Takuya is eager to visit the cosplay area next. Amain stops him and points toward a specific person she sees in the distance. The pair finds a cosplayer dressed as Earth-sama. They are both thrilled and politely ask if they can take a photo with their smartphone, letting their inner fans take over. Internal thoughts confirm how much they are enjoying seeing their favorite characters come to life and the thrill of standing side by side with a series icon. Takuya suggests they should think about heading home soon. Amain agrees but wants to rest for a moment and organize the items she bought in her bag. A group of fans approaches Amain and asks if they can take her picture. Takuya realizes the other attendees have mistaken Amain for a cosplayer because she is so attractive. The group asks which character she is and begs for a group photo while Takuya watches to see how she handles the situation. Amain is caught off guard and struggles to find the right words to explain that she isn't actually part of the cosplay event. Takuya suddenly grabs Amain by the hand and pulls her away from the crowd. He shouts that she isn't a cosplayer and asks the group to excuse them as they make their escape. Takuya pulls Amain by the hand as they move through the convention hall. A staff member with a megaphone reminds them that running is not allowed in the building. Amain follows along her expression dazed while Takuya continues to lead her away through the venue. Once outside, Takuya quickly lets go of Amain's hand and begins to apologize. He explains that he felt bad for not helping her the last time some guys approached her and says he hopes his actions were not unpleasant. Amain tells him that he actually saved her and thanks him with a gentle smile. Takuya decides it is time to head home since he has finished his business. Amain agrees, noting that the trains should be less crowded by now. She secretly thinks to herself that he saved her in more ways than one. A few days later, Takuya lies on his bed and checks a group message from Marin and Amain. Marin suggests that the three of them attend a fireworks festival on the 28th to celebrate the end of August. Amain replies, instantly agreeing to the plan and asking Takuya if he will join them. Takuya is thrilled by the invitation and sends an immediate affirmative response. Takuya sits by his window and wonders what kind of outfits the girls will wear. He thinks about how lucky he was to see them in swimsuits and hopes he might get to see them in yukatas as well. The day of the fireworks festival finally arrives. Festive lanterns are strung up among the trees as the evening begins. Marin and Amain arrive at the meeting spot, both dressed in beautiful yukatas and carrying traditional bags. Takuya is completely overwhelmed by how good they look and shouts to himself about how lucky he is. The group enters the festival grounds and finds it very crowded. Marin offers her hand to Takuya, noting that holding hands in a large crowd would give off a romantic vibe like they were lovers. Takuya is flustered by the suggestion while Amain clears her throat and looks away. Marin teases the pair, asking if they have officially become lovers yet. They both quickly deny it, but Marin points out that they already held hands at the convention. She decides that the circumstances of that event do not change the fact that it happened. Marin declares a new plan for how they will walk through the crowd. She grabs Takuya and Amain's hands, simultaneously linking the three of them together as they proceed into the festival. Amain wonders why she should hold Takuya's hand too, thinking it would look awkward if she were the only one doing so. Takuya is visibly flustered as he tries to process the sudden physical contact. Marin enthusiastically pulls both Takuya and Amain along, but they quickly realize they can't walk effectively while linked together. The trio decides to walk normally instead, prioritizing their comfort over the forced romantic setup. The group enjoys the festival stalls, with the girls trying unique drinks like Roman 4 bag juice and light bulb soda. Takuya takes a photo of them before he and Amain attempt a shooting game while Marin cheers them on. A woman in the crowd calls out to Amain, calling her Haruka. Amain turns and realizes she has run into an old acquaintance. Amain leaves to speak with the woman, promising to return shortly. Left alone, Marin and Takuya a cup of shaved ice, but Takuya finds himself becoming increasingly nervous about being one-on-one with her. The fireworks display begins, filling the night sky with massive and brilliant explosions. Takuya and Marin watch the display in awe, both remarking on how amazing the fireworks look. Marin holds her shaved ice while they stand close together in the dark. Looking at the sky, Takuya reflects on the memories they made over the summer, including their karaoke session, the trip to the beach, and the fan convention. He feels a deep sense of happiness as he looks toward the future. Takuya suddenly begins to cry, catching Marin off guard. She asks if he is actually crying and struggles to decide if she should continue watching the fireworks or record his reaction. Takuya apologizes, explaining that the thought of such a fun summer coming to an end made him emotional. Marin laughs and reassures him that they will continue to see each other. Marin reminds Takuya of their promise to have even more fun together. She points out that they still have the cultural festival and winter break to look forward to, as this is only the beginning of their plans. Takuya smiles and agrees with her, saying he is looking forward to everything they have planned. Marin beams back at him warmly. The two stand as silhouettes at the end of the festival street, watching the giant final burst of fireworks light up the sky above the stalls. Marin gazes up at Takuya while he looks back with a kind smile. She feels an overwhelming sensation and realizes she can no longer stop her growing feelings for him. Amidst the sound of the fireworks and the melting shaved ice, Marin looks up with a startled, wide-eyed expression. She begins to speak, preparing to tell Takuya something important. Marin looks toward Takuya with the massive fireworks illuminating the sky behind her. She softly tells him that she likes him. Takuya is frozen in shock, his face flushed as he processes her sudden words amidst the noise of the display. The two stand near a yakisoba stall while the festival continues around them. Takuya stammers in disbelief, asking for clarification. Marin looks away, her face burning as she realizes the weight of her own words. Takuya tries to calm himself, wondering if she meant she just likes spending time together or if he misheard entirely. He nervously asks her to confirm what she just said. Marin keeps her back to him and confirms that she did indeed say she likes him. Marin suddenly shouts that she meant it purely as a friend. Takuya immediately feels a wave of relief and agrees that it makes sense they are just good friends. Marin aggressively over-explains that her declaration was only a sign of deep friendship. Takuya laughs and agrees, which causes her to pout and ask if he is mad at her for the joke. Takuya shouts back that he likes her a lot too purely as a friend. Amain returns and asks what the two of them are doing, having missed the initial exchange. Amain is startled by the loud and confusing atmosphere she walked back into. Amain asks if a confession just happened. Marin frantically waves her hands, insisting she only said she likes him as a friend. Takuya thinks to himself that hearing those words made him feel happy regardless. Amain whispers to her friend, questioning if she is sure about the friendship excuse. Marin loudly insists it is true, while Takuya is moved by the fact that someone told him they like him for the first time in his life. The fireworks continue to boom, masking the group's light-hearted bickering. Marin tells Amain she likes her too, while Amain tells her to stop being weird. Takuya stands between them, enjoying the end of his summer. At a later date, Kakeru stands outside the game field arcade. He is the third son of the Ajichi family. Kakeru checks his phone, waiting for Seiyu to arrive for their planned meeting at the mall. He admits to himself that he has not been able to stop thinking about her since their trip to the beach. Kakeru resolves to crush Seiyu in a rematch to avenge his previous loss as she arrives and apologizes for making him wait. Kakeru is shocked to see Seiyu walking up with his younger brother Hibiki. Seiyu casually greets him as Hibiki stares in surprise. The two brothers confront each other, demanding to know why the other is there when they both claim to be going out to play. Seiyu tells them they should be grateful she came at all. Seiyu explains with a bored expression that she was the one who arranged for them all to meet up together. It turns out that both Kakeru and Hibiki secretly contacted Seiyu for an individual date without coordinating with each other. Seiyu simply combined the two requests into a single outing while she was busy at home. Kakeru and Hibiki begin bickering, with Hibiki calling Kakeru sneaky and unmanly for keeping his plans a secret. Kakeru retorts that Hibiki should have said something too, while they trade insults about hairstyles and a stolen necklace. As the brothers continue to argue, Seiyu wonders if they are on bad terms and asks if she can just go home. They ignore her, deciding to settle their rivalry with a shooting game where the loser has to leave immediately. Seiyu admits she was actually looking forward to hanging out with both of them and wonders what she should do now. Kakeru and Hibiki look at her coldly and tell her that it's just too bad. Hibiki eventually calls a truce for the day, admitting he doesn't actually hate his brother that much. Seiyu is excited to start their activities while a distant Takuya sneezes somewhere else. Kakeru and Hibiki arrive back at their apartment later that evening and announce their return. Kotoko greets them from the kitchen while holding a spatula, surprised to see them home together. Kotoko questions why they are together since they left separately and tells them they should spend more time with girls instead of each other. The boys try to explain that they actually were hanging out with a girl. Kotoko's eyes light up with excitement as she begs for more details about their day. The boys find her sudden interest to be a complete drag. Kotoko teases her brothers, asking which one of them actually had the date with Seiyu-chan. They both stay silent and tell her to stop nagging as she realizes they both went out with her. Kotoko keeps pestering the boys to find out who Seiyu actually went on a date with. Kakeru shouts back, wondering why she is making such a big deal out of it. Kotoko laughs and says she just had a hunch. Kakeru and Hibiki admit at the same time that both of them were on the date. Kotoko is left completely speechless by the revelation. The brothers start yelling at each other about how they should have communicated so they could have gone separately. Kotoko shrugs and tells them that as long as they had fun, it doesn't matter who else was there. Kakeru is still flustered by the idea that it was considered a date. Amain asks Seiyu how her date with the Ajichi brothers went. Meanwhile, Kotoko continues to find the situation hilarious, thinking about how weird a three-person date must be. Seiyu looks at her sister with a blank expression and questions whether it even counted as a real date. Seiyu explains that a date should be romantic and involve only two people. Amain smiles and remarks that Seiyu is a bit of a romantic maiden at heart. She notes that everyone has different standards for what qualifies as a date and wonders if the boys saw it differently. Seiyu shrugs and claims that love is far too early for elementary schoolers like them. She remarks on how popularity at that age is just based on things like being fast at running, leaving Amain looking a bit flustered. A group chat exists between Kotoko, Amain, and Takuya. Each of them is seen looking at their phones and engaging with the D conversation. Takuya reads a message about the brothers going to the arcade with Seiyu and finds it unexpected since they were fighting at the barbecue. He realizes Amain was completely oblivious to the boys' rivalry. Takuya laughs as he realizes the group was actually 3 people. He thinks the story of being invited separately but ending up together sounds very familiar. Kotoko explains in the chat that both her brothers invited Seiyu, but they all ended up hanging out together in the end. She says Seiyu summed it up by thinking the invitations were the same thing. Takuya responds that he understands. Kotoko mentions that her brothers clearly think of Seiyu fondly despite being young. She notes that they haven't stopped talking about Seiyu since they got home, even though they are mostly complaining. She suspects they are still hiding their true feelings. Kotoko posts that inviting someone on a date definitely means you like them. Amain agrees completely with a helpful diagram. Takuya thinks to himself about how much girls enjoy talking about romance and ponders the idea that an invitation equals affection. Everyone is lost in their own thoughts while preparing for bed. Amain wonders if she was too assertive with her own invitation, while Takuya is struck by the realization that both boys invited Seiyu separately. The group jokes that things might not necessarily be a certain way, but it is very likely. They decide that likely is the catchphrase for their summer. Seiyu hits a massive jackpot on a coin game at the arcade, leaving Kakeru and Hibiki staring in wide-eyed shock at the piles of coins spilling out of the machine. Amain stands outside a building with a pensive expression, reflecting on the fact that there are only a few days left of summer vacation. Inside a church building, a professional crew is busy setting up lighting equipment and umbrellas for a short-term photography job. Amain waits in the hallway and looks at her phone until a staff member tells her it's okay to wait inside. She politely declines just as someone calls her name from the entrance. Takuya arrives and greets Amain with a polite bow, apologizing for the sudden invitation. Amain sparkles with excitement and is clearly relieved that he was able to come. Takuya asks what exactly he will be helping with. Amain explains that her mother asked her to model for a magazine feature and told her to bring a guy along. Takuya is stunned to learn that he is expected to be a model in a church of all places. Takuya panics and insists that modeling is impossible for him, but Amain reassures him that the photo will only feature his hands. She admits that he is the only male friend she could think of calling for the job, which leaves him feeling cornered. Takuya decides to help just this one time despite feeling like Amain is playing dirty by being so vulnerable. A woman's voice suddenly asks if he is Takuya. A woman introduces herself as Amain Tamaki, Amain's mother and a hair and makeup artist. Takuya bows deeply and is impressed by her cool beauty, noting how much she resembles her daughter. The mother suddenly hugs Amain and excitedly declares it's time for her makeup, promising to make her the cutest in the world. Amain is mortified and begs her mother to stop acting that way in front of people. Takuya is frozen in shock as he realizes that the mother's personality is actually nothing like her daughter's. Amain pushes her mother into the makeup room and tells her to just get to work. Takuya realizes why Amain and Marin get along so well, seeing that the mother's high-energy personality is actually very similar to Marin's. Amain's mother directs Takuya to follow a staff member to another room for a costume fitting, while she begins working on her daughter. While preparing her daughter, the mother begins to reminisce about how she and Amain's father have been together since high school. Amain looks annoyed, mentioning she has heard that story 100 times already. The mother continues to apply makeup to Amain's face, while suggesting that her own high school romance serves as a meaningful example for Amain's current situation. Amain's mother leans in and suggests that she and Takuya could potentially start a romantic relationship. Amain is completely caught off guard and shouts in surprise at the unexpected comment. Amain insists that she isn't interested in romance despite getting along well with Takuya. Her mother mentions a superstition about wedding dresses delaying a real marriage and says she felt slightly guilty about the job, but Amain dismisses the concern entirely. The mother continues to tease Amain, imagining how Takuya will react to her finished look and suggesting it might speed up their relationship. Amain retorts that Takuya cares more about Kuruman than her, while her mother praises the magic of her own makeup skills. Inside the church, the photography crew continues to set up their equipment. Takuya remains lost in thought, wondering how he should handle the situation. Takuya stands in a formal white tuxedo and feels completely out of place. He worries about having to wear such fancy clothes just for a hand modeling job, but he follows the staff's instructions to enter the main hall. Amain enters the chapel dressed in a full white wedding gown and a flowered veil. She looks beautiful but maintains a very serious and slightly stiff expression. Takuya stands in his tuxedo and stares at Amain, looking stunned and speechless. The pair stands facing each other in the middle of the church in total silence. Amain eventually breaks the tension by asking him to say something, prompting a flustered Takuya to start stammering and apologizing. The photographer prepares to take some initial shots and tells the couple to just relax and get used to being on camera. Amain's mother watches them from a distance. As they attempt to pose, both Amain and Takuya appear incredibly stiff and unnatural. Amain clenches her hand with a forced smile while her mother observes how uncomfortable they look. The mother calls the two overpromising to show them something nice to help them loosen up. While Amain admits her lack of experience with professional photos, Takuya realizes that her mother is a true professional who understands how to manage facial expressions. The mother displays a tablet showing a funny photo of a 3-year-old, Amain, sleeping in a very awkward position. Amain is horrified and shouts in protest at her mother for sharing the embarrassing image. The mother shows another photo of a 7-year-old Amain jumping with joy over a birthday present. Amain frantically tells Takuya not to laugh as he blushes and tries to hide his smile. Takuya begins to analyze the photos, suggesting that the dynamic energy in them might be related to Amain's excellent motor skills. Amain snaps at him to stop analyzing her childhood pictures while her mother giggles nearby. Takuya turns to Amain and asks if she feels more relaxed now. Amain looks up at him with a startled and wide-eyed expression. Amain's mother explains that photos are meant to capture the unique atmosphere of a moment. She encourages the pair to keep that in mind and have fun with the theme of happiness. She privately reflects on how the girl used to be called Iron Mask because of her lack of expression. Takuya and Amain suddenly realize that her real motive was simply an excuse to show off the childhood pictures. The mother notes with satisfaction that Amain has finally started to show much warmer expressions. She expresses how happy this makes her while Amain poses with a gentle smile in her wedding gown. The photography session officially comes to an end for the day. Amain is surprised that the shoot is already over. Her mother enthusiastically tells them both that they did a great job and performed very well. Amain's mother offers to show Takuya more photos, describing one where a young Amain is proudly showing off a snot balloon. Amain frantically tells her to stop, but Takuya is intrigued and asks if she will release a best selection album of the photos. To Amain's horror, her mother readily agrees to the idea. Back at home, Takuya looks at his July calendar with a happy smile. He is deeply moved by the fact that he was actually able to make summer vacation plans with friends. Kotoko places her homework in the center of her desk, so she won't forget it. She resolves to do a little bit of work every day starting the next morning to ensure she isn't rushing to finish everything on the final day. Marin finishes her planned portion of work for the day and feels satisfied. She decides to create a formal schedule to plan exactly what and how much she needs to accomplish each day. Takuya is hit by a massive wave of creative inspiration following the fan convention and spends his time drawing on a tablet. He decides to ignore his homework for now, promising himself that he will finish everything at once tomorrow when he feels refreshed. Amain lies on the floor and gets completely lost in reading a manga. She thinks the work is a masterpiece and reflects on how amazing self-published books can be. Marin visits her grandmother's house in the countryside and enjoys eating sweet watermelon. She spends the day happily relaxing with the younger children. Takuya is suddenly struck by the realization that he completely forgot about a book report and a geography test scheduled for right after the break. He panics, realizing he has done absolutely nothing to prepare. Kotoko calls Takuya to discuss the homework, but finds that he is far too busy and stressed to talk. She hangs up looking dejected and lonely as she sits at her own table. Amane's mother remarks on how Takuya seems to be in a lot of trouble. She notes that despite everyone claiming they would finish their work early every time they met, they are all now struggling as the deadline approaches. Takuya stares off into space with a completely blank and traumatized expression, unable to process the amount of work he has left. Amane breaks down in tears while trying to finish her work at the table. Her mother maintains a strict rule of no snacks until the work is done, sitting right in front of her daughter and eating a slice of cake. Marin mentions she has only 1 page of modern history homework left and plans to finish it by the end of the day. Her friend remarks that Kotoko is amazing for being so close to done, admitting that she hasn't even started her own assignments yet. School officially resumes for the new semester. Takuya and Amane look completely drained, complaining that the morning sun is painful for their tired eyes. Someone tells them they both did a great job just managing to finish everything. Amane updates the best selection album with a new professional photograph. The image shows her and Takuya posing together in their wedding and tuxedo outfits from the magazine shoot. As the second semester begins, Marin jokingly pretends to be the mechanical pencil police. She approaches Takuya and announces she is there to confiscate his pencil, teasing him for probably forgetting all about it during the break. Takuya jokingly asks if her actions are an abuse of authority. Marin claims it is part of her job duties, but then points out that today will be the last time she borrows things from him. Takuya is confused and asks why that would be the case. Marin reminds him that the class is scheduled to change seats later that afternoon. Takuya is shocked because he was so preoccupied with the series of tests happening right after the break that the seat change completely slipped his mind. The teacher begins the process of drawing lots for the new seating arrangement, starting from the side of the room near the window. He instructs the students to remain in their current spots and not move any desks until every single person has finished drawing their slip. Marin celebrates getting a window seat again and asks Takuya where he ended up. He explains that his new spot is in the back row in the center. Marin gets overly dramatic about their separation, acting like a caring grandmother and giving him candy to take to his new desk. The classroom erupts into chaos as students begin dragging their desks to their new positions. Takuya watches the excitement, overhearing that Kotoko is by the window again and noticing that everyone is curious about where Amane will be sitting. Takuya reflects on how fortunate he was that his original seat was right behind Kotoko. He realizes that if he hadn't been sitting there, the two of them likely would never have become friends, and he feels a deep sense of gratitude for that luck. Takuya locates his new assigned desk in the 3rd row from the corridor at the very back of the room. He stops when he reaches the spot and lets out a gasp of surprise. Amane takes her new seat and turns around to see who is behind her. She lets out a soft exclamation of recognition when she sees Takuya standing there. Takuya is thrilled by his incredible luck in the lottery. Amane notes that after spending the first semester behind Kotoko, he is now sitting directly behind her. Meanwhile, Marin sits far away and looks sullen about being separated from the group. Takuya soon discovers that Amane is actually quite bad at schoolwork. She leans over her desk to look at Takuya's notes, confused about what he is solving and asking if the class has already moved on to a section of classical Japanese they haven't studied yet. Takuya asks if she sleeps through every subject except modern Japanese. Amane admits that classical Japanese feels like a magic spell that makes her sleepy and tells him not to pity her. Later during lunch break, a member of the baseball team named Seo suddenly appears and interrupts them. Seo asks Takuya directly if he is friends with Amane-san. Takuya is startled by the unexpected question. Seo explains that he finds it impressive how Takuya talks to her without being intimidated. He notes that while Kotoko is approachable, Amane has a cool and somewhat scary reputation that makes it rare for girls to speak so openly with guys. Takuya nervously wonders if their interactions really give off that impression to others. Takuya stammers that they just happen to click well. Seo is intrigued and asks if that means Amane is also an otaku. Seo's friend thinks it is impossible for a cool beauty like Amane to be into such things. Takuya glances toward her and is met with a sharp, piercing look that makes him break out in a cold sweat. Takuya senses an intense pressure from Amane, realizing she desperately wants him to deny the claim that she is an otaku. Takuya quickly clarifies that he only has anime interests with Amane's younger sister. He tells the boys that Amane herself has zero interest in the subject. Sio's friend recalls how she sometimes makes strange outbursts, but Takuya remains focused on maintaining their cover. Amain gives Takuya a subtle thumbs up, looking completely satisfied with the explanation he provided to the other boys. Sio and his friend leave for their elective classes as Takuya breathes a sigh of relief for not having to go into more detail. He feels a bit saddened by the thought of losing their little secret, though he notes she probably could not have kept up the act forever. Amain rests her head on her hand with a sigh, and when Takuya asks about her expression, she insists it is nothing. A girl calls out to Kotoko from the hallway, wanting to talk for a moment. Kotoko's popularity is noted as she turns toward the door. A couple stands in the hallway asking if Kotoko and someone else finally got together yesterday. Kotoko enthusiastically congratulates them instead and thanks them for their help. The girl asks Kotoko if she has responded to a recent confession from Sato in Class D. Kotoko explains that she turned him down politely because she did not feel a romantic connection with him. Kotoko is shocked when the girl labels the guy as a confession devil. The girl explains that the guy is not bad, but he is very spontaneous and confesses as soon as he finds someone interesting. Kotoko listens with a look of disbelief. The couple bids Kotoko farewell, wishing her happiness and suggesting a double date once she gets a boyfriend. Kotoko playfully sticks her tongue out as they leave. She privately thinks about wanting a nice guy while recalling the fireworks festival and dismissing Takuya's previous words as just friendship. Kotoko wonders if things will remain normal between her and Takuya at school, despite her feelings. Her thoughts are interrupted when Takuya suddenly calls out to her, causing her to jump in total shock. Takuya asks Kotoko for help with a math part he doesn't understand and apologizes for startling her. Kotoko's heart pounds as she wonders to herself if he missed her already. Kotoko agrees to help and looks over the workbook. Takuya is impressed by her explanation and thanks her for being such a big help. Kotoko tries to act modest about the praise. Takuya smiles and says Kotoko is truly reliable. She is caught off guard by his words and wishes she could have stayed by his side. Kotoko thinks Takuya is a flirting devil. Amain looks on from her desk and labels him a slacker or procrastination devil instead. Takuya appears suddenly and groans near Kotoko's desk after a classmate named Sio finishes visiting her. He startles Kotoko and asks her for help with his English studies. Takuya admits he feels lonely being further away and was waiting for a moment when Kotoko was alone to talk to her. He asks for help with grammar, and Kotoko tries to convince herself he isn't flirting with her. Kotoko puts on her glasses and watches Takuya while he speaks. She feels excited and wants to tease him to make his heart skip, noting that lately she has been the one getting flustered. Kotoko looks down at her English workbook. The bell rings for the start of class. Takuya tells Kotoko she was a big help and heads back to his desk while she says goodbye. The teacher tells the class to continue from page 104. Takuya notices a sticky note inside his workbook while Kotoko watches him from her seat with a smile. Takuya looks down at the page and feels his heart start to race. Takuya turns around quickly to look at Kotoko, but she is busy staring out the window. Takuya covers his face in embarrassment while sitting at his desk. Behind him, Kotoko grins and makes a heart gesture with her fingers. A sticky note inside the workbook shows the words "I love you" crossed out and replaced with a large like in bold letters. Kotoko whispers to Amain that Takuya is definitely a flirting devil. Takuya shouts from his desk demanding to know what they are talking about. Takuya wonders about the seat change. Whenever Sio steps out, the scene shifts. His seat gets taken by Ajichi. The girls are at a desk. The girl says no, please stay as you are. Amain asks if Takuya wants to sit. Kotoko agrees it feels bad to keep him standing. Amain offers Takuya her seat. The other girl is thinking Ajichi seems more confident lately. The girl asks if they both understand. The biggest event of the second term is coming. It's a fun event starting with S and ending with L. The school festival is coming. The girl thought so too. It's the 7th anniversary project for the Kuraman series. The school festival lasts 2 days. On the first day, each class runs booths and performances. On the second day, they can participate in clubs or committees of their choice. They should go around and check out the other classes' performances. Amain is saying it's warm. Takuya is looking down at the desk. Takuya feels embarrassed. He asks if his face is red. Takuya lost strength in 5 seconds. He has to play it cool. He can't help being conscious of the warmth. When Ajichi takes the seat, a scene is shown. Sometimes it becomes a girls' meeting. The girls are at a desk. Fireworks are set off at the end of the second festival day. They know about the after-party rumors. Seo Takuya walks away coolly. They'll find happiness together. There's a superstition that if a boy and a girl watch those fireworks together while holding hands, the girl says what? The misuse police are on duty? Superstition is a term used for negative rumors. Amain thinks about how the school festival after-party will attract many couples. She decides that casually holding hands is out of the question and insists she has no plans to hold anyone's hand. Kotoko warns Amain that someone might suddenly force her to hold hands. Amain imagines herself wrapped up like a mummy saying no and wonders if a situation like that would even count as holding hands. Marin and Takuya nod in agreement with Kotoko's warning. Marin comments on how exciting and youthful the school festival feels even if the legend is just a rumor. Amain asks if the after-party is mandatory, and Kotoko notes that while it is not compulsory, most students attend. Meanwhile, Takuya realizes he stayed too long and runs through the school hallway as the bells chime. Takuya appears in a romantic daydream asking Kotoko to join him on the roof while offering his hand to Amain and promising to stay by her side. A pair of detailed eyes watch the scene at the bottom. Both Amain and Kotoko get excited over their romantic daydreams. A narrative box notes that they are at an age where people naturally dream about such romantic scenarios. The class representative stands at the front of the classroom and announces that they will be deciding on their festival booth. He forcefully declares that the decision is already made and they will definitely be running a food stall. The class rep shouts about making the stall a success while the rest of the students cheer behind him. Amain is put off by the intense energy, wondering what success even means in this context, and Takuya suggests it might just be about making high sales. Takuya realizes the secret reason why Class 1 is so unified, but decides he cannot this information with Amain and Kotoko. Takuya understands that for the rest of the class, success means finally seeing the two school idols in cosplay outfits. Amain and Kotoko sit together looking confused as the class' true goal looms over them. Takuya notes that having two school idols in the same class has focused everyone's high expectations on them. He worries that the class won't let such a chance to use their beauty go to waste on a boring booth. The class representative asks for everyone to raise their hands and their best cosplay ideas. He makes it clear that they are only considering cosplay-themed options, and the entire class enthusiastically agrees. The students begin shouting out different ideas for what the girls should wear. They suggest everything from maid outfits and nurses to police officers, and even cross-dressing as waiters. A group of excited students crowds around Amain, calling her by a respectful title and demanding to know which of the costume options she likes best. Amain is baffled and flatly states that she won't be wearing any of the suggested costumes. Kotoko, however, is much more enthusiastic, saying she wants to try them all and suggests that a maid cafe theme is the best fit for their stall. The class considers Kotoko's approval a victory, but notes they only have Amain left to convince. Amain wonders why the entire class has started crying, and Takuya reflects on how much effort everyone is putting in. Kotoko excitedly suggests that she and Amain should wear maid outfits together. The classroom erupts into cheers for both girls while Takuya watches the scene with a blank expression. Amain agrees that a maid cafe is fine, but proposes staying behind the scenes so she doesn't have to wear the outfit. The other students protest, arguing that the other classes would be disappointed if she were hidden away. Marin approaches Amain from behind with a mischievous look. Marin leans in and whispers to Amain that Takuya probably wants to see her in the outfit too. Amain lets out a long sigh and looks annoyed by the suggestion. Takuya stands by looking confused as Marin continues to tease Amain about how much he liked their swimsuits and yukatas. Amain firmly refuses to wear a maid outfit regardless of Takuya's potential feelings. Amain wonders why the girls are always the only ones expected to dress up, pointing out that Takuya didn't even wear a yukata to the festival. She pulls Kotoko aside to whisper a secret plan while Takuya looks on suspiciously. Amain finally agrees to wear a costume on the condition that the entire class participates. Kotoko enthusiastically announces that they will turn the stall into a full cosplay cafe where every single staff member has to dress up as something. The class representative is fully on board with the idea, promising that the class will do whatever it takes if the two girls agree to cosplay. The other students are excited, comparing the idea to a Halloween event and thinking about outfits they have always wanted to try. Takuya is impressed by how smoothly the girls negotiated the new terms. He wonders what exactly Amain means by everyone having to participate while she and Kotoko walk away. Kotoko and Amain turn back toward Takuya with confident smiles. They ask him directly if he is okay with the new plan as well. Takuya realizes he has no way to say no to them. The class celebrates the official decision for the cosplay cafe while Takuya breaks out in a nervous sweat over the implications. A few days later, the girls hold a private meeting to practice their presentation. A friend takes photos of Amain and Kotoko with a smartphone while giving them specific instructions on how to pose and squat for the best effect. The school enters a 2-week preparation period for the festival where the final class periods are replaced with planning. The class representative explains the division of labor while Amain and Kotoko check their updated schedules. A friend brings over a catalog and explains that the class budget will be used to buy the more difficult outfits. Amain and Kotoko look through the pages wondering if making maid outfits from scratch is an impossible task. Amain spots a picture of Miss Luna, an attack-type Kurumin character known for devouring prey with her tentacle tail. She realizes that she could potentially pull off a cosplay of that specific character. Amain imagines herself in a blonde wig and a bunny suit with a tentacle tail, deciding the look is feasible to craft. Her friend remarks that bunny outfits are cute, but might reveal too much skin for a school event, while Amain privately worries she lacks the curves to fill out the costume. Amain realizes that Lord Earth is the perfect counterpart to Miss Luna. She thinks a ready-made bartender outfit would be cool and show less skin, though she wonders how to handle the headpiece. Kotoko and her friend agree that a teacher would likely scold them for it, though they like the idea. Amain questions if wearing a headpiece is acceptable and shocks Kotoko by declaring that she will be the one to wear it. Amain's friend frantically protests, claiming that hiding such a beautiful face should be illegal. Amain remains indifferent, privately worrying that being too into Kurumin will get her labeled as an otaku. She turns to Seo and asks what he plans to do with the wire he is holding. Seo explains that he is building a framework for a globe. A classmate wonders if he is planning to dress up as a comedian. Amain suddenly envisions Lord Earth in his full costume, realizing the potential for the globe design. Amain snaps her fingers and points directly at Seo, demanding to know if he needs the wire. Seo is completely caught off guard by her sudden intensity. Kotoko looks at large panels and asks what they are for, and the boys explain that they are meant to be dividers for the classroom. The group plans to partition off a third of the classroom as a staff area. They realize this space could also serve as a private changing room for the girls. Kotoko is impressed by the convenient setup and thanks the boys for their hard work. One of the boys modestly brushes off the praise. Misaki lands a hard slap on Ijichi's back and tells him not to go soft just because Kotoko is around. Ijichi and Misaki begin shouting at each other, trading insults about being sappy and pathetic while insisting they are only looking at one another. Kotoko watches the couple, wondering why they fight so much despite being so close. A friend admits she understands Misaki's jealousy and would be annoyed too if her boyfriend chatted with other girls. The group teases Kotoko about romance, but she quickly tells them to hush. When asked if she has a crush on anyone like a popular senior, Kotoko firmly insists she isn't interested in anyone. Amain steals a quiet glance at Takuya while he works nearby. Amain tries to convince herself that her interest in Takuya is just a parental sort of concern. A nearby classmate mentions that she needs a pair of scissors. Tatsumi asks for scissors or a cutter, but no one nearby has any. Takuya nervously steps forward and offers her his own. Amain is surprised to see him offering help entirely on his own initiative. Tatsumi thanks Seo and takes the scissors, complimenting his craftiness and asking what he is making. Seo gets flustered and dismisses the praise, claiming he is nothing special. Tatsumi smiles and thanks him again as she turns away. Amain watches the exchange in silence. A nearby classmate giggles and finds Seo's shy reaction to the praise funny. Amain begins snapping her fingers repeatedly near Seo's head. He is startled and asks if she is following some new trend. The class rep and the secretary present their price list for the cosplay cafe to the team leaders. They ask everyone to check the figures they decided on. Kotoko stands by Amain while the leaders of the props and accessories teams look over the documents. Kotoko leans on Amain and expresses her relief at having such a capable planning committee. They review the final list of items for sale, noting the challenge of making sure their booth doesn't overlap with what other classes are offering. The group is stunned when they see the menu prices, which list drinks at 700 yen and snacks at 500 yen. They ask if it's too expensive, but the secretary explains that the rates are based on actual maid cafe research. The rep and secretary justify the high costs by pointing out that the budget is focused on high-quality costumes and souvenirs. They explain that since there is no entry fee, the pricing is fair for the extra atmosphere they are creating. The planning committee explains that Amane and Kotoko will be scheduled at different times, so visitors have to return to see both of them. Amane and Kotoko look overwhelmed and express their desire for lower prices and a more relaxed environment since they have no work experience. The rep insists that people will pay specifically to see the two girls. He claims that even 1,000,000 yen wouldn't be enough to see both of their cosplays at once. Kotoko and Amane look at him with flat expressions as he laughs. Kotoko and Amane stand together in silence, reflecting on their previous appearances in yukatas and swimsuits. A girl wonders if swimsuits would make the price go up, while the group begins jokingly bidding higher prices for their outfits. The rep dons a hat and sunglasses, claiming bikinis are worth 50 million yen. Another classmate shouts that an oil tycoon would pay 1 billion. The classroom erupts into laughter as they jokingly decide on a cosmic menu price of 1 billion yen for a swimsuit and yukata set. Amane and Kotoko smile at the absurdity of the suggestion. Seo shouts in disbelief, calling the billion-yen price tag a form of extortion. Kotoko and Amane stand together while their friend grins behind them. With only 5 days left until the festival, Seo realizes he hasn't made any progress on his own cosplay due to stall preparations. He decides to take his work home to finish it. Kotoko watches him from across the room. Students begin heading home after a long day of planning. Seo walks out of the school gates alone, unaware that Kotoko is following a short distance behind him. Ijichi calls out to Seo as he prepares to head home, asking if he intends to finish the festival outfits there. She explains that she also brought some smaller components to work on in her own time. Seo stops and turns back to listen to her. Ijichi asks Seo if he wants to work on their projects together. Seo is immediately energized by the suggestion and enthusiastically agrees to the idea. A narrative note explains that Seo had been feeling lonely during the festival preparations because he was separated from Amane and Ijichi. Ijichi notices how eager he is and asks if the idea really makes him that happy. Seo tries to act casual and mumbles an awkward reply. Ijichi reveals she has a secret plan and holds up a metal key. She considers going to a karaoke room but decides she would just end up singing, and her own home is currently overrun by her younger siblings. Ijichi leads Seo to a modern apartment belonging to Genichiro. Seo is hesitant about entering someone else's residence so suddenly, but Ijichi assures him that it is perfectly fine. Ijichi mentions that she often stays at the apartment for a change of scenery and confirms she just messaged the owner for permission. Seo enters the room and realizes the gravity of the situation as he finds himself alone with her in an adult space. Ijichi sits down on the carpet and beckons Seo to join her. Seo begins to panic, internally wondering if he is really alone in an unfamiliar apartment with a girl. Ijichi tries to lift a heavy dumbbell and jokes about her own lack of strength. Seo feels a strange sense of relief from the owner's imposing presence in the room, but continues to struggle with his internal anxiety. Seo reflects on the previously mentioned billion-yen price tag for seeing the girls in costume. Looking at Amane and Kotoko's photos, he wonders if even that massive amount is enough to cover the current situation. Seo worries that the situation is getting risky while Ijichi suggests putting on some music. They settle on the floor and begin working on the props together. Ijichi pauses and looks at Seo, sensing something is wrong. Ijichi asks Seo if he is getting nervous because they are alone. Seo frantically denies the suggestion, claiming he is perfectly calm despite his racing heart. Ijichi admits that she is actually very happy to be there. She explains that the division of labor between the boys and girls at school has prevented them from having much of a chance to talk lately. Seo notes that from his perspective, it seemed like Ijichi was having a lot of fun during the regular class preparations. Seo confesses that he was also feeling lonely and is happy that they can work together now. Ijichi laughs and playfully accuses him of teasing her again. Ijichi looks down with a gentle smile. She concludes that she is glad to hear that Seo is happy about the arrangement as well, A doorbell interrupts the conversation and Ejichi opens the door to announce Amane's arrival. Amane apologizes for being late and steps into the apartment. Seo is surprised to see her, noting that she joined them as well. Seo feels a sense of relief that he is no longer alone with Ejichi, as it makes him less self-conscious. Amane mentions it is her first time visiting her brother's place, while Ejichi teases her for entering like a burglar. The group settles on the floor to continue their work. Ejichi shows Amane the items, mentioning that she had Seo supervise the process. Amane is impressed by the handmade coasters and asks Seo if he was the one who drew a specific patch. Seo realizes that having both girls there has significantly increased the pressure. A narrative box notes that he has no time to relax, as he wonders to himself if the situation is actually getting more difficult. Seo announces that he has finished the headpiece for Lord Earth, the ruler of the galaxy. Amane is amazed by the quality of the prop. Ejichi tells Seo to go and change into the full outfit so she can take a photo, and he nervously agrees. Seo emerges wearing the full bartender-style outfit and the globe head, striking a dramatic pose and reciting a line from the series. Amane praises his voice acting, while Ejichi notes how much he enjoys the role. Amane then asks if she can try on the costume as well, and Seo encourages her to go ahead. Amane begins to help Seo out of the costume, but her hands slide across his body, causing him to jump in shock. Ejichi playfully calls Amane a pervert, while Seo frantically tries to cover himself, insisting he is only trying to handle the Lord Earth prop with the proper respect. Seo points Amane toward a changing room where the rest of the costume is kept. Inside, Amane looks at the globe head with a serious expression. Outside, Seo tries to convince himself that he isn't having any indecent thoughts about the situation. Amane puts on the headpiece and realizes that it is surprisingly tight inside. She becomes flustered when she realizes that her mouth is touching the same spot where Seo's mouth just was. Outside, Seo continues to smile, unaware of her inner turmoil. Amane feels like the outfit smells like Seo and imagines his arms wrapped around her. Meanwhile, Seo and Ejichi wait for her to come out, placing bets on which iconic line she will use for her entrance. The door creaks open slightly as Amane peeks out with a downcast and embarrassed look. She tells the others to never mind and stays partially hidden behind the door. Ejichi asks if something is wrong or if there is a part of the costume she dislikes. Amane quickly makes an excuse, claiming she is just afraid of damaging such a well-made item. Seo tells them both to get back to work, while Amane quietly sniffs her own sleeve, noticing the lingering scent. Seo notices Amane's reaction and blushes, asking if the costume smelled bad. Amane frantically waves her hands and denies it, while her heart begins to pound. The chapter ends with their mutual embarrassment. A montage shows the group's continued efforts on various festival props. Seo tries on a hula skirt and carries a welcome sign for a photo, while later he and Ejichi examine patterned fabrics. Finally, Seo shows off small, finished accessories to a curious Amane. A close-up shows the completed row of handmade coasters laid out on the table. Ejichi remarks that they managed to make a significant amount of progress on their tasks. Amane works on a prop chain while mentioning she wishes they had a little more time to continue. Seo agrees with her as he focuses on his own task at the table. The group notices it has already gotten dark outside. Amane sighs that she was just finally getting into a good rhythm. Seo suggests they should leave soon since Ejichi's brother will be returning shortly. Ejichi pauses at the window, realizing that tomorrow is a day off and the festival is approaching. Ejichi suddenly turns around with a wide grin and suggests they should just have a sleepover. The proposal leaves both Amane and Seo staring at her in complete shock. Ejichi explains the logistics, noting the apartment has extra futons and clothes. She suggests Amane can sleep with her in the living room while Seo the bed with her brother in the bedroom. Seo panics at the improper suggestion of students staying overnight together, while Amane notes it is still a man's house. Seo looks at Amane and realizes that despite the awkwardness, she seems incredibly excited about the idea of a sleepover. Ejichi playfully hugs Amane and tells her that her facial expression is giving her true feelings away. She promises Amane that the experience will definitely be a lot of fun. The two girls hold hands and decide to go through with the plan since they still have a lot of work to finish. Ejichi offers to ask her brother for permission while Seo remains stunned by the rapidly escalating situation. Ejichi's brother Genichiro arrives home and looks at his phone. He sees the message and asks the group directly if they really want to stay over. Genichiro notes that they should have headed home before it got so dark. He admits that as they are high school students, he would normally have to say no, but he trails off as the group waits for his final word. Genichiro rubs his face and grants permission just for tonight. He insists that Amain and Seo get their parents' approval first and offers to speak to them if they are worried. The pair is overjoyed and thanks him profusely. The group begins making the necessary phone calls to their homes. Seo explains the situation to his mother while the girls wait nearby. Seo thanks Genichiro for speaking with his mother, who was quite surprised by the request. Genichiro asks if Seo has always wanted to do something like this, and Seo admits he has never actually had a sleepover with friends before. Genichiro puts on his glasses and mentions that Kotoko told him about the current festival period. He places a hand on Seo's shoulder and tells him that having such experiences while he is still young is very important. Genichiro bursts out laughing and tells Seo that with him present, nothing weird can possibly happen between the students. Seo frantically waves his hands and insists that he wasn't planning on anything like that. Amain successfully gets permission from her own parents, and Ejichi excitedly offers to lend her some spare clothes. Genichiro suggests they should order pizza for dinner to celebrate, and the whole group cheers for the upcoming pizza party. Kotoko gleefully captures a group selfie announcing to everyone that their sleepover has officially begun. Seo looks on in surprise while Amain joins in for the photo. Seo worries about the unfinished school festival work, but Amain is too excited about the prospect of playing all night. Kotoko starts brainstorming ideas for fun activities as Genichiro heads into the bedroom to play games, warning the students to keep their noise level down. Genichiro reveals that his logical personality comes from his job as an IT engineer. Seo and Amain observe his casual home attire, noting how different he seems while off the clock. Amain pumps herself up, declaring that they should finally tackle the remaining festival tasks. Seo and Kotoko join her with enthusiastic cheers as they prepare for a long night of preparations. The group enjoys a quick pizza dinner before heading out to a convenience store where Seo is surprised to find they even sell underwear. Later, they lose track of time playing video games, with Kotoko dominating the match, while Seo laments losing all his in-game currency. Seo tries to get everyone back to work but finds Amain and Kotoko lounging lazily on the sofa with a bag of chips. Kotoko claims she was just about to start, but Seo dismisses the comment as a childish excuse. Amain admits she has completely lost her motivation to work and playfully accuses Seo of being a bully for nagging them. She decides they should all take showers to refresh their minds and get their focus back. Amain peeks into the bedroom to tell Genichiro they are borrowing the shower. Busy with his gaming headset on, he tells them to do as they please since he plans to wait until morning for his own turn. Kotoko tries to shove Seo toward the bathroom first, but he insists that the two girls should go ahead of him. His sudden politeness makes the girls suspicious of his motives, forcing Seo to promise he isn't thinking of anything inappropriate. Amain laughs and reveals she was only teasing him about his intentions. She politely asks Seo once more to please take his turn in the shower first. Kotoko clarifies that it would be extremely embarrassing for Seo to enter the shower immediately after the two girls have finished. Seo listens in silence, trying to process her reasoning. Seo's imagination runs wild as he realizes the girls intended to shower together. He stands frozen, completely overwhelmed by the mental image of them in the steam. Seo suddenly sprints toward the bathroom, shouting that he'll go first to escape the awkwardness. The girls label him a pervert as he sits under a cold spray, desperately trying to cool his thoughts. Seo emerges from the bathroom refreshed and wearing a large t-shirt borrowed from Genichiro. Amain immediately clings to Kotoko, suggesting that they should head into the shower together right now. Kotoko wonders if the bathroom will be too cramped for two people at once. Amain reassures her that the space is plenty big enough for both of them to. Amain peeks through the door and warns Seo not to look inside. Seo shouts back that he definitely won't. Kotoko mentions they are leaving him alone for a while, and Seo tells them both to take their time. Amain starts her shower, scrubbing her arms with a sponge and rinsing her long hair as steam fills the room. Kotoko joins in, winking and smiling as she covers herself in thick soap suds. Kotoko says that sleepovers are a lot of fun and that she wants to have another one even after the school festival. Amain suggests they stay at her place next time and really heat up the bath, though Kotoko jokes that it sounds like it would be expensive. In the living room, Seo tries to focus on his work, but finds himself distracted by the sound of the girls' excited shouting and laughter coming from the bathroom. Seo's mind starts to wander as he thinks about two girls being alone together in the bath. He reminds himself that he is just a healthy high school boy and wonders what kind of things could be happening in there. Seo imagines the two girls being overly affectionate and complimenting each other's looks while they wash. He stares blankly at the floor while his face turns bright red from the mental image. In reality, the girls start a minor argument over the shower head because the water is too cold. Outside, Seo shouts at himself to focus on the festival preparations and tries to ignore the fact that his thoughts are turning inappropriate. Seo desperately cleans the globe prop to clear his mind of worldly thoughts as he waits. Eventually, the girls announce that they are finally finished and heading out. Amain and Kotoko walk out of the bathroom looking refreshed and steamy, wearing their pajamas and towels. Amain apologizes for the long wait. Kotoko points to their matching bun hairstyles and asks Seo if he thinks they look cute. Seo is completely stunned and feels his heart start to pound against his chest. Seo manages to stammer out that they both look really good. Kotoko looks back at him questioningly and wonders why he is acting so flustered. Seo notes that they give off a completely different vibe than usual with their new hairstyles and clothes. Meanwhile, the girls start discussing a brand of hand cream that smells nice without being sticky. Kotoko tells Seo to stop staring at them so intently. Amain covers her face and admits it is embarrassing to be seen without makeup, especially since it is only the second time it has ever happened. Seo quickly looks away and offers a clumsy apology. Seo asks if makeup is actually allowed at their high school. Amain explains that while it is not explicitly forbidden, many girls wear school-appropriate makeup that doesn't stand out too much. Seo smiles and tells the girls that while they are always cute, they are especially cute without any makeup. Close-up shots show both Amain and Kotoko's eyes widening in shock at the sudden, sincere compliment. The two girls look away with blushing faces, unable to meet Seo's eyes. Kotoko quietly mumbles his name under her breath as an awkward silence settles over the room. Amain admits that the comment is even more troubling because he said it so sincerely, and Kotoko agrees. Seo begins to panic and frantically asks if he said something wrong, explaining that the words just slipped out of his mouth. Kotoko stretches her arms and yawns, mentioning how tired she feels. Amain asks if it's time for them to finally head to bed, and Kotoko teasingly reminds Seo that he will be sleeping right beside Inai tonight. Seo's face goes pale as he wonders if she's actually serious. Genakairo looms over Seo with a dark expression, asking if he has a problem sleeping with him. Seo screams in terror before quickly trying to backpedal, insisting he has actually been looking forward to it. Genakairo flatly tells him that the feeling isn't mutual. The apartment layout shows the designated sleeping spots, with Seo and Genakairo sharing one room while Amain and Kotoko stay together in the living area. The lights finally go out as everyone settles into their positions for the night. In the dark living room, Kotoko calls out to Amain, who asks if she's feeling too restless to sleep. Kotoko sits up with an excited look and says the atmosphere reminds her exactly of a night during a school trip. In the other room, Seo hears the girls whispering through the walls, asking if he's awake and who his crush is. Genakairo suddenly acts like a patrolling teacher and tells them all to go to sleep, causing the girls to duck under their blankets and call his questions too cliché. Genakairo reflects on his own student days, asking the group if they really plan on sleeping during a sleepover. He recalls how everyone used to say that sleeping was for losers and a total waste of time. Amain and Kotoko look at him with realization. Amain and Kotoko lock eyes and point at each other, simultaneously realizing they've reached the same conclusion about what to do next. Kotoko proposes a challenge where the first person to fall asleep has to buy ice cream for everyone. Amain suggests watching a subtitled foreign film in the dark to make it harder, though the others worry that might be too difficult. Seo agrees to join in, thinking it's better than trying to have romantic conversations through a wall. Genakairo leaves the room to let the kids start their marathon, telling them to keep the noise down since it's late. He offers up his streaming subscription for their movie night and tells Seo to pick out a title. Kotoko playfully touches Amain's hair and tells her she looks remarkably similar even without makeup. Amain thinks back to a girl named Kei-chan who used to say the bun hairstyle suited her perfectly. The movie marathon and no sleep challenge officially begins. The trio gathers around the TV in the living room as the clock continues to tick late into the night. Kotoko flops onto the bedding and confidently declares that the match has started. Amain asks Seo if he's feeling confident enough to stay awake, and he firmly insists that he has no intention of falling asleep. Kotoko lies on her stomach and asks Seo who he likes. Seo is caught off guard and shouts back, wondering if they are really going to bring that topic up again. Kotoko promises to keep the answer a secret, while Amain adds that she is curious to know as well. Seo looks on with a deadpan expression as both girls focus their full attention on him. A noir film plays on the television while Kotoko pressures Seo to name any girl from their class. Seo clears his throat and explains that there are only 2 girls in the entire class he is actually comfortable talking to. Amain and Kotoko stare back at Seo with unblinking eyes, waiting for him to finish his thought. Seo finally admits that dating either Ijichi-san or Amain-san would be nice. The 2 girls celebrate with a silent fist bump while Seo turns away in total embarrassment. He realizes he let the girls trick him into saying it out loud. The girls reveal they were only kidding, which makes Seo get competitive. He points a finger at them and declares that he will make them say his name next, limiting their choices to only himself for the question. Amain and Kotoko don't hesitate and state together that they wouldn't choose anyone else but Otaku-kun. Seo is left speechless and blushing while the 2 girls watch him with neutral, unreadable expressions. Amain suggests they break the awkward silence by focusing on the movie, and a flustered Seo quickly agrees. Kotoko laughs and notes that the situation is embarrassing even though it was just a joke. The first movie concludes and Seo mentions that Amain still looks perfectly fine. Amain explains she is a night person who has stayed up until morning watching Kuruman before, though she is surprised he noticed. Amain tells Seo not to casually label her an otaku, even as he gets fired up about not losing the challenge to a fellow fan. She steals a sideways glance at him while he pumps his fists in determination. Kotoko begins to zone out and rub her eyes, leading Amain to ask if she is already starting to fall asleep. Kotoko rubs her face and insists that she isn't sleepy at all. Amain and Seo giggle and exchange smug looks. Seo tells Kotoko not to force herself to stay awake, which only makes her more determined to win. Kotoko gets annoyed by their superior attitude and shouts that she is definitely not sleeping. She vows to take a victory photo of the 2 of them once they eventually fall asleep first. The group settles back into their positions to continue the movie marathon. Kotoko lies back against the sofa cushions while Amain sits upright and Seo remains on the floor mat, all 3 turning their attention back to the screen. The group continues their movie marathon deep into the night. Seo sits on the floor while Amain remains on the sofa, and Kotoko begins to shift her position as the film goes on. The movie continues, and Amain notes that a specific scene was a close call. Seo agrees that the story is very well written. Kotoko lies down on the mat, her energy clearly fading as she watches. Kotoko finally gives in to exhaustion and falls fast asleep on the mat. Seo crawls closer to check on her while Amain leans over the edge of the sofa to observe. Kotoko is out cold, snoring softly with her mouth open. Her phone lies abandoned on the mat beside her, her part in the challenge officially over. Amain observes that Kotoko has retired for the night. Seo smiles and declares that the contest has now become a one-on-one battle between the 2 of them. Seo admits he was in danger of falling asleep too, but has finally passed the critical point of tiredness. He vows not to lose, but Amain mocks him and asks if he really thinks a mere otaku can win against her. A narrative note mentions that their late-night mood has completely failed to create any romantic atmosphere. Seo breaks the silence by asking Amain why she feels the need to hide her otaku hobbies from everyone. Amain sits quietly on the sofa looking toward the window as she considers the question. Amain remains silent for a long moment before looking down at her hands. She mumbles that she has explained it before, her expression turning somber. Amain reflects on her 2nd year of middle school when she first got into Kuruman. She recalls having no one to talk to because all her friends were interested in handsome guys and celebrities. She admits she was afraid of being the odd one out. Amain explains that she tried talking to people who seemed to like anime, but none of them knew Kuruman since it was technically a show for young girls. Seo listens intently and tells her that he understands the feeling. Amain describes her past as a shrunk life where she felt like she had lost many of her true feelings. She notes that the times she actually felt happy were becoming fewer and further between. Seo is surprised to learn that someone who lives in a sparkling world like Amain's could have such deep worries. Amain pulls her knees to her chest and continues her explanation. Amain looks at Seo with a gentle, sincere smile. She tells him that because of everything that has happened recently, she is actually really happy right now. Amain watches the sleeping Kotoko and explains that being with her makes it feel okay to be any version of herself. Seo reflects on how he never imagined he could find someone to get so excited about Kuruman with. Seo admits he feels exactly the same way. He explains that back then he didn't have any friends and was generally very bad at talking to people. Seo admits that talking with Amain and Ajichi is something he really enjoys. Amain agrees quietly. Seo continues mentioning it might sound creepy, but lately he has been thinking about how much their interactions mean to him. Amain smiles and confesses that she feels the same way and is so happy she wishes time would just stop. She suggests taking a photo so they never forget the moment as the clock nears 4 in the morning. Seo and Amain lean in together for a top-down selfie while Ajichi remains fast asleep on the mat between them. The sun rises and birds begin to chirp outside. Genichiro enters the living room yawning and asks the students which of them managed to survive the night without falling asleep. Genichiro finds all 3 students completely wiped out and fast asleep on the floor and sofa, marking a total defeat for their no-sleep challenge. The trio walks home in the morning light to prepare for school. Ajichi jokes about feeling like a delinquent for being out at dawn, while a tired Amain sighs and Seo protests her choice of words. The S High School Festival officially begins with classrooms transformed into themed booths. Class 1 opens its doors to host its highly anticipated cosplay cafe. Seo changes in the restroom and emerges as Lord Earth from Kuruman, wearing a bartender vest and his custom globe head. He is proud of the high quality but worries he might stand out too much. Seo enters the classroom and realizes his concerns were unnecessary. He finds his classmates dressed in various absurd costumes, including a giant banana, a wizard, and a large fish monster. Seo observes that the girls mostly chose classic costumes like nurses and police officers, while the boys preferred gimmicky gags. He starts to worry that his own detailed cosplay might actually look plain in comparison. While Seo adjusts a section of his globe head that feels loose, someone calls out to him and compliments his Lord Earth costume. Ajichi appears in a frilly-made outfit with her hair in twin tails. She smiles brightly and asks Seo if they are on the same morning shift. Seo is completely overwhelmed by her cuteness and stammers out a nervous confirmation. Seo is moved to tears of joy inside his mask, feeling grateful to be in the same class as her. Other students begin gathering around Ajichi to take pictures. Seo peeks through the classroom door and notes how popular Ajichi is. He wonders if customers will still come despite her presence, since the menu prices are a bit high for a school festival. A long line of students stretches down the hallway outside Class 1 as Cosplay Cafe. A sign on the door asks visitors to wait for a moment while the class remains busy inside. Inside the booth, students celebrate their potential for big profits. The class representative stands at the front dressed as a summer vacation concept with a bug net and a large watermelon. He enthusiastically declares his goal to make the 2-day festival a massive success. The cafe is an immediate hit with the students. Ajichi smiles brightly while serving customers in her maid outfit, while other girls wear nurse and angel costumes. Nearby students comment on how fun the atmosphere looks and express their jealousy. Customers ask the staff about Amain's whereabouts. A student explains that they won't be having Amain and Ajichi appear together and tells the crowd to check the timetable for staff shifts. A group of boys outside reacts with shock and frustration at the class' greedy business strategy. A detailed timetable on the chalkboard shows the divided shifts for the students. The staff notes that anyone wanting to see all of the idols' cosplays will have to visit the booth 4 separate times. A customer complains that Class 1 is being incredibly sly with their planning. Seo stands by as a classmate wearing a giant baseball headpiece chats about the booth's success. The boy predicts that their class might actually secure first place in the booth competition due to their unexpected popularity. The baseball-headed boy explains that various awards will be announced at the post-festival party. He mentions that the main highlight of the event is the grade-wise beauty contest. A classmate notes that the freshman category of the beauty contest is definitely going to be a showdown between Amain and Yasashii. The two idols are shown in their respective outfits as their popularity among the other students is discussed. The boys discuss other popular girls from different classes, while Seo receives a beauty contest voting slip. He is told to choose and vote carefully. Seo privately hopes that either Amain or Yasashii wins, but he struggles with the idea of having to choose just one of them. Seo becomes completely overwhelmed by the task, imagining a montage of all the different looks Amain and Yasashii have shown him. He wonders how he could possibly have the audacity to pick one over the other. Seo begins to pant from mental exhaustion, looking pale enough that his classmates notice and ask if he is okay. He insists he is fine, but the strain of overthinking is clearly taking its toll. Yasashii watches him with a puzzled expression. A male student confidently asks Yasashii if she wants to watch the fireworks with him tomorrow. She politely declines, explaining she already has plans with her older friends. When he mentions the rumor about holding hands while watching, she simply says she is already happy enough as she is. Yasashii and a classmate dressed in cat ears laugh together about the fame of the festival rumors. Yasashii admits she had no idea the hand-holding legend was so well known among the students. The cat-eared girl comments that at this rate, everyone might end up making romantic promises to each other. Meanwhile, Yasashii notices Seo walking by with a tray of drinks and reaches out to tap him on the shoulder. Yasashii leans in and whispers a question to Seo, calling him master in line with her maid persona. Seo is so startled by the sudden proximity that he nearly drops his entire tray of drinks while his heart begins to race. Yasashii starts talking about the fireworks and asks if he has promised anyone to watch them with. She laughs when she sees his shocked reaction. Yasashii notes that he hasn't made any promises for the post-festival yet. Seo is overwhelmed by the intensity of the event's schedule. Yasashii asks why he had such a serious face earlier and tells him she is rooting for him. Seo admits he was struggling to decide who to vote for in the beauty contest. Yasashii is surprised that he is voting for her instead of Amain. She admits that while she is happy about his choice, she also feels a bit conflicted. Seo holds up his voting slip, which shows both Amain and Yasashii's names. He explains that he couldn't bring himself to choose just one of them. Yasashii giggles and points out that his vote is probably invalid. She feels a mix of disappointment and relief at his typical behavior. Yasashii poses alongside several strange background characters like a clown and a dinosaur. Their eccentric looks prevent her from standing out too much. The staff shifts change for the next part of the festival. Seo is off duty and decides to help out with the new group of female customers. A contestant's arrival is announced as they step onto the stage. Amain prepares to make her entrance in a vampire-inspired costume. Amain makes her entrance in an elegant vampire outfit. The audience is blown away by her appearance, and Seo is shocked to see her on stage. Seo recognizes the costume as a specific character named Emperor Vamp. He is impressed that she chose to cosplay from a series they both like. A classmate realizes why Amain stopped complaining about Seo's cosplay earlier. She had been secretly planning her own outfit all along. Seo notices some minor inaccuracies in the costume design, like the missing wings. He wonders if a big fan like Amain would actually make a mistake like that. Amain stays in character and recites a line about humans being foolish. Her perfect performance and pose convince Seo that she is truly portraying the character. Amain finds herself enjoying the cosplay without any of her usual embarrassment. Seo realizes she likely changed the design because she couldn't make it herself, but her poses were flawless. Seo watches Amain as she poses for photos with various students. He notes the constant stream of people wanting to take pictures with her. Seo reflects on how rare it is to see a Lord Earth and Emperor Vamp duo in person. He desperately wants a photo with her, but feels too introverted to ask for a two-shot. He notices the large crowd and decides to wait, figuring he shouldn't get in the way. Amain walks up to Seo while holding her smartphone. She ignores the surrounding crowd and asks him to take a photo together. Seo is shocked and asks if it is really okay. Amain insists on it, explaining that since it's hard to manage the crowd, they should just take their photo first. Seo realizes that she came over specifically for this reason. Amain suggests they recreate a specific scene from the first series where their characters are together. Seo understands the reference immediately and gets excited to strike the iconic pose. Sayoko holds the phone and gets ready to snap the picture. Seo and Amain strike a dramatic pose as the photo is taken. Afterward, Amain thanks Sayoko for her help. Sayoko remarks that it's quite rare to see Amain taking a photo alone with a boy. Amain freezes and looks away as she processes the weight of Sayoko's comment about being alone with a boy. Amain tries to play it off by saying she just liked the Earth costume. Sayoko teases her for standing so close to him, but Amain frantically insists that their distance was completely normal. Amain blushes and looks down, desperately trying to convince herself that the photo has no special meaning. She tells herself it was just a standard pair shot for the series they both like. As the first day of the festival continues, many students' families visit the booths. Seo watches a student walking with her little sister and starts thinking about his own siblings. Seo wonders if Ijichi's younger brothers will come to visit. He thinks about how nice it would be for everyone to play together again. A little girl stands at the counter and stares silently at Seo's globe head. Seo leans down to her level and asks if she is alone or where her parents are. The little girl suddenly points at him and excitedly shouts that it's Lord Earth. Seo is startled by the sudden recognition. The girl explains that the show is popular at her school and she thinks Lord Earth is cool. Seo is happy to hear it and asks which monster she likes best. When she picks Kepi, Amain smiles and notes that she has very cute taste. Seo is happy to finally meet a child who likes Kurumin and feels glad about his decision to cosplay. Amain approaches the little girl who is excited to see a vampire. Amain acknowledges being found out while Seo observes the interaction with a bit of worry. Amain tells the girl that another Kurumin character is nearby and asks if she can guess who it is. Amain tries to give the girl hints by clearing her throat and looking around. The girl is completely confused and looks everywhere. The girl asks where the character is, leaving Amain looking defeated and frustrated. The girl says goodbye to Lord Earth as she leaves the booth with an adult. Seo remains inside his costume, feeling the tension. Ijichi tries to comfort Amain by mentioning her character isn't very popular with children. Amain defensively claims she doesn't care and blames the quality of her costume, telling Ijichi not to pity her. During a break in the festival schedule, aboard Seo receives a text from Amain and Ijichi. They tell him to hurry and meet them behind the school building. Seo finds both girls waiting for him in the school courtyard. He wonders why they called him out there. Amain presents a shopping bag and asks Seo to try on the outfit inside, insisting that everything he needs is there. Seo expresses his desire to help them but is hesitant about what kind of outfit they have chosen for him. Seo tries to head back to prepare for the afternoon shift, but the two girls grab him. He immediately gets a bad feeling about the situation. The two girls close in on Seo, with Ijichi calling him Otaku-kun and Amain holding the bag ready for the costume change. Amain and Ijichi force the costume on him, arguing that it is only fair since he has seen their cosplays so much. Seo eventually gives in to their demands. Seo stands in the bushes wearing a frilly maid outfit. He looks completely mortified and asks the girls if they are finally satisfied. Ijichi finds the look surprisingly cute, and Amain decides they will go with it for the afternoon session. Seo shouts out in total refusal from the sidelines. Seo struggles to figure out how to put on the complicated maid outfit and has to search for instructions on his phone. His classmates call out to him asking if he is finally ready to come out. The afternoon session of the festival opens with Amain's gal cosplay, a style popular in the 2000s. Seo is amazed by how much she looks like a character straight out of a manga, while the other students admire her strong vibe and loose socks. Seo approaches Seo and explains she came to the school festival specifically to tease her sister. Seo is shocked to see the little girl standing there alone with a drink in her hand. Seo expresses her disappointment, having expected Amain to wear something more extreme like a nurse outfit or a Chinese dress. Seo mentions that the vampire cosplay from earlier was quite bold, and Seo immediately asks him for a photo of it. Seo notices that Amain is quite popular and prepares to call out to her. Seo is startled as she starts to head toward the crowd. Seo tries to warn Seo not to use her sister's nickname at school, but Amain has already noticed her. Amain twirls to show off her stylish look, though Seo tells her that her actions and appearance don't really match. The surrounding students are shocked to learn that Seo is Amain's little sister. They immediately surround the little girl and gush over how cute she is. Amain thinks it is refreshing to see Seo so flustered, while Seo is worried they should step in to help her. The other girls start putting cat ears on Seo as she protests that she came to watch, not to be watched. Amain sits Seo on her lap and tells the crowd that she is her proud little sister regardless of blood relation. The other students are surprised to hear they aren't related by blood and begin asking Seiyu a barrage of questions. A few students mention that the two of them still seem to resemble each other. Seiyu wonders if it's the cool vibe that makes them look similar. Amain leans in and quietly asks Seiyu not to say anything weird to her classmates. Seiyu looks on with a sly expression, realizing that Amain is trying hard to maintain her reputation even in high school. The students ask Seiyu what Amain is really like at home and if she is a reliable big sister. Seiyu reflects on the truth of Amain being a picky eater and getting overly excited about trading cards. Amain flashes a sparkly smile at the group, but Seiyu remembers her sister being a total slob who eats snacks before dinner and leaves her water bottles lying around the house. Seo waits in suspense and feels anxious as Seiyu prepares to describe what Amain is really like when she's at home. Seiyu announces that she wants to grow up to be a wonderful, mature, and cool person just like her big sister. The classmates are deeply moved by Seiya's words, calling her adorable and praising Amain for being cool even at home. Seo watches from the side, amazed by Seiya's acting skills as she successfully covers for her sister's messy habits. Feeling exhausted, Seiyu decides to take a rest before heading home. Amain asks Seo if he can look after Seiyu while she goes back to serving customers, and he happily agrees since he is free and wanted to talk to the girl anyway. Amain jokingly asks Seo if he is trying to hit on her as well, leaving him startled by the sudden question. As the time passes, Amain tells Seiyu that she is too tired to go all the way home with her, but she offers to at least walk her as far as the school gate. Seo and Seiyu sit together in a quiet waiting room filled with boxes and school bags, passing the time by chatting. Seiyu thanks Seo for keeping her company so late into the afternoon. When he offers to walk her as far as the school gate, she declines and says she will go with her sister, but then mentions she has something more important to discuss with him. Seiyu brings up the rumor about the after-party fireworks and suggests that Seo should go with her sister. Amain panics in the background and tells her to stop talking. A flustered Amain drags Seiyu away, telling Seo not to pay any attention to her words. She asks her sister where she even heard such a rumor, and Seiyu explains that someone mentioned it during the earlier QA session. Seiyu suggests that the fireworks would be a great chance for the two shy teenagers to finally make a move and asks for her sister's thoughts on the matter. Amain avoids eye contact and claims she has no intention of moving forward with any romantic plans. Seiyu stares at her with a judgmental deadpan expression that clearly irritates her sister. Seiyu points out that even Ijichi might be planning to invite him, but Amain insists that her friend is too shy for that. She tells Seiyu to stop making decisions about her love life as they walk through the school hallway together. After seeing Seiyu off at the gate, Amain is surprised to find her younger brothers, Kakeru and Hibiki, have also come to the festival. Kakeru notes her choice of words, wondering who else has already visited. The two boys are shocked and excited to hear that Seiyu was just there, but Amain informs them that she has already left. Hibiki and Kakeru claim they only came to tease Kotoko and demand to be taken to her classroom. Amain realizes they are just acting tough and were actually hoping to see Seiyu before she headed home. Amain grins playfully at her brothers, prompting one of them to yell and ask why she is making such a suspicious face. Amain suggests that Seiyu probably wanted to see the boys too, causing them to both stammer in total embarrassment. She finds their reactions adorable and leads them toward the classroom booth, while noting how easy they are to read. The grand finale of the cosplay cafe begins with Kotoko's Heisei-era gal costume. She takes over the shift and welcomes two new guests into the booth. A customer recognizes Kotoko and asks to take a photo together, and she happily agrees to strike a pose for the picture. Hibiki and Kakeru sit down as customers and order tea from their older sister. Kotoko serves them with a polite smile, though she hasn't quite realized who they are yet. Kotoko finally recognizes her brothers and screams in shock, asking why they are there. The boys find her gal outfit hilarious, and Hibiki starts taking photos of her on his phone. Kotoko scolds the boys for coming while she is busy, but they admit their brother Genii paid them an allowance to come and take photos. The other students realize they are her brothers and immediately swarm them, leaving Amain to reflect on how familiar this chaotic scene feels. A narrative note mentions that Seiyu still has many interests appropriate for her age. Back in the waiting room, she excitedly shows Seo her favorite fluffy stickers and offers to some of her decorative washi tape with him. Kakeru and Hibiki are completely overwhelmed as older students surround them. The girls gush over how cute they are, with one suggesting Hibiki join a talent agency and another noting how much Kakeru looks like his sister. A male student even jokingly asks them to call him their brother-in-law. When the crowd asks the boys if they have anyone they like, Kakeru shouts out a flustered denial. His defensive reaction only convinces the girls that they definitely have crushes on someone. Kotoko sighs, noting she warned her brothers not to come because she knew this would happen. Amain watches the chaos and suggests that Kotoko should step in and help them out before things get too out of hand. Kotoko takes charge and tells the crowd to stop questioning her brothers, directing all further questions to herself instead. She leads the boys away to go have some juice with Amain as the girls continue to admire her cool, big sister attitude. Amain wants to stay with the boys but needs to go change her costume soon. She asks Seo if he is free to look after Kakeru and Hibiki for a while, and he enthusiastically agrees, feeling like he has been waiting for this exact opportunity. After being surrounded by the crowd for so long, the two boys look completely drained and exhausted. Seo panics when he sees that the usually energetic duo's eyes have gone completely lifeless. Amain looks on with a calm smile and says she'll take care of it. Amain tells Kakeru and Hibiki that they can join the next sleepover at her house. The two boys act completely uninterested at first, but they immediately perk up when she mentions that Seiyu will be attending as well. The boys suddenly regain their energy and swarm Seo, excitedly calling him Otaki and asking to play games on his phone. Seo is stunned by how quickly they came back to life. Seo compliments Amain for her brilliant plan, telling her she has completely captured her brothers' hearts. Amain acts nonchalant about the success, though she seems pleased with herself. Amain invites Seo to join the next sleepover as well, leaving him shocked and wondering if it is really okay. She explains that Kotoko hasn't stopped talking about the last one and assumes her friend likely planned for his presence anyway. The boys congratulate him on his good luck. The class begins closing up the booth for the day, and the staff members take turns heading off to change out of their costumes. Students mention a live performance happening in the gym to wrap up the first day of the festival, and the group prepares to head over. Seo offers to walk Kakeru and Hibiki to the school gate while Kotoko changes, and she happily accepts the help since he is free. Before he can leave, Kotoko tells him to wait for a moment. Kotoko insists on taking a photo with Seo before she changes out of her gal costume, claiming the day can't end without capturing a memory together. Kotoko snaps a quick selfie while posing close to Seo, who looks incredibly flustered by the sudden proximity. Seo tells Kotoko it was no problem helping out while she thanks him for looking after her brothers. Looking at the photo they just took, Seo realizes it gives him a strange sense of déjà vu. Kotoko looks at an old photo on her phone from middle school and comments on how nostalgic it feels. She reminds Seo that they didn't talk much back then and laughs at how messy his hair used to be in their old pictures. Seo tells himself that while these memories are important to him, they might not be anything special to Kotoko. She looks at him quietly for a moment before calling out his name. Kotoko starts to bring up the after-party fireworks, but quickly changes the subject, merely saying that they sound like they would be fun. She asks Seo once more to take care of her brothers before hurrying off to change. The Class 1, a booth is officially closed for the day, leaving the room completely empty and silent. Seo walks into the classroom and realizes that everyone has already left. He remembers the mention of the performance at the gym and figures that must be where his classmates have all gone. Seo reflects on the first day of the festival, feeling that it turned out to be a lot of fun in the end. He thinks about how he feels like he fits in better with his class now and feels happy that he got to see Seiyu and the boys after such a long time. Amain and Kotoko wait for Seo near the classroom. Amain welcomes him back while Kotoko thanks him for taking the time to see her brothers off to the school gate. Seo is surprised to find the two girls still there and asks why they haven't joined the others. Kotoko explains that while everyone else went to watch the performances in the gym, they were waiting for him. She adds that they wouldn't run off to have fun and leave him behind after he helped with her family. Kotoko suggests that the three of them should have their own mini after-party together. She leans in with a playful look while the others discuss their lack of confidence with crowded events. Amain and Seo consider the proposal for a private celebration. Amain quickly agrees, noting that a small party sounds like a good idea. Seo worries if they will be missed at the gym, but Kotoko insists it is fine. She points toward an empty prep room that she considers the perfect spot for their quiet little gathering and begins pushing him toward it. Kotoko tells them she simply wants the three of them to be together right now. She playfully encourages Amain and Seo not to be shy about the idea. Seo looks on as the girls prepare for their toast. Kotoko calls for a drink with cola while Amain mentions that they were just discussing their recent sleepover. In the school gym, a rock band performs their final song for a massive cheering crowd. The atmosphere is loud and energetic as the students celebrate the end of the day. The sounds of the concert echo through the school building. While the gym is packed with people, the Class 1 booth remains closed and empty. Inside the quiet prep room, Seo, Kotoko, and Amain happy smiles. They enjoy the calm environment away from the noise of the festival. The three friends sit on the floor of the storage room surrounded by boxes. They open their canned drinks and start their private party with some snacks. The trio continues their celebration in the secluded space. They find comfort in each other's company while the rest of the school is occupied with the live performance. The narrative notes that even without the festivity of a live show, this dimly lit prep room was the best space for the three of them. They spend the time talking and laughing together in their own way. As the first day of the school festival comes to an end, other students head home or fall asleep from exhaustion. The day concludes on a fulfilling note for everyone involved. The group celebrates the successful completion of the festival's first day. They pose together and congratulate each other on a job well done. The second day of the school festival begins, though the class booths remain closed for the morning. While stalls are being cleaned or left inactive, various school committees and clubs prepare to hold their special performances around the building. Since Class 1 is finished with their cafe, both Amain and Kotoko find themselves completely free to enjoy the rest of the event. They join a couple of other classmates and enthusiastically decide to head out and tour the various festival attractions. The girls visit several club booths, including the tea ceremony club, where Amain sits down to experience a traditional cup of tea. Meanwhile, Kotoko tries her hand at a kendo-themed whack-a-mole game, hitting targets shaped like kendo helmets. Kotoko is having a wonderful time and proudly shows off a pin she won at one of the stalls, declaring that this is exactly how a school festival should feel. Her friend walks alongside her, trying to get her attention for a moment. As they walk through the hallways, they notice an unusual amount of couples compared to the previous day. They discuss how the magical atmosphere of a school festival often influences people to start dating. Kotoko mentions that she wouldn't start dating someone just because of the atmosphere, but her friend teases her about what her ideal type would be. Kotoko insists that sincerity is the most important trait in a partner, though she admits there is more to it than just that. Kotoko begins to list very specific qualities she looks for, such as someone who can readily apologize or say thanks when they make a mistake. She adds that he should have a soft demeanor, be gentle with children, and be incredibly passionate about his personal hobbies. As she speaks, Kotoko's mind flashes back to various moments with Seo. She remembers him thanking her sincerely, giving her younger brothers piggyback rides, and getting intense about his collection, realizing he perfectly matches every single one of her specific requirements. Her friend notices her spacing out with a smile and teases her for clearly having someone specific in mind. Kotoko giggles bashfully and begins to speak a name, but she quickly stops herself before she can finish. To cover up the fact that she almost said a name starting with the letter O, Kotoko frantically shouts that she is just thinking about Amurus. She points toward a nearby restaurant stall, leaving her friend surprised by the sudden change in topic. The narrative recalls a time when Kotoko and her friend were being bothered by pushy upperclassmen near the soccer equipment. Nearby students continue to enjoy the festival activities in the background. Amain walks through the building with Sayoko, her expression turning more serious as she looks around. Sayoko casually sips on a drink while they continue their tour of the festival. They pass by the archery club's target shooting stall, which resembles a traditional festival street stall. Sayoko asks if she wants to try, but Amain is initially uninterested since she doesn't see any prizes she wants to win. Amain's eyes suddenly light up when she spots a specific item on the prize shelf alongside various toys and clocks. She immediately demands a turn to play, surprising Sayoko with her sudden burst of motivation. Sayoko realizes that Amain is targeting a bottle of high-end brand nail oil that her mother used to own. She is shocked to see such a valuable prize at a school booth as Amain prepares to take her shot. Sayoko asks about the strange assortment of prizes at the booth. The club member explains that they asked members to bring in unused items from their homes, suggesting that there might be some real treasures mixed in, and asks if she wants to try her luck. Sayoko realizes that some of the club members probably don't know the actual value of the items they donated. She watches as Amain takes a determined stance with the rifle, noting that her friend has clearly spotted something worth aiming for. A shot rings out with a loud sound. A small round keychain prize is struck and knocked off the shelf, while the brand nail oil and another perfume bottle remain untouched nearby. Amain clenches her fist in a victory pose and shouts in triumph. Behind her, Sayoko is impressed by the shot and comments on how close the hit was. Sayoko asks her friend if she was actually aiming for the bottle of nail oil sitting right next to the prize she hit. Amain looks back at her with a surprised and confused expression. Amain quickly tries to play it off, insisting she was indeed aiming for the neighboring item, but is just happy to have hit anything since it was difficult. Sayoko admires her coolness, even in a near miss. Meanwhile, Amain secretly chuckles to herself, knowing she actually hit a rare gacha secret no longer in circulation, and plans to show it off to Otaku-kun. Kotoko spends time taking cheerful selfies with several boys. They all shout her name with excitement while she makes a peace sign for the camera. A boy from the rugby club approaches Amain to ask her about watching the fireworks later. She cuts him off with a polite but firm apology, claiming she already has other business to attend to. Another student invites Kotoko to watch his band's live show and catch the fireworks afterward. Kotoko nonchalantly notes that he said the same thing to everyone else and wishes him good luck as she turns to leave. Amain is cornered by a group of admirers who gush over her beauty and slim face. She looks flustered and gives a small, awkward thank you in response to their overwhelming praise. Exhausted by the constant attention, Amain leans over a sink in the restroom to catch her breath. She complains about everyone being way too aggressive today. Kotoko stands nearby laughing and finding the whole situation amazing. Amain asks Kotoko what her actual plan is for the evening's fireworks. Kotoko turns the question back on her. Amain dismisses the hand-holding rumor as just a silly story, suggesting that everyone could just hold hands and be happy without any romantic meaning. Kotoko presses the issue, asking what they would do if they absolutely had to choose someone to go with. She confesses that she wouldn't mind watching them with Otaku-kun. Amain quietly admits she feels the same way as long as he is actually interested in going with them. Amain sighs and mentions how tiring it is to keep turning people down all day. She asks what they should do to pass the time until the show starts. Kotoko suddenly looks up with a bright expression and says she has an idea. Amain looks at Kotoko with a gentle smile and asks if she wants to watch the fireworks together, just the two of them. Kotoko is caught off guard, her heart racing as she processes the unexpected suggestion. Amain takes Kotoko's hands and asks if this is what she meant. Kotoko stands frozen as her heart begins to pound loudly in her chest. Sayoko enters and tells the pair to hurry up. Kotoko panics about their secret getting out, while Amain jokingly decides they have to silence the witness. Sayoko frantically insists she didn't see a thing as the two girls corner her. Seo takes refuge in the library, thankful for the quiet shelter. He feels that being alone at the festival doesn't feel right, but he hasn't made any plans with anyone. Two girls whisper nearby, asking if the other has heard the rumors about the festival. They move past the topic of fireworks to a different story they heard from an upperclassman. Seo listens intently as the girls explain that the winners of the beauty contest almost always end up dating each other. The girls list Kotoko and Amain as the likely freshman winners alongside boys like Kaoru and Hashiba. They conclude it is only natural since their stunning looks are universally accepted. Seo looks on with a pained expression. The girls finish their search and head out, leaving Seo completely alone at his desk. Seo thinks about the male beauty contest and how the most attractive people in school are about to take the stage. He keeps recalling the comment about appearances that everyone accepts. Seo looks at the photos of Amain and Kotoko on his phone. He sadly believes that they will end up with people who are much more suitable for them than he could ever be. Seo imagines the two girls smiling while accompanied by tall, handsome classmates. A sudden throbbing pain hits Seo and he clutches his head in frustration. He tries to be happy for his friends, but a mysterious annoyance continues to plague him until he manages to calm himself with the Lord Earth headpiece he has been carrying. A photo of Amein's cool expression while aiming the rifle at the booth goes viral across the school's social media. The second day of the festival reaches its climax as the afterparty kicks off in the gym. Two MCs stand center stage to start the final events for the seated crowd. The afterparty features various acts including a comic duo and a girl performing with an acoustic guitar. Seo stands in the large audience watching the stage with a distant look. The bright stage lights and the overwhelming aura of the popular students are almost blinding to Seo. He feels the intense energy of the event is far too bright for him to handle. Seo thinks about how most students are forced to attend the afterparty and admits he doesn't have the guts to sneak away. Kotoko finds him and asks if he checked his messages. Seo apologizes and asks if something is wrong. Kotoko explains that she and Amein have something to tell him. Kotoko reveals that she and Amein are being called up for the beauty contest and asks him to watch them on stage. Seo is surprised by the news. Kotoko promises to give him a secret sign from the stage and tells him to find a good viewing spot. Seo asks if the winners have been chosen, but she explains they are just being introduced for now. Seo watches the crowd in the gym and realizes his friends are really about to go on stage. Seo feels crushed by the intense atmosphere and wonders if he can even bear to look at them. He feels gloomy as he remembers the rumor about contest winners dating each other. The MC on stage announces a challenge to set a record for the loudest shout. He tells the crowd to shout on his count. Seo screams at the top of his lungs in a quiet hallway as a way to vent his frustrations and maintain his ego. A passing staff member looks on in total confusion. Amein runs up to Seo and tells him she has some big news too. Seo is out of breath from his earlier outburst. Seo asks Amein if she's heading to the beauty contest. She says she knows she has to go eventually, but first she wants him to see something she won. Amein presents her prize from the archery club booth, an extremely rare early Kuruman gacha secret. She explains that the person who donated it clearly didn't know how much it was worth. Seo holds the rare item and gives a quiet, gentle compliment. Amein stares at him intently. Amein leans in close to Seo's face and asks if something is wrong with him. Seo is startled by her sudden closeness. Amein notes that Seo should be much more excited and wonders if he is feeling sick. Seo insists he is fine and was just lost in thought. Amein presses him further, asking what could possibly be more important to him than Kuruman. She leans in and demands to know the truth while a flustered Seo is distracted by how pretty she looks. Seo feels a deep sense of loneliness because of how distant his friends seem to him now. He finds himself unable to voice his true feelings, specifically the thought that he didn't want them to participate in the beauty contest at all. Seo mumbles that a noisy place like this just doesn't feel right for a gloomy otaku like him. Amein watches him silently as he looks down and struggles to explain himself. Amein looks determined and points her finger up. She tells Seo that she understands his point and declares that she said the right thing. Amein admits she also dislikes crowded places and hates the noise. Seo asks if it's really okay for her to agree with his otaku sentiments while at school, causing her to frantically deny being an otaku herself. Seo smiles and notes that she sounded like she'd been waiting to say that. Amein is called by a staff member and walks away feeling frustrated with the situation. She wonders what exactly is going wrong with Otaku-kun. The MCs on stage begin announcing the beauty contest winners, starting with the first years. After naming a student from Class D for third place, the MC decides to announce the top 2 spots simultaneously since the final candidates are obvious to everyone. Kotoko is announced as the first place winner for the freshman category while Amein takes second place. Both girls represent Class 1A. The crowd erupts in loud cheers as the girls are invited up on stage. Seo watches from the audience, completely awestruck by the display of his friend's popularity. The winners receive flower leis as the MC congratulates them. He laughs while explaining that the vote count was very close, partly because some of Amein's votes were mistakenly cast in the men's beauty contest. The girls are asked for a few words. Amein thanks the crowd and clarifies she won't be entering the men's contest, while Kotoko asks if there are any physical prizes. The MC laughs and tells her she just gets fame. The results for the freshman men's pageant begin. Seo listens as nearby students comment on how the people on stage live in an entirely different world from their own. The top male and female winners stand together on stage in the spotlight. Seo looks on and thinks about how perfect they all look together. Seo manages a small, sad smile as he watches the celebration from afar. The gym is filled with energy as the students raise their arms and cheer for the contest winners. Seo remains at the back of the room, separated from the excitement. Seo reflects on the scene, thinking to himself that this is exactly what he knew would happen. Seo believes that his world and the girls' worlds are entirely different and that their paths only crossed for a brief moment in high school. He acknowledges that Amane and Kotoko belong in a brilliant world while he remains separate from it. Seo walks away down a dark corridor feeling like a gloomy otaku who has nothing to offer. On the other side of the wall, the gym echoes with loud cheers for the beautiful winners standing in the spotlight. Seo remembers the photo they took during their sleepover, but now he only sees the vast differences between himself and the two girls. A single tear rolls down Seo's cheek as he processes the painful gap between his own life and the brilliant world of his friends. Seo keeps his head down and continues walking away from the gym. Seo exits the room and heads for the school doors while the rest of the student body remains focused on the stage. Kotoko looks back toward the exit and wonders if she just saw Otaku-kun leave the gym. She is confused by his sudden disappearance since she wanted to give him her promised signal from the stage. The rare Kuraman keychain that Amane won sits alone, symbolizing the D hobby that brought the group together. Seo walks away from the school building and leaves the festival venue behind after seeing the girls' success on stage. The first-year contest ends and the MC moves on to the second years. Kotoko remains on stage looking worried, wondering if Seo just went to the restroom or if he actually left the event. Classmates swarm the girls to congratulate them and ask to take a celebratory video. Kotoko tries to stay focused on her phone, deciding she will just send Seo a direct message later to check on him. A school announcement informs students that the firework display will start at 7 o'clock and tells everyone to gather on the field. Students gather on the field for the festival's finale. Kotoko is shocked to see a massive line of people waiting for a chance to watch the fireworks near her, making the situation feel like a formal meet and greet session. Kotoko checks her phone and panics when she sees that all her messages to Seo remain unread. She worries that something bad happened since there is no way he would ignore her, and she decides she needs to go search for him immediately. Kotoko asks her friend Mayu if attendance at the afterparty is mandatory for everyone in the class. Mayu confirms that everyone is expected to be there since the event counts as a class activity. Kotoko tells Mayu she needs to go somewhere immediately. Mayu asks for a specific destination while Kotoko wonders to herself if Otaku-kun snuck away alone. Kotoko shouts that Otaku-kun might have gone to a maid cafe. Mayu is startled by the sudden and loud suggestion. Kotoko performs a rapid handshaking routine with people in line. Mayu tells her to quit acting weird and focus on the cue, questioning why an otaku would skip school for a maid cafe. Kotoko offers a sheepish apology. Shin holds up a sign for Amane's firework viewing application line as a group of boys waits nearby. Amane approaches and asks what she is doing. Amane tells Shin to disband the line because she has no interest in watching the fireworks with anyone. Shin is surprised and mentions it is cruel to make them wait, but Amane insists she already has other plans. Shin has a sudden realization. Shin points at Amane and correctly guesses she plans to watch the fireworks with Kotoko. Amane becomes flustered and starts to stammer out a denial. Shin teases Amane about her passionate invitation to Kotoko. Amane frantically claims the previous interaction where she held Kotoko's hands was just a joke. Shin smiles broadly, claiming she understands the situation and offers to help out. Amane tells her to just get rid of the long queue of people. Kotoko runs up and grabs Amane's shirt, pleading for help in searching for Otaku-kun. Kotoko panics, explaining that she has been messaging him since the beauty contest announcement, but everything remains unread. Amane tries to get her to calm down. Amane comforts Kotoko and suggests Otaku-kun might just be in the restroom or somewhere else on the field. Kotoko replies that she has already searched the entire area and couldn't find him. Shin makes a suggestive face and breathes heavily, causing a blushing Amane to snap that she didn't mean it that way. Amane shoos Shin away as the girl runs off laughing. Kotoko observes the interaction and wonders if Amane is currently busy with something else. Kotoko finds Amane a bit of a nuisance, while Amane dismisses the idea of being into anything romantic. They both try to remember what their original conversation was about. Amane suddenly remembers that Otaku-kun mentioned not feeling right about being at the after party. Kotoko asks if she knows anything more about his current whereabouts. Kotoko wonders if Seo went to the infirmary because he was feeling unwell. Amain dismisses the idea, noting he would have informed them first, while Kotoko remains certain he wouldn't ignore her messages without a reason. Amain recalls Seo going missing during the beauty contest announcement and remembers him being so deep in thought he barely reacted to Kurumin. She calls out to Shin, who is busy writing on a sign. Amain tells Shin she is leaving with Kotoko and asks her to cover for them. Shin is thrilled by the request, while Kotoko adds that they have something very important to take care of. Shin salutes and promises to handle everything on her end. She comments on how serious Amain's expression has become. Amain suggests they find Seo and talk to him face to find out what happened. Kotoko thanks her as they head off together. Amain reasons that Seo wouldn't sneak out of school and must be somewhere comfortable inside the building. Kotoko has a sudden realization and suggests the class want a waiting room. Seo sits alone in a dim storage room huddled on the floor in a corner between rows of lockers and stacks of boxes. Seo decides to stay hidden in the room until the festival is over, reflecting on the fact that he is already used to being alone. He clutches his arm while lost in thought. Seo remains curled up on the floor, thinking that someone like him has no place being by the girl's side. He looks down at his phone with a somber expression. Seo looks at his phone and resolves to return to his life as a lonely Kurumin otaku, feeling that his recent experiences weren't anything special. The screen of Seo's phone displays a gallery of Kurumin-related photos, including character drawings and merchandise. Seo swipes through his old photos and smiles, remembering a keychain he made that he lost many times. His joyful expression suddenly turns to shock as he sees something unexpected in the gallery. The photo gallery on Seo's phone shows a mix of Kurumin items and pictures of himself with Amain and Kotoko from their time together. Seo stares at his phone screen with wide, stunned eyes, looking completely taken aback by the memories he is seeing. The gallery shows more photos, including one of Kotoko holding up a drawing with a tear in her eye and another of Seo as a child at the beach. The digital photo gallery shows Amain and Kotoko smiling and posing together while making heart shapes with their hands. Seo stares at his phone while sitting on the storage room floor, thinking about how he never noticed something important. A single tear falls as Seo realizes that the two girls have become just as important to him as his beloved Kurumin. He feels like he can't go on like this. Crying openly, Seo tells himself that he can't simply pretend their friendship never happened. Seo roughly wipes away his tears and puts on a determined expression. Calling himself an idiot, Seo sprints out of the room toward the exit. Seo decides he must tell the girls properly that he wants to stay with them. He reminds himself that an otaku is supposed to be outspoken about the things he loves as he reaches for a curtain. Seo throws open the curtain with a loud snap, only to find Amain and Kotoko standing right in front of him. All three of them let out gasps of pure shock at the sudden and unexpected encounter in the hallway. Kotoko demands to know what he is doing, explaining they came searching for him after he ignored her messages. Seo apologizes and admits he needed some space and decided not to watch the after-party. Amain notes his red eyes and asks where he was rushing off to, though she is relieved he isn't actually sick. Seo takes a moment to wipe his eyes again, his expression hardening with resolve. Seo faces the two girls directly and tells them both that there is something he has been wanting to say. Seo bows his head deeply and shouts at the top of his lungs that he wants to stay by their side forever. Amain and Kotoko are completely frozen in surprise by the sudden outburst. Amain asks for clarification on what he means, while Seo begins to panic and stammer. He admits he isn't quite sure how to start explaining himself. Amain wonders if someone said something mean to him. Kotoko gives him a warm smile and tells him to take his time, promising that they aren't going anywhere and that he can tell them anything. Seo frantically denies any outside interference, admitting he simply began worrying and feeling sad all on his own. Deciding to be completely honest, Seo explains that watching them on stage made him feel like they live in entirely different worlds and that he doesn't fit in with them. Seo confesses that he has actually felt this way ever since they first met 4 months ago. Kotoko and Amain look at him with total shock and confusion. Kotoko calls him an idiot and vigorously ruffles his hair, saying she had a feeling he was having self-deprecating thoughts. Seo offers a small apology as Amain wonders why he would ever think that way. Seo clenches his fist and declares that even if they live in different worlds or he doesn't fit in, he still wants to be with them. He says he simply cannot give up on the two of them. Seo tells them that the time he spends with them is now just as important to him as Kuramin. He realizes he can no longer let go of their friendship. Seo lists the qualities he admires in both girls. He praises Kotoko for being a dependable and thoughtful sister who always listens to him, and notes that Amain is actually very emotional and childlike despite her tough exterior. After explaining what he values about them, Seo looks them in the eye and tells them both that he loves them. Amain and Kotoko are completely frozen, their faces turning bright red as they process his direct confession. Seo gives a satisfied smile while the two girls look away and nod silently, their faces still flushed with embarrassment. Amain asks if he meant that he likes them as friends, and Seo enthusiastically confirms that is exactly what he meant. Seo worries that his confession was creepy and made things weird, but Kotoko quickly reassures him that he just caught them by surprise. Amain clears her throat and admits she is glad he was honest with them. Kotoko beams with joy, declaring that she loves their group as well and wants them to continue being friends. Amain looks at him gently and says she truly loves the honest and straightforward side of both Kotoko and Otaku-kun. Seo wipes away a tear and apologizes for causing them so much worry. He asks if it is really okay for him to stay by their side from now on, while a flustered Amain tries to clarify her own feelings. Seo declares with a resolute face that he wants to stay by their side. Kotoko jokingly cuts him off with a firm refusal. Amain and Kotoko both smile and welcome his request. Amain says she wants the same thing while Kotoko tells him to please stay with them. Huge fireworks explode in the night sky over the school gym, accompanied by loud booming sounds. All across the field, couples and friends hold hands as they watch the colorful display. A girl looks up with an excited expression. Shin and Mayu stand on the field as students ask where Amain and Kotoko went. Mayu shrugs and says it would be pointless to search for them this late. Seo sits between Amain and Kotoko in the quiet room. Kotoko suggests that people might think they are with someone special right now. Kotoko asks if they should go somewhere else, but Seo says he is happy right where he is. Amain notes they can't see the fireworks from their spot, but agrees they should stay a while longer to avoid the crowds outside. Inside the messy storage room, hands gently find each other and hold on tight. The three of them sit side by side against the wall in the dimly lit room, quietly holding hands. They remain sitting together in the silence of the school building while the festival concludes outside. Seo vows to become someone worthy of their friendship. Kotoko tells him not to be embarrassed while Amain insists he stay, just as he is jokingly threatening him with a punch if he tries to change his character. Seo laughs nervously at the thought of Amain's scary punches. Kotoko lets out a small exclamation of surprise. The trio sits together as the festival finally comes to a safe end. Amain whispers that since they only said they liked him as a friend, the romantic rumors shouldn't matter anymore. The prize for the best booth goes to a VR horror roller coaster where a student is being manually shaken in a chair. Other students reflect on the rise of virtual reality and consider their own plans for next year. The school is closed for a substitute holiday following the festival. A large drugstore stands under a clear sky. Seo stands in a drugstore staring at containers of hair wax. A promotional sign nearby claims that a change in style can change a man. Seo gulps nervously while remembering his vow to become a person worthy of his friends. Back at home, Seo uses his hands to try and style his hair into a new look. Seo walks into the classroom with his heart racing, hoping someone will notice his effort and comment on how cool he looks. Amain and his male classmates greet him normally, seemingly noticing nothing different about his appearance. Seo feels a wave of embarrassment, realizing that while this was a big change for him, nobody else even noticed. He sits at his desk during class, feeling defeated by the lack of reaction. Kotoko sits at her desk and gazes thoughtfully toward the front of the room. Seo is in total anguish as the school bell rings, wondering if he used too little wax or followed the internet's advice too closely. Kotoko suddenly calls out to him. Kotoko leans over Seo's desk and asks if he did his hair today, noting that such a change is rare for him. Seo is completely flustered and shocked that she actually noticed. Kotoko mentions that while his aesthetic sense has improved, his hair is still missing something. While Amain watches from the side, Kotoko decides to help him out and begins restyling his bangs herself. A narrative note mentions that Seo was never able to recreate that specific hairstyle ever again. On a Friday after school, Kotoko peeks through a door as Amain and another girl discuss making a choice together. Kotoko rushes into the room and tells Seo that she has something very important to discuss with him. Kotoko asks Seo if he knows what day it is next Friday. Seo is confused and wonders if she is talking about Jason and Friday the 13th, but she clarifies that the date is actually the 17th. Kotoko leans in and whispers that the answer is Amain's birthday. Seo is shocked since he had no idea, and Kotoko explains that Amain keeps it a secret because she hates crowded parties. Kotoko tells Seo that she wants to plan a secret birthday party with him. Seo lets out a loud gasp of surprise at the unexpected invitation. Seo looks at Kotoko and considers the prospect of planning a celebration for the two of them. Seo jokingly asks if 100 million yen would be enough for the birthday fund. Kotoko says there is no need for that much and accepts his offer to help however he can. Kotoko notes that while they don't need a fortune, they still have to get presents. Seo sighs considering the task of choosing gifts. Kotoko assumes Seo will give Amain Kuriman merchandise, but he worries that she likely already owns anything he could choose. He admits he can't exactly ask her for suggestions without ruining the surprise. Kotoko leans against a desk and proposes that they go pick out the birthday presents together this coming Sunday. Seo agrees that the plan sounds great. While Kotoko promises to be in touch later, Seo realizes this technically counts as another date. Later, he is spooked when Kotoko sends a message asking if it's a date, wondering if she can actually read his mind. Sunday arrives and Seo waits outside a shopping mall called Port for the present hunting excursion to begin. Seo checks his phone and sees a message from Kotoko apologizing for being late. He wonders who the special guest she mentioned in her text could be. Kotoko makes a grand entrance with a stylish outfit. Standing beside her is Seiyu, who looks on with a calm expression. Seo is shocked to see Seiyu, but Kotoko explains she brought her along because they could use the opinion of a relative for Amain's gift. Seiyu gives a polite greeting while Seo bows and notes how mature the girl always seems. Seo is surprised that Kotoko even had Seiya's contact information. Kotoko explains it's a normal request for when they hang out, leaving Seo to admire how sunny and friendly she is. Seiyu stares intently at Seo and asks if he is disappointed that he isn't alone with Kotoko today. Seo frantically denies it, confessing that he is actually grateful for the company because he would be too nervous on a solo outing with her. Kotoko puts her arms around both of them and suggests they hang out more after they finish shopping. Seo comments on the rare group dynamic while Seiyu says she's fine with hanging out but has a condition. Seiyu bluntly tells them not to flirt because she is actually a fan of the pairing between Seo and her sister. Seo and Kotoko are both stunned by the little girl's sudden declaration. Kotoko tries to laugh it off, saying they weren't going to flirt anyway, while a panicked Seo questions the existence of such a shipping name. Seiyu calmly states that she just wants everyone to be happy. Seiyu tells a shell-shocked Seo that if he is serious, it is perfectly fine for him to be with both girls at the same time. Kotoko quickly drags a screaming Seo away, with both of them feeling completely overwhelmed by the primary schooler's bold suggestions. Kotoko, Seo, and Seiyu walk through the mall together, clearly struggling to find the perfect birthday present for Amain. Kotoko asks Seiyu if she knows anything her sister has been into lately. Seiyu pauses to think about what Amain might actually want. Seiyu suggests Kuriman is always a safe bet, though Kotoko notes it isn't a new interest. Seiyu then has a sudden realization about something else. Seiyu mentions that Amain seemed interested in some strange stationary items she saw featured somewhere. Seo and Kotoko are both impressed by the specific suggestion. The group moves to the stationery section and begins browsing. While Kotoko quickly decides on an item to buy, Seo remains deep in thought, comparing different options and feeling a bit lost. Seiyu heads off to wash her hands while the others wait. Kotoko has finished her purchase, and Seo mentions that he has finally decided on a gift as well. Seo realizes he is alone with Kotoko for the first time since the school festival. He starts to get nervous, hoping she won't tease him about the time they held hands. Kotoko quietly calls out to him. Kotoko notes that while they previously visited this mall as a trio with Amain, they are currently there as just a duo. Seo agrees that all their time together has become a precious memory. Kotoko tells him she wants to continue hanging out like this in the future. Kotoko asks Seo to promise he won't try to leave them behind again. Seo gives a firm confirmation, and the two lock pinkies to seal the deal. Seo and Kotoko stand in the hallway together, sharing a quiet and comfortable moment of silence. Seiyu returns and cuts through the atmosphere, declaring that they've had enough of a rom-com moment. Kotoko frantically shouts that it isn't like that and that they are only friends. Kotoko and Amain admire Seo's new hairstyle, calling it a masterful creation and marveling at the difference it makes. While Kotoko prepares to take photos, a flustered Seo reminds them it is just a haircut. On the day of Amain's birthday, the group gathers at a karaoke room to celebrate. Kotoko is full of energy and starts singing while Amain notes how hyped her friend seems to be. Seiyu apologizes for intruding on the celebration, but Seo and Kotoko insist she was a huge help. When Seo accidentally reveals that Seiyu helped them pick out a present, Amain looks over with a curious and questioning expression. Amain asks if today is perhaps her birthday party. Seo is in the background shouting in frustration because the surprise was ruined. Kotoko tells Seo to relax since Amain was going to find out soon anyway. She adds that being bad at lying isn't a bad trait, though the follow-up seems to have the opposite effect on Amain. Kotoko says they should hand over the presents and shows her gift a floating ball pen. Amain is amazed and shouts that she was curious about how the device worked. Amain asks how they knew what she wanted. Seiyu reveals that she told them, though Kotoko was the one who actually picked the item out. Seiyu presents her gift of vegetable-themed sticky notes. Amain offers a dry thank you, wondering if her sister is trying to imply something about her picky eating habits. Kotoko tells Seo it's his turn. He presents a highlighter designed to look like a tube of pink paint. Amain is surprised it isn't related to Kuriman, and Seo explains he was worried about getting something she already owned. Seo mentions that it was his very first time picking out a birthday present for someone and admits he was really worried about the choice. Amain realizes Seo put a lot of thought into the gift. She blushes and thanks him, promising to cherish it. Kotoko and Seiyu tease Amain, commenting on how happy she looks and asking if this is love. A blushing Amain frantically shouts that it is not love. Kotoko asks how long the two sisters have been close. Amain clarifies if she means how they first met. Amain recalls that she was in her first year of middle school while Seiyu was still in kindergarten when they first met. The two girls are shown in a D moment of realization from their first meeting. Amain found the child incredibly cute, while Seiyu thought the older girl looked very cool. Amain reflects on wanting to be a good big sister and look cute despite her iron mask reputation. Seiyu remembers wondering if she could grow up to be like Amain. Kotoko finds their mutual admiration very sweet, but Seiyu notes that things have changed since then. Seiyu gives a weary shrug and says that now things are quite different. Amain looks annoyed and asks what exactly she means by that. Seiyu lists Amain's flaws, calling her a picky slacker who never does her homework and is more of a child than a third grader. Despite the verbal stabs, Seiyu admits she truly admires Amain's kindness and the way she is treated like a real sister. Seiyu stares ahead and sincerely calls Amain her pride as an older sister. Kotoko and Seo are moved by the sentiment while Amain reacts with embarrassment. She complains that Seiyu first brought her down before bringing her up, but she then returns the love by calling Seiyu her pride as a younger sister. Seo reflects that he wouldn't even be there if Seiyu hadn't recommended Kuriman to Amain and calls the little girl a blessing. Seiyu asks if he's implying she is a cupid, which prompts Amain to yell about his strange choice of words. Amain performs a song on the microphone while the others watch. During the performance, Seo and Seiyu quietly slip out of the room together. Amain finishes her song and notices the others have left, but Kotoko tells her they just went to the bathroom. Kotoko quickly grabs the remote to pick her next song first. Amain is confused when a birthday song appears on the karaoke screen, wondering if Kotoko is actually going to sing it. Seo and Seiyu return to the room singing Happy Birthday, with Seo carrying a large cake topped with strawberries. A shocked Amain shouts about the whole cake being brought out. Kotoko laughs and explains she put the other two in charge of it, while Seiyu admits she didn't know Seo was capable of arranging something like this. Kotoko tells her friend the surprise was a joint effort from all three of them. Seiyu promises to keep looking after her sister, and Seo says he looks forward to Amain's continued kindness. Kotoko playfully asks what Amain thinks of their surprise. Amain remains quiet for a moment before giving a small verbal agreement. Amain begins to cry and wipes a tear from her eye as she quietly thanks the group. Amain hides her face in embarrassment while Kotoko and Seo laugh loudly. Seiyu suggests that Amain only let her guard down because she received her presents earlier in the day. The group walks together on the sidewalk after the party concludes. Amain thanks everyone for the day, and Seiyu says the feeling is mutual. Kotoko gives Seiyu a tight hug and suggests they meet at the next sleepover. Amain vows to make Seiyu cry on his own birthday and asks for the date. He says his birthday is on February 6th, and Amain notes it is still a long way off. Amain kicks Seiyu and tells him never to say they aren't a good match again. Seiyu groans in response to the sudden kick. Seiyu apologizes for any offense he may have caused, and Amain notes that his words almost made Kotoko cry. Amain looks away, saying there are things she has finally come to understand. Seiyu walks alone and thinks about how time never stops even if one wants it to. He reflects on how Amain and Kotoko are popular and live in a different world than him. Seiyu smiles and explains that he cherishes their carefree days because of that difference. Amain looks up at the sky and agrees with his sentiment. Kotoko talks to Seiyu about the future, saying she wants everyone to get along well from now on. She mentions wanting to include Seiyu and the rest of the family in their group. Seiyu expresses his own desire for them all to stay close. He smiles and asks if the idea is exciting. Amain closes her eyes and gives a gentle smile, confirming that she feels the same way. Kotoko interrupts to ask if they are talking about love. Seiyu quickly denies it, while Amain claims the conversation was about Seiyu being born in February. Kotoko is surprised by the news and notes that she was born in April, making them almost a year apart. She tells Seiyu he can call her his big sister, but Amain tells her not to act superior just because of her birth month. Seiyu watches the group and sighs. Back at school, a student realizes there is PE class today, and Amain admits she forgot. Seiyu checks his bag and is shocked to find a set of sleepover clothes instead of his gym uniform. Seiyu is relieved that his classmates didn't ask about his plans for later. He thinks to himself that there is no hiding his excitement for what is happening today after school. Seiyu thinks about the upcoming sleepover at Amain's house while Kotoko leans over Amain's desk to talk. Seiyu feels the tension and excitement growing inside him. He reflects on how this is different from his previous stay at Genikairo's house because he has had time to prepare. Kotoko notices Seiyu's behavior and asks if he is that desperate for the school day to end. Seiyu is startled by her sudden question. Seiyu leans in and whispers honestly that he really does want school to finish. Kotoko looks at him with a knowing expression. Kotoko whispers back that she feels the exact same way. Seiyu is stunned by her closeness as she her excitement for the day to end. Amain asks if they want to meet at the park behind the school instead of leaving together. Seiyu agrees but wonders why. Kotoko explains that if they all left at once carrying large bags, they would draw too much attention. Seiyu screams about being the center of attention as he imagines a school news headline exposing the beauty winners on an overnight date with him. Seiyu thinks that meeting up separately makes it feel like they are going on a secret date. Kotoko mentions that people finding out would be a pain but says rumors are fine. Seiyu is horrified when she seemingly reads his mind and mentions the secret date herself. After school, Amain explains they will meet Seiyu at her nearby elementary school later. Seiyu asks if they should head there now, but Kotoko reveals they are going grocery shopping first because they are making dinner themselves tonight. Amain enthusiastically declares they are having a takoyaki party. Seiyu is overcome with excitement, realizing this isn't just a fantasy. Kotoko notes how rewarding it is to see someone so thrilled. The trio arrives at the entrance of a local supermarket. Inside the store, the group begins their search for ingredients. Seiyu follows along with a shopping basket while Amain and Kotoko chat ahead of him. Seiyu reflects on how great this experience feels. Amain jokingly calls Kotoko her mother and asks to buy a snack, and Kotoko reluctantly agrees to let her have just one. Amain picks out high-quality octopus essential green onions and a special type of cheese. Seiyu is highly impressed by her choices, thinking that even a simple shopping trip feels like a dream world. Seiyu finds the red pickled ginger and declares it a necessity for takoyaki. Amain and Kotoko are amazed by how perfectly in sync they all are in that moment. The harmony is shattered when Amain suddenly suggests they skip the red pickled ginger entirely. Seiyu is left in total shock at the sudden end of their synchronization. Kotoko laughs and tells them to just put the ginger in the basket so they can decide on it later. Seiyu lets out a sigh of relief. Seiyu suddenly gets distracted by a sound and heads off to check the Kuraman merchandise. Amane and Kotoko watch him go, noting how strong his bond with Kuriman remains. Outside East Elementary, two young boys stand together. One is a dark-haired boy while the other has spiky light hair and crosses his arms. A group of elementary school girls whispers nearby, admiring the two cool boys and wondering who they might be waiting for. The elementary school girls continue to speculate about why the two cool boys are waiting outside their school, wondering if they are there to pick up their girlfriends. Seiyu approaches the two boys and thanks them for waiting. The group of girls behind her is left in absolute shock to see that the quiet girl actually knows them. The light-haired boy tells Seiyu she is late and complains that being watched by the other students is annoying. He tells her to hurry up so they can finally leave. The girls watch the trio walk away, wondering how Seiyu is related to such cool boys. The dark-haired boy tells Seiyu to stay close so she doesn't get lost, and she agrees. The boys discuss their upcoming sleepover at Seiya's house and admit they are extremely nervous about meeting Otaku-kun and the other two girls. One of them mentions he heard they are going to play ManhwaCapped together. Seiyu looks back with a confident expression and declares that ManhwaCapped is her favorite game. She tells the boys that she has no intention of losing to anyone. The boys are rendered speechless by Seiya's sudden competitive declaration. The boys get fired up and shout that they won't lose either. They urge Seiyu to speed up so they can get to the house and start playing. Seiyu speaks to Amane on the phone as the two boys continue to argue about their gaming skills. At the supermarket, Kotoko and Amane say goodbye to the staff while Seiyu admits he is relieved he isn't the only one feeling super excited for the party. The high schoolers meet up with Seiyu and the boys, and the entire group finally arrives at Amane's house. Kotoko enters the house and apologizes for the intrusion, mentioning she has only been there once before. The light-haired boy reacts with surprise to the news. Seiyu asks Seiyu if he has also been there before, and he confirms he stopped by once after school. Seiyu jokingly brings up the time he tried to do something lewd, causing a panicked Amane to shout that he did no such thing and was just using a figure of speech. Amane and the boys look at Seiyu with judging expressions, while Kotoko tries to tell everyone they have the wrong idea about the situation. Despite the teasing, the group begins preparing for the party. The boys mix the takoyaki flour while Amane washes vegetables, and Seiyu helps out in the kitchen. Amane's parents arrive home and welcome everyone as the preparation continues. The takoyaki begins to sizzle on the grill as the party officially gets underway. The takoyaki party officially begins. Takuya tells Seiyu to flip the balls quickly in a circle while Kotoko takes pictures of the food. Everyone agrees that the meal smells delicious. Amane's mother joins the table and greets Takuya, noting that it has been a long time since they last saw him. She asks the kids what flavors they want and requests a small serving for herself and her husband. Amane's mother mentions that Seiyu has been looking forward to this party all week and wouldn't stop talking about it. An embarrassed Amane shouts at her mother to stop talking. Kotoko and the boys laugh about how excited Amane actually was. Seiyu calls it a heartwarming story while Seiyu notes that Amane is acting like a child. An annoyed Amane thinks about how much of a disaster this is. The narrative reflects on how everyone has been obsessing over the sleepover party all week at home. Seiyu even promised to look after her older sister during the event. The group continues to feast on different takoyaki varieties, with the green onion soy sauce being a big hit. Seiyu pats her stomach and announces she is already completely full. The boys tease Seiyu for finishing so early and call her a child. Seiyu is annoyed by their attitude and offers them her remaining of the food. One of the boys prepares to put mustard mayo on a takoyaki. Seiyu asks Seiyu if he wants to eat it instead, and Amane's mother notes that those two are the only ones who actually like that combination. Seiyu holds up a takoyaki with chopsticks and tells Seiyu to open his mouth. The rest of the group is completely frozen in shock. The boys and the older girls wonder if they should intervene, but they decide it might be weirder to stop a child from sharing food. Seiyu takes a bite and praises the spicy kick of the mustard mayo. Seiyu is pleased to find they have the same taste in food. Amane and Kotoko watch the interaction with intense expressions. They talk about how essential red pickled ginger is to the flavor profile. Determined to join in, Amane and Kotoko both prepare to feed Seiyu. He notices their unusual focus and wonders what they are planning. Both girls hold out their takoyaki to Seiyu and start to say the word for him to open his mouth. Amain and Kotoko both panic at the last second and shout random words instead of feeding him. Seo is left confused and disappointed while the boys suggest trying more mustard mayo. An hour after the takoyaki party concludes, the entire group gathers in the living room to play a game of cards together. Kotoko reveals her winning ace of hearts, leaving Hibiki in last place. Takuya laughs and declares the punishment: Hibiki must eat wasabi-flavored sandwich potato chips. Hibiki is horrified by the new punishment and tells them not to add more to his plate. Kotoko smiles mischievously and offers to feed him if he is that afraid of the chips. Kotoko has a sudden realization and suggests a new rule that sounds like fun. She proposes that the person in last place should have to feed the person in first place. The group reacts to the suggestion. Hibiki is nervous about being fed, while Seiyu thinks about how she wouldn't mind losing if it meant being fed by Seo. Both Amain and Kotoko imagine feeding Seo and decide it is a great idea. The high schoolers all agree to the plan, with Seo hoping there won't be any wasabi involved. Seiyu and Takuya watch silently as the cards are dealt for the next round. The round ends and Takuya takes first place. He is thrilled and asks who the fortunate guy is that will get to feed him, only to be horrified when he realizes it is Seo. Kotoko also wins and is ecstatic. Amain ends up in last place and has to feed her, but Kotoko nonchalantly adds a new term, telling Amain to call her master while she does it. Seiyu takes first place as well, but says she is already full and asks for a head pat instead. Seo obliges and gives her a gentle pat on the head, which she accepts with her eyes closed. The rest of the group stares at Seo and Seiyu with intense, scary expressions. Seo starts to sweat, telling them they are all being very frightening for some reason. Seiyu thinks to herself that they always have such weird plans. Takuya is seen crying and shouting in the background, demanding they play a game that he can actually win. In the kitchen, Amain's mother feeds her husband a spoonful of food. She notes that the kids seem to be having a very exciting time over there as well. Seiyu asks Amain's mother if there is still ice cream in the fridge, explaining that desserts go into a different belly. Amain's mother confirms there is some, while her husband apologizes to Amain because he ate most of the snacks earlier. Kotoko decides she wants to head to the convenience store to buy some more food. Seo immediately offers to go along and help her carry everything back. Amain's mother tells the pair to be careful as they head out into the night under a crescent moon. She mentions that she will have the children take their baths while they are gone. At the convenience store, Seo and Kotoko look through the ice cream freezer. Seo notes that Seiyu wants matcha, while Kotoko says Kakeru likes chocolate. Kotoko hands Seo the money Amain's mother gave them and asks him to pay for the group's items while she buys some personal things. Seo waits for her outside the store. Kotoko catches up to Seo and winks, showing off a chocolate coffee popsicle she bought just for the two of them. She tells him to keep it a secret from everyone else. Kotoko snaps the popsicle in half with a quick motion. They walk together while eating the treat. Seo mentions that eating these takes him back to elementary school, but Kotoko admits she still eats them all the time. She silently reflects on the feeling of walking together to a convenience store late at night. Kotoko wonders to herself if this feels like they are living together. Seo starts rambling about last week's episode of Anime, describing a cool character design that he thought Kotoko would appreciate. Kotoko listens with a gentle smile as Seo continues to talk about the anime and the character's voice actor. As they walk away from the shops, Kotoko tells Seo she is happy to stay and listen to him for as long as he wants. Seo enthusiastically agrees. Back at the house, the group gets ready for a Mario Kart duel. Kotoko sits on the couch brushing Amain's hair while Seo and the three younger kids prepare their controllers for the tournament. The popular racing game begins. Hibiki picks an avatar with a mustache, which Kakeru calls lame. Hibiki defends his choice, but Kakeru just tells him to shut up. Seiyu chooses a top-class racer avatar with glasses and twin tails. She thinks to herself that only the best have both the right look and the necessary talent. Seo picks a simple tire avatar with his own face. He is delighted because it's his first time playing a four-person offline game. Amain and Kotoko act as promoters for the race, announcing that first place wins ice cream. While they cheer everyone on, Hibiki and Kakeru look determined to prove there is more than just ice cream on the line. Seiya's avatar puts on a helmet as she prepares to race. The boys are focused on finally beating her. The countdown appears on the screen as the racers take their positions at the starting line. The signal flashes green and the race begins. Amain's parents put on headsets to provide commentary wondering who will claim victory and the ice cream prize. Seiya's racing avatar crosses the finish line in first place winking as she celebrates her victory. Hibiki and Kakeru are stunned by how good Seiyu is at the game. Seiyu explains that her skill comes from practice and research after losing to her father once. Kotoko notes that her dad is surprisingly good at games and Amain comments on Seiya's extreme competitiveness. Kotoko announces that the game is over and it is time for bed. She begins laying out the futons while Hibiki and Kakeru beg for one more round desperate for a win. Seiyu ignores their pleas. Amain explains that the boys will sleep in the living room while the girls head up to her room on the second floor. Kotoko jokingly warns the boys not to gossip about love late at night and they quickly dismiss the idea. As they separate, Hibiki calls out to Seo. Kakeru bluntly asks Seo which of the girls he is planning to date. Seo is completely caught off guard by the sudden start of the love gossip. Seo tells the boys not to be rude, but Kakeru continues to press him asking if he is a two-timer or looking for a harem. Seo is taken aback by the mature vocabulary used by the young students. Kakeru declares that he and Hibiki both stand beside Kotoko. He adds that it would be interesting to see Seo with her. Hibiki suddenly changes his mind and says he supports Amain instead. Kakeru is shocked and asks if he is picking Seiya's sister over his own. Seo notes that both boys seem to really like Seiyu. Kakeru frantically denies it, claiming he is only curious about her as a gaming rival. The boys become quiet and look away awkwardly, trying to explain themselves. Hibiki admits that Seiyu was very cute in her pajamas. As Kakeru reacts with frustration, Seo realizes that the boys are truly infatuated with her. The boys whisper together as Hibiki asks how to change the wallpaper on his phone's chat screen. Seo is annoyed to find out that Kotoko sent them a photo of Seiyu while Hibiki insists that he didn't ask for it, and she just sent it randomly. Meanwhile, in the girls' room, Kotoko asks Amain to show her her middle school graduation album. Amain refuses, saying it isn't interesting, but Kotoko insists that her past is fascinating history to her. Seiyu notes that Kotoko and Amain have only been friends since high school. Kotoko agrees and tries to divert the conversation by offering to show off her Kuraman merchandise instead. Seiyu points a finger and declares that 3 girls in a room at night must engage in love gossip. She bluntly asks how far things have gone with Seo. Amain is annoyed by the grown-up attitude while Kotoko laughs and insists that their relationship isn't like that. Seiyu pushes up her glasses and mentions what happened during the school festival. A panicked Kotoko asks Amain if she told her sister while Amain frantically denies saying anything. Seiyu grins, realizing she tricked them into admitting something happened. Kotoko is frustrated by the trick while Amain sighs in annoyance. Kotoko tries to turn the tables, asking Seiyu if there is something between her and the 2 boys. Seiyu denies it even when Kotoko warns her that popular boys will be taken away if she doesn't act. Seiyu remains unfazed, adjusting her glasses. Seiyu suggests that maybe the 2 girls should be worrying about Seo instead. Kotoko and Amain are both stunned by the sudden change in subject. Seiyu points out that Seo has become more refined and cheerful, suggesting that others have surely noticed his good qualities. Kotoko agrees, noting his attention to his hair while Amain looks flustered. Seiyu asks why they don't just be straightforward, mentioning the failed firework invitation. A shocked Kotoko tries to explain her failed attempt while Seiyu happily settles into bed, having completely taken control of the conversation. Kotoko suggests they go to sleep and use the school trip rule of waking each other up. Amain asks if she's cold and Kotoko says she's fine while chuckling at her choice of words. Kotoko stares at the ceiling and quietly calls out to Amain. Amain responds to Kotoko's call, asking what she wants. Amain hugs her pillow tightly and asks Kotoko what she seriously thinks about the romantic topics they were discussing. Kotoko admits that she sometimes thinks about those things, but her expression remains uncertain. Kotoko smiles and declares that what she values most is the 3 of them being together. Amain softly agrees that she feels the same way. Kotoko mentions how much Amain has mellowed out recently. Amain asks if she was really that harsh before, and Kotoko confirms she used to be a little scared of her. The girls laugh together as Amain reacts to the comment. Kotoko notes that they both know how their friendship started, and Amain reflects on how nostalgic it feels even though a year hasn't passed yet. The story travels back to early April during the enrollment ceremony at S High School. The story flashes back to the day Amain and Kotoko first met. They walk past each other in a crowd of students during the high school enrollment ceremony. Amain walks ahead with a neutral expression. Behind her, Kotoko's friend asks which class they were assigned to. Amain enters class 1 while boys whisper about how pretty she is and wonder if they can go to their classes together. Outside, Kotoko and her friends also discuss the beautiful girl, hoping they are in the same class, even though they think it is too good to be true. Both girls end up in the same classroom. Kotoko sits at her desk and watches Amain as the other students whisper excitedly that the beautiful girl is actually in their class. The teacher starts self-introductions. Amain stands up and introduces herself as Amain K, saying it is nice to meet everyone. Classmates whisper about her looking like an actress. Kotoko watches Amain and thinks about how beautiful her name is. She finds Amain a bit scary but decides that is actually a charming quality. Amain looks stylish and cool as she settles into her seat. Kotoko admires her mature vibe and thinks she hasn't met anyone like her before. She then realizes it is her turn next. Kotoko stands up and cheerfully introduces herself as Ajichi Kotoko from 6th middle school, saying it is nice to meet everyone. Amain looks back at Kotoko with a sharp, serious gaze. Amain is privately amazed, thinking Kotoko looks exactly like Idol Mikai from Kuriman and would be perfect for a live-action adaptation or cosplay. Meanwhile, Kotoko continues her introduction by talking about her love for singing and karaoke, before laughing at how long she talked. Amain quickly turns back to her desk, worried that she stared too much. Kotoko is left feeling nervous, wondering if Amain just glared at her or if she is just imagining things. Recess begins after the self-introductions are finished. Amain prepares to leave her desk while Kotoko watches her from behind with a bored expression. Kotoko wonders how she should start a conversation with Amain, feeling that the other girl is strangely on guard. Some boys from her middle school suddenly approach her desk to say hello. Two boys, Seiji and Takumi, express their joy at being in the same class as Kotoko. They then turn to Amain to introduce themselves, mentioning that her self-introduction really stood out. Amain keeps her expression cold and distant. She closes her eyes and simply replies that it is nice to meet them. The two boys are completely frozen by Amain's cold reception. A sharp gust of wind seems to blow through the room as they stand there in shock. Mayu is introduced and nervously greets Amain. Kotoko tries to use Mayu as a shield, pushing her forward to talk to the scary girl. Mayu finds Amain frightening, but Kotoko admits she actually likes that about her. Amain keeps her eyes downcast and offers another minimal icy greeting. Mayu is instantly blown away by the freezing atmosphere Amain projects. Kotoko worries if she did something wrong, but decides to try one more time. She shouts her introduction at Amain, clearly desperate to make a connection. Amain looks up and gives Kotoko a slight mysterious grin as she acknowledges her. Kotoko is terrified by the daring expression, wondering what kind of emotion Amain is actually feeling. Amain covers her mouth to hide a giggle, thinking about how much Kotoko reminds her of a Kuriman character. Kotoko sits at her desk, feeling defeated, convinced that Amain hates her. In the corner, Seo struggles with his own social anxiety, repeatedly putting off his plan to talk to anyone. A week passes and groups begin to form in the classroom. Kotoko and Amain maintain a neutral but strange distance, with Amain continuing to give short, cold responses to Kotoko's morning greetings. Mayu approaches Kotoko with a coupon and invites her to go to karaoke after school. Kotoko enthusiastically accepts. Kotoko turns around and invites Amain to join their group at the karaoke bar. Amain hesitates, looking uncertain. Amain dismisses the offer with a cold hand gesture, saying she will pass. Kotoko gives an okay sign and tells herself she is getting used to the rejection. As groups continue to interact, Amain bluntly corrects a classmate who calls out her name while heading to the restroom. Kotoko watches from afar, noting that, while Amain is getting used to the class, she still doesn't hang out with her specifically. The group of friends, including Seo, eventually gathers outside the karaoke building. Mayu asks what is wrong as they walk. Kotoko admits she feels like Amain doesn't like her and wishes the other girl had come along with them. Mayu tries to reassure Kotoko, saying Amain is just shy and friendly with Shin. Kotoko looks down quietly, hoping that is the case. Back at home during the flashback, Amain tells her sister that school is going well. She confidently claims she already has many friends. Seiyu bluntly calls her sister's claim lies. Amain becomes flustered and insists that the cute girl sitting behind her in class is actually very nice to her. Seiyu remains skeptical, stating that a popular girl would never be nice to an otaku. Amain insists she is serious and notes that her classmates don't even know she is an otaku yet. 2 weeks pass after enrollment and the day of a big group outing arrives. Mayu tells Kotoko that club activities are cancelled and asks if she wants to hang out after school. Kotoko suggests going to an arcade since there is a new Puricura machine nearby. Kotoko nervously asks Amain if all 4 of them can take a Puricura together. While Amain acts indifferent on the outside, she is privately excited about the chance to get closer to Kotoko without any boys around. Amain agrees to go, which leaves Kotoko and her friends in a state of absolute shock. Kotoko is thrilled that she finally gets to hang out with Amain. Amain quickly tries to play it cool, suggesting that she only agreed because she happens to like arcades and Puricura. Amain thinks to herself that she is finally hanging out with friends, intending to show her sister she was right. Kotoko suddenly calls out to her in the hallway. 2 boys from the class approach Kotoko, having heard about the arcade trip. Kotoko welcomes them, saying the more the merrier, while Amain watches with a neutral face. Kotoko notes that the group is going to get pretty crowded. The boys then ask if they can invite even more classmates along, and Kotoko agrees. Kotoko realizes the outing is no longer just for the girls, but thinks a friendly meetup for the whole class is a good thing. She hopes this will be a chance for everyone, including Amain, to become close friends. The group gathers outside the game center, but it has grown into a massive crowd of classmates. Amain stands in front of the building looking completely overwhelmed. Amain stares at the large group of people in total despair, wondering to herself why this is happening. Mayu asks why the boys were invited, and a cheerful Kotoko explains she wanted to help the class bond. One of the boys remarks on how easy it is to make friends when Kotoko is around. Amain looks away with a dark expression, feeling completely betrayed. She thinks to herself that she never would have come if she knew boys were invited, and silently accuses Kotoko of tricking her. Kotoko watches the classmates chatting and feels a sense of accomplishment. She is happy to see everyone together and believes Amain is finally starting to fit in with the group. The group begins to disperse outside the station. Classmates wave goodbye to each other, promising to meet again at school. Kotoko runs after Amain to catch up with her as she walks away. With a bright and happy smile, Kotoko thanks Amain for coming. She tells her the day was a total blast because of her. Amain remains icy and offers a forced apology. She suggests that since they all made new friends, they should hang out in a big group again, but she privately groans in annoyance. Amain stops and turns around, confessing that the only reason she came was that she expected it to be just the 4 of them. Amain admits she was honestly disappointed by the crowd. She tells Kotoko not to assume everyone likes large group hangouts and says she wishes Kotoko had actually asked her first. Amain declares she won't be coming out with them again and walks away. A stunned Kotoko is left wondering if she just completely messed everything up. A holiday message page features an illustration of the trio in winter clothes, celebrating the new year of 2025. Amain walks away down a brightly lit corridor while Kotoko stands perfectly still, the declaration about never joining them again hanging in the air. The evening sky settles over the roof of Amain's house. In her room, Amain clenches her head in total distress. She realizes she was just venting her anger and worries that she either said way too much or didn't explain herself properly, dreading the awkwardness of seeing Kotoko at school tomorrow. Amain imagines Kotoko and her friends standing together and gossiping about how mean she was. She worries that they have already started ignoring her or are making fun of her in their private messages. Amain tries to calm herself, thinking that Kotoko and the others probably aren't gossiping about her. She admits to herself that even if they were, it would be her own fault for how she acted. Amain collapses onto her bed and sighs, regretting her harsh words and wishing she had handled the situation better. She still feels that Kotoko should have consulted her about the boys, and she worries that her outburst means she will never be invited out again. With a literal stomachache from the stress, Amain decides to look at some Kuriman fan art on her phone to relax before going to sleep. The next day at school, the teacher takes attendance and notes that Kotoko is absent. Amain is present and hears the news. Amain panics, wondering if Kotoko stayed home because of her. 2 classmates approach and suggest that Kotoko might have a fever after being so fired up the day before. A flustered Amain asks what they mean by that. The girls explain how adorable and enthusiastic Kotoko was about hanging out with Amain. They laugh about how she even made a list of conversation topics she thought Amain would enjoy. Mayu mentions that Kotoko even asked her to look out for Amain so she wouldn't feel lonely. She says it's clear that Kotoko just really wanted Amain to have a great time. Amain sits at her desk and clenches her fists in shame, wondering what on earth she has done. Amain realizes that while she thought Kotoko was being inconsiderate, she was actually the one who was being selfish and thoughtless. Amain decides she must apologize to Kotoko immediately. Mayu checks her phone and informs Amain that Kotoko sent a text saying she is home caring for her sick younger brothers. Amain resolves to apologize in person and heads to Kotoko's apartment building. Inside, Kotoko's brothers are shown sleeping in bed with fever patches on their foreheads. Kotoko lets out a long sigh of relief, thankful that her brothers have finally fallen asleep. Kotoko sits alone and mopes, feeling that she was incredibly inconsiderate to Amain. She wonders how she can possibly apologize until the doorbell suddenly rings. Thinking it might be a delivery, she runs to the door. Kotoko opens the door and is stunned to see Amain standing there. Amain explains she got the address from Mayu and apologizes for dropping an unannounced, mentioning that she had also sent a text. Kotoko apologizes for not checking her phone during the busy day. Amain hands over a bag of supplies for the brothers and asks if they are doing all right. A grateful Kotoko confirms they just fell asleep. Amain and Kotoko stand in silence for a moment, both looking a bit awkward and unsure of what to say next. Kotoko asks if Amain really came all this way just to bring those items. Amain hesitates, struggling to find the right words before putting on a more determined face. Amain bows her head deeply and sincerely apologizes for her behavior the previous day. Amain keeps her head down and explains that she is actually not very good around boys. She admits that her discomfort is no excuse for treating Kotoko so badly and apologizes once more. Kotoko is shocked and tells Amain to raise her head, questioning why she is the one apologizing. Kotoko admits she should have been the one to say sorry for not mentioning that other people were joining them. Amain explains that she felt she had to come and tell Kotoko all of this in person. Amain offers yet another apology, but Kotoko tells her she is overdoing it and suggests they just call it even. Amain starts to say something else. Amain looks Kotoko in the eye and gives her a very sincere thank you. Amain continues saying the other girls told her about all the effort Kotoko put in for her sake. She admits that hearing about Kotoko's kindness made her really happy, and she felt she needed to that with her. Kotoko stares at Amain with wide, shimmering eyes as she begins to well up with tears. Kotoko suddenly bursts into loud, bawling tears, which startles a worried Amain. Kotoko hugs Amain tightly and cries out that she is so relieved because she was terrified that Amain would hate her now. Amain tells her to relax and promises that she won't hate her. Amain blushes and asks if they can hang out together again. She looks at Kotoko and tells her that she truly wants to get along with her. Kotoko gives a huge, joyful smile and tells Amain she can drop the formal honorifics from now on. She happily declares that she will also start calling her Amain. The two girls a genuine laugh together, the tension between them finally gone for good. Amain and Kotoko firmly shake hands and agree to get along with each other from now on. Kotoko's younger brothers start screaming for her from another room, demanding food because they are hungry. Amain decides it is time to leave and apologizes for the intrusion, while Kotoko thanks her and says she will see her at school the next day. The girls make up and spend a lot of time hanging out together over Golden Week, including a group trip to a theme park. Seiyu observes her sister and notes that she is a Gyaru who is actually kind to Otakus. Eventually, the two become famous as the top Gyaras of their class. The class undergoes its first seat change of the school year. Amain is disappointed to find that her new seat is now quite far away from Kotoko. Amain sulks about the distance between them, but Kotoko just laughs and suggests she move her desk closer if she is feeling lonely. Amain tries to act tough, claiming she is perfectly fine and that her new spot is more comfortable anyway. Kotoko agrees that the back seat by the window is a great spot. Amain continues to protest, but she is interrupted when a very significant day for the group finally arrives. In mid-May, Kotoko realizes she forgot her eraser and wonders if she left it at home after studying. Amain watches her and privately notes how serious and dedicated Kotoko is to her schoolwork. Kotoko decides she will just borrow an eraser from Seo instead of worrying about her own. Amain watches with interest as Kotoko approaches his desk. Kotoko informs Seo that she is borrowing his eraser and holds it up. Amain is mid-sip of her juice when she sees the item and is instantly shocked by what Kotoko is holding. Amain is so stunned that she lets out a massive internal scream of absolute disbelief. Amain recognizes the eraser as a rare Kuruman item that was only available to specific applicants. She realizes in an instant that Seo is actually a hardcore fan of the series. Seo notices Amain looking at him and admits he didn't think there would be other Kuruman fans at school. Amain worries that if her own hobby is discovered, it might ruin her current friendships or create a weird atmosphere in the class. Amain decides that the smartest move is to simply ignore the situation and keep her secret. She continues drinking her juice, determined not to disrupt the peace she has found. Seo starts talking about the Kuruman character on the eraser, claiming it first appears in the 4th episode. Amain maintains a cold, neutral expression, vowing not to react no matter what he says. Seo continues confidently stating that the character actually made its debut in the 2nd episode. Amain's resolve begins to waver as her urge to correct him grows stronger. Amain finally snaps and shouts out the correction, but she frantically claims that her sister is the one who is the fan. Seo is delighted, feeling that he has finally found a kindred spirit, and the journey of the 3 friends officially begins. Kotoko welcomes her mother home. Her mother is carrying groceries and apologizes for making Kotoko skip school to help with her brothers, thanking her for the effort. Kotoko smiles and tells her mother not to worry about it. Kotoko and Amain talk in bed about the time that has passed since they enrolled. Kotoko notes that it has been half a year, and Amain agrees that although many things happened, it felt like it went by in a blink of an eye. Amain stares up at the ceiling in the dark room and quietly calls out to Kotoko. Amain offers her thanks for being invited to hang out on that specific day early in the school year. Amain admits that while there were some unpleasant feelings involved in that group outing, she ultimately learned something important from it. Amain reflects on the fact that if someone had said those things to her after she had a good time hanging out, she probably would have given up right then. Amain closes her eyes and tells Kotoko that she is amazing, admitting she finally understands why everyone is so fond of her. Kotoko sits up in her bed and claims that she isn't actually such a commendable person. Amain looks over from her pillow and asks Kotoko what she means by that statement. Kotoko pulls her covers up and admits that everything she has done was actually for her own sake. Kotoko explains that her main priority is always just not wanting to be hated and not wanting to bring anyone else down. She confesses that she was only doing what was convenient for herself that day, which ended up putting Amain through a terrible experience. Kotoko buries her face in her pillow, feeling that she is always just thinking about herself, and apologizes for making the conversation weird. Amain tells her that it isn't something she should fret over now of all times. Kotoko looks up and tells Amain not to worry about it. Amain remains silent as she stares back at Kotoko. Amain quietly calls out to Kotoko by her family name. Amain places her hand on Kotoko's shoulder and tells her sincerely that she was serious when she said Kotoko saved her. Amain decides to her own secret and confesses to a surprised Kotoko that she is actually a Kuruman otaku. Amain is embarrassed when Kotoko admits she had already guessed the secret. Amain then talks about her middle school days, explaining how she was unable to talk to the people around her. Amain reflects on her past, noting that her difficulty speaking and scary face made her assume high school would be just as lonely as before. Amain looks at Kotoko and says that meeting her changed everything because she accepted Amain even after seeing her vent strong emotions. Amain says that simply being accepted is enough for her, and a moved Kotoko expresses her happiness that things turned out well. Kotoko promises to keep Amain's secret to herself, calling Amain's rare weaknesses special. She shouts in embarrassment about the heavy conversation while Amain points out that Kotoko already knew her secret anyway. Kotoko asks why Amain keeps her hobby a secret since it isn't weird, but Amain believes it would change how people see her. She adds that otakus are naturally mysterious, a logic that Kotoko eventually accepts. Amain looks at Kotoko and asks if she wants to try calling each other by different names. Kotoko recalls when they dropped honorifics and realizes that the next step is using first names. They both sit formally and prepare themselves for the change. The 2 girls look at each other and finally address each other as Kei and Kotoko. They a quiet moment of eye contact after the significant change in how they address one another. The awkward formality breaks and both girls burst into genuine laughter. Kotoko shouts that she is incredibly embarrassed and her face feels like it is on fire. She then notices Amein's graduation album and realizes her friend hadn't forgotten about it after all. The next morning, a sleepy Amein groans as the bright sunlight hits her face. Kotoko tells her it is time to get up and admits they stayed up way too late talking the night before. Heavy thumping sounds echo as someone runs down the stairs. Amein and Kotoko burst through the door into the living room. Amein yells at Seiyu for failing to wake them up while a cheerful Kotoko shouts a morning greeting to everyone. Seiyu and the two boys are completely focused on their video game while Seo watches from the sofa. Seo smiles and tells the girls good morning. He explains that they were both sleeping far too soundly for him to wake them, while Seiyu notes they probably stayed up way too late talking. Amein's mother brings out breakfast for the group. Kotoko is thrilled by the food, and when she asks to be fed, Amein gives her a head pat and tells her to eat it herself. Kotoko jokingly asks Seo if he wants to be fed as well, which prompts an immediate denial from Amein. Seo watches the two of them and thinks about how energetic they are, feeling that they are getting along even better than usual. Amein leans in and whispers a sneaky proposal to Kotoko. She asks if Kotoko wants to try calling Seo by his first name instead of his nickname. The girls decide the idea is brilliant and slowly approach Seo. Amein tries to start saying the name Takuya but stops herself after just the first few letters. Both girls stand in front of Seo blushing and looking very frustrated. They find they can't bring themselves to use his first name yet and default back to calling him Otaku-kun. The narrative notes that the sleepover at the Amein household finishes without incident and the trio's relationships have slightly deepened. While the boys continue gaming with Seiyu, Amein, and Kotoko, agree that their current dynamic is much better. At the elementary school, classmates surround Seiyu and ask who the cool boys were, wondering if they are her boyfriends. Seiyu bluntly denies it and explains they are just her sister's friends' little brothers. Time moves forward in the high school classroom as December begins to approach. A group of boys asks Kotoko if she has any plans for Christmas. Mayu cuts in and loudly declares that Kotoko definitely has plans, even though a surprised Kotoko was about to say she didn't have any. Mayu excitedly describes the Christmas lights at the park in front of the station. She announces that this will be the venue for the girls' Christmas party. Kotoko and Amein confirm that they are definitely spending Christmas together as a girls-only group. Kotoko says she only just heard about the plan herself, while Amein notes that the location is very famous. Seo and his friend talk about wanting a girlfriend to see Christmas lights with. Nearby, a group discusses the cuteness of a Christmas confession. Amein looms over Kotoko with a dark expression, asking if only the girls are coming to their planned outing. Kotoko is startled by her friend's intense aura. Mayu gets lost in a fantasy about being embraced and told how much she is loved under the Christmas lights, claiming she would instantly fall for someone in that moment. Kotoko laughs and calls her a hopeless romantic. Mayu counters that anyone would fall in love on a Christmas date, and Kotoko admits that is probably true. Kotoko starts to imagine her own scenario at the lights. She pictures herself standing among the decorations when someone calls her name. In her mind, she sees two people leaning in close for a romantic moment. She pauses, looking thoughtful as she considers the possibility. In her imagination, a boy embraces her and declares his love. Kotoko immediately shakes the thought out of her head with a laugh, telling herself that such a scenario is completely impossible for her. Kotoko realizes that if she were there, she wouldn't be alone with a boy because Amein would be there as well. She imagines a scenario where the three of them are together. She wonders if it would actually be a bad thing and pictures the three of them leaning in for a group embrace. The mental image of a triple embrace turns into something far less romantic. Kotoko groans, realizing that a three-person hug would look exactly like a sports team huddle. She imagines them shouting cheers for their school instead of being romantic. The next morning, Seo arrives at classroom 1 and offers a cheerful greeting to his classmates. Amein sits at her desk with a troubled expression and greets Seo as he approaches. Seo asks her what's wrong, noticing her stressed face. Seeing his confusion, Amein realizes that he is also unaware of whatever is bothering everyone. Seo is struck with panic as he hears there is an English pop quiz during the first period. Amein explains that the rumor came from another class and insists they need to study immediately. They both look at their low-grade rankings in English and feel the pressure to prepare. Amain and Seo focus intensely on their books, desperately trying to study before class begins. Kotoko watches them from her seat, noticing their sudden dedication and Seo's visible stress. Kotoko leans in and whispers to Amain, causing the girl to react with a start. Amain tries to focus on her notes but complains that she can't concentrate. Kotoko ignores her frustration and asks if she and Seo are actually close. Amain stammers that she is too busy to talk and claims they aren't especially close. Kotoko points out that Amain treats Seo differently than any other boy. Amain looks confused, questioning what Kotoko means by that observation. Amain admits that her sister and Seo the same hobbies which force them to talk more often. She suggests she might just be more used to him than others. Kotoko is surprised, finding it hard to believe that Amain is actually getting used to being around a boy. Kotoko thinks to herself that she is glad for her friend and briefly imagines Seo and Amain dating. Amain quickly clarifies that her sister is the one who likes the same things as Seo, not necessarily her. Kotoko continues to smile, wondering if they might actually end up together. Kotoko laughs and dismisses the dating idea, jokingly telling Amain that she already has her to look after. Amain looks at her blankly, asking what on earth she is talking about. After the English pop quiz, the school bell rings through the hall. Amain stands over her desk in a total panic, shouting that she forgot every single thing she studied. She leans over her desk while Kotoko laughs at her, telling her to just sit down if she doesn't need to study anymore. Her grade rank is shown as 51 out of 320, while Seo stands nearby looking completely dazed with a rank of 11. Later at home, Seo sits in his room watching television. A commercial for a new Kuriman character blanket catches his eye. The ad promises that the themed blanket will be a cozy best friend all winter long. Seo stares at the screen with wide eyes and a massive blush. He is completely captivated by the merchandise, declaring to himself that he wants it more than anything else. Seo's excitement quickly turns to despair as he checks his finances. He glances at his wallet only to find it stuffed with old receipts and almost no cash. He realizes he is broke on a whole other level and slams his hands onto the table in frustration. Seo decides that he has no choice but to start working a part-time job. He looks through his phone for positions that accept people with no prior experience. He strikes a determined pose, ready to earn the money he needs to show his appreciation. He thinks about the various gifts he wants to buy for the people in his life. He hopes they will feel the love when he finally gets them something special. Seo reflects on the reason he is currently out of money. He remembers the times he spent hanging out at karaoke with Kotoko and Amain and celebrating Amain's birthday. He realizes that this year was the very first time he actually had friends to go out with, which is why his savings are gone. Seo watches Amain and Kotoko as they chat. He resolves to get them both a gift filled with all the gratitude he feels for their friendship. Outside the school building, Seo starts to have second thoughts. He wonders to himself if he is even capable of handling a part-time job given his lack of experience. Back in the classroom, Kotoko notices Seo scrolling through his phone and asks him what he's looking at. He explains that he is searching for a short-term part-time job. Kotoko and Amain crowd around him as he points out an inventory sorting position at a warehouse that looks promising. Kotoko's eyes light up when she spots an application for a cake shop. She suddenly decides she wants to work as well and suggests they go together. Seo is immediately terrified of the idea because he is bad at customer service, while Amain looks over and asks if Kotoko is actually serious. Kotoko puts her hands together and dreamily explains that working in a cake shop was her literal childhood dream. She remembers herself as a young girl imagining a future behind the counter of a sweet shop. Amain admits that she also had a dream, but hers was to become a dinosaur. Seo tries to remember his own childhood ambition, eventually recalling that he probably wanted to go to space. Amain stands up and gives Kotoko a warning, noting that working around so many sweets might cause her to gain weight. Kotoko is stunned by the comment and imagines herself looking much chubbier. Amain explains that a friend of hers worked at a cake shop and ended up eating constantly because of employee discounts and leftovers. Kotoko gulps nervously as the cakes are described. Seo decides he will definitely stick to the warehouse job since a fancy shop feels out of his league, though Kotoko still wishes they could work together. Amain reveals that she actually does some work every now and then. Seo and Kotoko stare at Amain in complete disbelief. Amain is annoyed by their reactions and insists she is perfectly capable of working. Amain explains that her mother is a hair and makeup artist and she helps out at her events or does some occasional modeling. Seo recalls a time he helped out with those activities as well. Kotoko is desperate to see the modeling photos, but Amain refuses to show them. Amain claims she isn't even the one who has the pictures. Amain declares she is not going to get a job, which causes Kotoko to droop in disappointment. Kotoko tells Seo it will just be the two of them applying together. Seo remains focused on the warehouse job, fearing he is too bad at customer service to work anywhere else. Kotoko warns Seo that he will fail his job interview if he doesn't change his attitude. Seo is instantly terrified by the idea of an interview. Kotoko suggests that Amain should conduct a practice interview for them. Amain is confused and wonders why she was chosen for the task. Kotoko points out that Amain already has work experience, while Seo admits he would appreciate some practice. Amain suspects Kotoko just wants to mess around. The mock interview begins in a formal setting that resembles an arranged marriage meeting. Amain asks Seo about his hobbies and he nervously admits he likes Kuramin. Kotoko is confused by the strange atmosphere they created. Amain admits she doesn't really know how interviews work because she gets all her jobs through her mother. Kotoko is determined to survive even the toughest stress interviews, while Amain wonders if those are even real for part-time positions. Kotoko takes over the interview and asks Seo if he likes cakes. Seo begs her to stop trying to push him toward the cake shop job and reminds her he chose the warehouse. Amain notes that practicing between friends doesn't work because they aren't nervous around each other. Kotoko agrees and realizes she knows exactly who can help them. Kotoko brings Mayu into the classroom and asks her to help Seo practice. A surprised Mayu wonders if they are serious about her being the interviewer. Mayu mentions that she has some part-time experience from working during her summer vacations. Kotoko notes that Mayu would be perfect since she and Seo don't really talk to each other. Mayu worries that Seo won't take her seriously as an interviewer because she is a helpless, delicate girl. Kotoko tells her to check something out. Kotoko points out that Seo is already completely scared off before the practice even begins. She notes how rude his introverted reaction is while Seo stands there trembling in silence. Kotoko pumps her fist and tells Seo he can do it, prompting a nervous stammer from him. Nearby, Mayu strikes a thinking pose and makes a curious sound as she evaluates her new subject. Mayu gives a sneaky grin and tells the group she will take on the role of interviewer. Kotoko and Amain laugh and cheer her on while telling her to just do her thing. The mock interview begins with Mayu asking Seo to introduce himself and be completely honest. With his heart racing and sweat dripping down his face, Seo manages to say his name is Seo Takuya and he is 16 years old. Mayu suddenly points a finger at Seo and asks if he likes Kotoko. In the background, a panicked Kotoko shouts for her to stop right there and tries to block the question. Mayu ignores the interruption and continues her personal line of questioning, asking how often Seo follows Kotoko around. Kotoko screams that this has absolutely nothing to do with a job interview. Amain finally snaps and yells that the interrogation has gone way too far. Seo is left bright red and unable to speak, while Mayu and her friend continue to press him about his relationship with Kotoko. Kotoko begs Mayu to take the practice seriously because they really want to get accepted for work. Mayu sighs and agrees to do it properly, trying to recall the actual questions she was asked during her own job applications. The interview shifts to standard business questions as Mayu asks if Seo can work more than twice a week and on Saturdays. Seo answers affirmatively to everything, including a question about staying until 10 at night. Mayu notes that this is more like a real interview, but then asks Seo why he wants to work so much. She teases him by asking if he wants to give a gift to his girlfriend, which leaves Seo stuttering in embarrassment. Shin comments on how Seo seems to have become more refined lately. Kotoko recalls Sei's words about how others have likely noticed Seo's good qualities as she watches him interact with Mayu. Mayu prepares to give the results of the interview. In the background, Kotoko and Amain run off while shouting that the interview is over, leaving a dazed Seo behind. Mayu gives a thumbs up and tells Seo he would be accepted. She explains that most places are short-staffed and he is good to go as long as he can answer their questions, leaving Seo feeling incredibly relieved. Kotoko excitedly declares that they are now all set to apply for the cake shop job together. Seo weakly protests, reminding her that he specifically said he wanted to apply for the warehouse position instead. Shin looks at her phone and asks Seo if the warehouse job was the one he wanted. She shows the group the listing pointing out that the applications for that specific location are already closed. The duo arrives at a charming neighborhood cake shop called Mirage Lion. Seo and Kotoko stand inside the shop wearing matching striped aprons. While Kotoko looks pleased with her new look, Seo is visibly distressed. Seo clenches his face in total despair, wondering to himself how he managed to end up in this situation. The narrative explains that the warehouse job Seo wanted had already stopped taking applications, so he ended up applying to the cake shop along with Kotoko. Kotoko spins around happily asking him if she looks good in her new uniform. Seo briefly thinks to himself that Kotoko looks great in her apron before quickly catching himself and stopping the thought. The story travels back 1 hour to when they first arrived at the shop, which appears to be a quiet hideaway run by a couple. Kotoko is excited by the fantastic exterior and calls out a greeting as they enter. They are greeted by a massive, intimidating patissier with a thick mustache. His white coat is covered in what looks like blood stains, and he holds a sharp knife offering an icy welcome that terrifies the pair. Seo begins to hallucinate a dramatic death in an underground lab, but Kotoko snaps him out of it. She introduces them both to the man and explains they are there for the scheduled interview. A kind-looking older woman in a bandana and glasses peeks out from behind the large man. Seo is instantly relieved to see someone who looks friendly and welcoming. The woman invites them to sit and apologizes for the scare, explaining that the red stains on the chef's coat are actually strawberry juice from his intense cutting technique. Seo is stunned to hear it called the infinite strawberry slash. The chef scratches his head awkwardly while the woman explains he is actually quite popular with the neighborhood children. Right on cue, a group of kids enters the shop. The children excitedly swarm the chef, calling him the cake gangster and begging to see his special strawberry technique. Seo reflects on how bizarre the nickname sounds. Kotoko is moved by the heartwarming scene, noting how well-loved the shop is. Seo watches her and realizes she has already completely adapted to the unusual atmosphere. The older woman asks for a moment to serve the incoming customers before starting the interview. Seo looks exhausted and overwhelmed by everything that has happened since they arrived. The formal interview finally begins as the group sits at a table. The woman tells Kotoko to go first and asks her why she decided she wanted to work at their shop. Kotoko explains that working at a cake shop was her childhood dream and that seeing their customer service confirmed her desire. The chef immediately hires her, noting her love for cakes, which leaves Seo shocked by the speed of the decision. When the older woman asks Seo why he wants the job, he tries to remember his practice session. He nervously states that he wants to gain some work experience. The chef declares he cannot sense any love for cakes from Seo. Seo shrieks an apology in terror as the man looms over him. Kotoko intervenes, vouching for Seo's dexterity and mentioning the high-quality costume he made for the school festival. She calls him earnest and hardworking, while the older woman tells the chef not to scare the boy too much. The older woman suggests Seo could handle light work like the cash register or wrapping cakes. The chef stares intensely at Seo and calls his name. The chef tells Seo to be honest and talk about his love. Seo looks up in surprise at the request. Seo stands tall and confesses that he wants to buy presents for people special to him. He admits it is partly for his own sake but focuses on his gratitude while Kotoko watches with interest. The chef gives a thumbs up and says he can feel the love officially hiring Seo. The older woman expresses her excitement about working with them. Both Seo and Kotoko celebrate their success with a loud cheer. The older woman asks for their time to take measurements for uniforms. She makes a comment about them being a young couple working together, which prompts an immediate and unified denial from both teens. The chef compliments their look once they are in uniform. The older woman confirms the sizes are fine and moves on to explaining their future job duties. At the end of the day, the couple running the shop gives the students their pay and some gifts. Kotoko and Seo thank them for the lessons as they prepare to head home. As they walk, Kotoko expresses her relief at passing the interview. Seo admits he was extremely nervous and realizes he never would have succeeded if he had tried to apply for the warehouse job alone. Kotoko stops and asks Seo who he was referring to when he mentioned the special people in his life during the interview. Seo blushes and confirms he meant her and Amain. He thinks to himself that while he doesn't want it to be a surprise, saying it now doesn't feel right. Kotoko worries she was too blunt with her question and wonders if the special person is someone other than them. Kotoko asks Seo why he went silent, wondering if she asked something she shouldn't have. Seo becomes flustered and tries to explain that isn't the reason for his quietness. Kotoko asks if he actually got a girlfriend. Seo is completely caught off guard and frantically denies it, saying that isn't the case at all. Kotoko lets out a long sigh of relief. Seo remains silent for a moment before looking away with a blush. Seo clarifies his earlier statement, telling Kotoko that she and Amain are the only people he would ever call special to him. Kotoko is completely stunned by the sincere confession and stares at Seo with wide, shimmering eyes. Kotoko laughs and teases Seo about his blunt way of speaking, but as they walk away, her heart starts racing. She wonders to herself why her chest feels so tight and why her heart is beating so fast. The next day at school, Seo brings a bag of cookies for his friends as a thank you for their help with the interview. Shin and Amain congratulate him on being hired. Kotoko mentions that the shop owner gave them the treats as a gift and notes how delicious they are. Kotoko happily eats a cookie and declares they must go buy some next time. Shin notices something else in the bag and asks if it is a menu. Amain looks at Seo and asks why he has such a troubled expression on his face. Shin looks at the large menu and is shocked by the variety of cakes. Amain is horrified by the idea of having to memorize all of them, while Kotoko just thinks about how she wants to try every single one. Seo mentions that the owners haven't actually asked them to memorize the menu yet. Kotoko explains that she asked for it anyway because she thinks knowing the items will be useful if they have to work at the register. Kotoko insists that it would be unprofessional not to know the names and appearances of the cakes. When Shin suggests using barcodes, Kotoko points out that the shop does all their receipts by hand. Seo admits he tried to study the menu but finds it impossible to remember the fancy foreign names. Shin is surprised he even applied for a cake shop job with that kind of weakness. Shin asks Kotoko how she is doing with the list. Amain is impressed when Kotoko claims to have already mastered most of it, calling her a hardworking Gyaru. Shin starts a quiz to test their knowledge. Kotoko instantly and correctly identifies the apple chibaust and sashertort along with their prices. Meanwhile, Seo is completely lost and can't even get the first few letters of the names right. Amain suddenly asks Seo for the Kureidex entry for Prince Marin. Seo immediately shouts out the correct number without a second of hesitation, proving that his memory is perfectly fine when it comes to his hobbies. Kotoko and Amain comment on Seo's selective memory, noting how he can easily recall facts about Kuriman, but struggles with the cake menu. Shin asks what he's talking about, and Kotoko explains it's an anime Seo likes. Amain claims her sister is a fan, which Seo recognizes as her usual excuse for knowing about otaku culture. Kotoko is shocked to see that Shin and Amain have already finished all the cookies Seo brought. They both admit the treats were delicious, and they couldn't help themselves, finishing them off quickly. It is the first day of work at Mirage Lion. Seo and Kotoko arrive in their matching uniforms and offer a polite greeting. The older woman welcomes them warmly, telling them not to be so nervous. The chef looms over Seo with an intimidating expression. Seo frantically apologizes, admitting he was unable to memorize every single cake name on the menu. The chef surprises Seo by telling him it doesn't matter. He points out that the name of every cake is clearly written on labels inside the display case. Seo is stunned as he realizes he hadn't noticed them before. The chef reassures the pair that there are too many names to learn in a single day. Seo and Kotoko are both visibly relieved to hear they won't be in trouble for not knowing the menu yet. The owners head into the kitchen, telling the new employees to call them if they need anything. Alone at the counter, Seo tries to psyche himself up, determined to handle his duties despite his racing heart. A customer orders a pear compota shortcake and a tart tatin. Kotoko handles the order with a bright smile while Seo struggles with his nerves nearby, barely managing to stammer a thank you. After the customer leaves, Seo slumps over in despair, convinced he isn't cut out for service work. Kotoko is full of energy and cheers him on, celebrating that they successfully finished their first transaction. Seo realizes he shouldn't have complained out loud inside the shop and freezes in terror when he sees the chef standing right behind him. He immediately bows and starts apologizing for his outburst. The chef puts a hand on Seo's shoulder and offers a gentle smile. He confesses to the boy that he actually didn't like cakes much himself when he was younger. The two teenagers are shocked by the revelation. The chef explains that in his youth, weightlifting was his one and only true passion. Seo thinks to himself that a love for lifting certainly explains the man's massive build. The chef explains that after a strict cutting phase in his training, he ate a cake that was so delicious it changed his life. He decided right then to devote himself to baking. Kotoko is moved by the story while Seo wonders if the man would have opened a steakhouse if had eaten meat instead. Kotoko realizes the chef learned to love cakes over time. She excitedly asks if this means Seo will grow up to be a cake gangster too. Seo immediately shuts the idea down. The chef tells Seo that it doesn't necessarily have to be a love specifically for cakes that drives him. Amain reflects. She says it's my love to someone. The next day, she and Kotoko stand together. Kotoko tells her to have love and serve the customers. Seo appears wearing a headpiece. He's wearing an apron. He is supposed to be a character from an anime called Kuruman. He made it. The chef and Kotoko react. The chef says he likes it. Kotoko says Seo is still going to be serving customers. The kids point at Seo. They recognize him as Kuruman. They shout that this shop is awesome. Kotoko says the kids love it. Seo is showing off the cakes. Kotoko says that he looks more relaxed than yesterday. She wonders if he managed to do something on his own. The kids take the cakes from Seo. Kotoko looks on. Seo and Kotoko look at each other. Kotoko is shocked. She asks what the kids are excited. Seo is making eye contact with the kids. A man is watching. Amain says, I think working in a cake shop is my true calling. Amain walks into the classroom. She greets everyone. The girl says it sounds like they are enjoying work. Kotoko says she wants to show the pictures. The other girls wonder what the pictures are. The girls look at a photo. They say, okay, that is intense. It is a photo of Seo and the chef. Kotoko asks how many hours they work per shift. They will be working 3 hours. Kotoko is concerned. She says they might have to work 5 hours. Christmas is coming. Kotoko grabs Amain's hands and insists that she cannot miss seeing the lights on that specific day. Amain smiles and promises to be there on time, reminding her friend that she already agreed to go. Kotoko explains that no boys are allowed for the lights outing, but mentions that Seo can join them for karaoke and additional outings on the 27th and 29th. Seo politely declines the karaoke invitation, and Kotoko notes that they certainly spend a lot of time together. Amain looks down thoughtfully as a classmate mentions the bell is about to ring and suggests everyone should return to their seats. Amain asks Seo and Kotoko if they can make some time after work on Christmas Eve. She catches them by their sleeves as they prepare to head back to their desks. Amain looks away while playing with her hair, admitting that she thought it would be nice if the three of them could hang out together. Both Seo and Kotoko are left completely speechless and wide-eyed by Amain's unexpected invitation. Kotoko excitedly agrees to the plan and gives Amain a big hug, noting how rare it is for her to invite others out. Seo also expresses his desire to go while Amain feels super motivated for the finals starting the next day. The classroom chalkboard shows it is the third day of finals on December 17th, with exams scheduled for modern Japanese and math. After the finals are over, Amain and Seo slump over their desks in exhaustion. Amain groans that the tests were absolutely brutal. Seo leans in and whispers to Amain, asking if the item she ordered is the Kuruman character blanket. Amain realizes the merchandise has likely already arrived at her house. Amain laughs and says it was impossible not to buy it, while Seo agrees that purchasing such goods is simply a necessity for a fan. Seo suggests they do an unboxing together and mentions he wants to show the blanket to Amain's sister as well. He realizes that neither of them brought it up before because they both wanted to buy it first and surprise each other. Seo points out that their work schedule might prevent them from hanging out after school for a bit. Amain apologizes but notes that they will be completely free once winter break begins. Kotoko calls for Seo to head to work, and he waves goodbye to Amain. Amain waves back as the two of them leave the classroom together. Amain watches quietly from her seat as her two friends walk down the hallway. Amain sits alone in the empty classroom, thinking about how it was her own choice to turn down the part-time job. Amain tells herself that she isn't feeling lonely just as Shin begins to creep up behind her. Shin asks if Amain is feeling jealous, which triggers a loud and immediate denial from the girl. Shin notes that everyone wants to feel close to someone as Christmas approaches. Amain is startled by the observation and wonders if her feelings are a result of the season, but Shin tells her not to worry. Shin teases Amain about leaving her alone with Kotoko. Amane is annoyed that Shin is still bringing that up and insists it isn't what she thinks. On December 19th at the cake shop, Kotoko is busy serving customers and thanking them for their purchases. The shop door chime rings and Kotoko starts her greeting before being interrupted by the arrival of a new group. Classmates from class arrive and tell Kotoko they are there. They comment on how cute the shop is and tease Kotoko about how good she looks in her apron. The visitors are shocked to see a strange creature standing behind the counter. The boys wonder if they are looking at the shop mascot. Kotoko explains that it is actually Seo and reminds them he wore the same headpiece for the school festival, prompting a polite greeting from him. The group asks why both of them work there and tries to convince Kotoko to attend their Christmas party. Kotoko reminds them she has a shift, and as a classmate decides to reserve a cake. Seo reflects on how popular Kotoko is. Seo thinks about how he accepted Kotoko's popularity long ago, but still finds it unbelievable that they work together. He feels grateful for the fun job and the nice people at the shop. The classmates wave goodbye as they leave. Kotoko and Seo watch them go while offering a final thank you for their purchase. Kotoko asks Seo if he is worried she will go with her other friends on Christmas Eve. Seo insists he knows she wouldn't break a promise, but admits he was thinking about how her friends might feel. Kotoko winks and declares that she is already reserved for the day by Amane and Seo. Seo screams in shock when he hears the bad news about the 24th. The chef warns them to be prepared because they are going to be extremely busy that day, and Seo realizes that if the chef is the one saying it, the situation must be serious. After finishing their shift, Seo and Kotoko thank the older woman at the shop and head outside. Kotoko apologizes for making Seo wait, and he tells her it isn't a problem as they begin their walk home. The two of them walk along the sidewalk together as cars pass by on the street under the bare winter trees. Seo notes that winter has arrived. Kotoko asks if he is a summer or a winter person, mentioning that she likes both. Seo is confused by her choosing both options but ultimately decides that he prefers winter. Seo looks up at the night sky and explains that he loves how clean the air feels and how the everyday scenery seems to shine brighter in the winter. Seo admits that just walking outside like this makes him feel happy. Kotoko looks at him with a warm, shimmering gaze as they continue their conversation. They arrive at Kotoko's home and she thanks Seo for walking her. He tells her it was fun and to not mention it. Kotoko waves and tells him to be careful on his way back as he heads off. Kotoko stands alone outside her home, thinking to herself about how authentic Seo is. Kotoko reflects on the way Seo walked her home and how he made sure to walk on the street side for her. She lets out a long sigh as she thinks about those small gestures. Kotoko thinks it would have been nice if her house was further away so they could have walked longer, before joking that she's just kidding. Inside, her younger brother returns home while eating a popsicle. Kotoko's brother notices her red face and asks if she caught a cold. She quickly claims it was just freezing cold outside, though she feels completely warm and toasty inside. Kotoko's older brother and two younger brothers arrive at the Mirage Lion cake shop to see where she is working. The older brother notes that the shop is quite fancy. The younger brothers comment on how Kotoko always has a dreamy expression at home, assuming it is because she loves cakes so much. The younger brothers speculate that Kotoko might be wearing a maid outfit or even a bunny girl costume. Their older brother corrects them, explaining that this isn't a themed cafe. He enters the shop to greet Kotoko, mentioning he came to see her work. The older brother is shocked when he enters and sees Seo in his mascot headpiece and the intimidating chef. He wonders if it actually is a themed cafe. Kotoko excitedly calls out to him, addressing him as Inai. Genikairu panics over the strawberry stains, shouting about blood cakes and the danger of the job. Seo greets Genikairu while Kotoko introduces the shop manager. The younger brothers whisper that Kotoko's behavior at home finally makes sense now that they see Seo is working here too. Kotoko gets flustered and tries to steer Genikairu toward picking out a cake. Genikairu stares intensely at the manager, seeing the years of hard work and dedication reflected in the man's muscles. Genikairu and the manager a brief respectful moment as they shake hands. Genikairu asks the man to look after Kotoko while the others watch the strange exchange in confusion. Genikairu places a large order and asks to make a reservation, but Kotoko questions why he needs so many cakes. Her older brother remains vague while her younger brothers comment on how weird he gets about muscles. Genikairu smiles and reveals that the boys actually want to take the cakes over to Seiya's place. The younger brothers are instantly embarrassed that their secret is out. Kotoko finds her little brother's behavior adorable and realizes why they were trying so hard to hide their plans. The boys yell at Genikairu for letting the secret slip, as they claim they don't actually have plans. The younger brothers retaliate by revealing that Genikairu also wanted to eat cake with a girl he likes. Genikairu carries the boys out while wishing everyone a Merry Christmas, leaving Seo impressed by his strength. On a day off, Seo heads out to a shopping center with the specific goal of buying Christmas presents for Kotoko and Amain. Seo holds his very first paycheck in his hand, ready to use the money for the holiday. Earlier at the shop, the owners handed Seo his paycheck ahead of schedule. They explained that getting paid after Christmas wouldn't help him buy the gifts he wanted, leaving Seo stunned by their kindness. The manager gives a thumbs up and tells Seo the early pay is their Christmas gift to him. Seo is incredibly grateful and thanks them both. The older woman asks if the gift is for Kotoko, and Seo confirms it is for her and another girl. She jokingly calls him a playboy. While shopping, Seo looks at a list of popular gifts and sees that gloves and scarves are at the top. He decides that choosing one of those would be his safest bet. Seo worries about his own fashion sense compared to the girl's great taste and briefly considers drawing something instead. He dismisses the idea as too self-centered before a new inspiration suddenly hits him. Seo stands in the store, eyes widened as he discovers something he never knew existed. He decides immediately that this is the perfect item to do the trick for his gifts. The next day at the closed shop, Seo whispers to the older woman about the presents he finally bought. She is curious to hear what he chose, and Seo happily asks the secret with her. The shop owners are moved by Seo's choice, with the chef giving a thumbs up and claiming he can feel the love. Seo is incredibly relieved and glad that they find his decision so lovely. Kotoko peeks into the room and offers a cheerful greeting after her work. She notices everyone is smiling and asks what they were talking about. Seo frantically insists that it is a secret, causing Kotoko to shout in shock at being left out. The chef covers a cough while the older woman giggles at the exchange. A credits page shows information for the translator, editor, and quality checker. Seo is thrilled to receive the gift, thanking her brothers profusely. One of the brothers blushes and thinks to himself that he might go crazy if she stays this happy over it. On Friday, December 23rd, Kotoko and Amain let out a massive shout of disbelief as they look at the classroom duty schedule. Mayu walks through the hall with a boy, giggling as classmates ask if they have actually started dating. The girls in class discuss the new couple, noting how they always used to leave together. Mayu explains that there was a special event, but just being with him felt calming, and that was the start of it all. Kotoko and Amain listen intently as Mayu admits she had already fallen in love before she even realized what was happening. Amain wonders if that's how falling in love really works. Friends tease Mayu for flexing her relationship, while she admits the Christmas atmosphere helped her confess and that they plan to spend the holiday together. Seo tells Kotoko to go on ahead without him because he is in charge of cleaning that day. He promises he will still make it to work on time. Kotoko agrees to leave first and heads out the door. As she walks down the hall, Kotoko reflects on the fact that they work until the 25th. She feels a bit lonely, realizing that after the job ends, they won't have a reason to head home together anymore. Kotoko sticks her head back into the classroom and tells Seo that she has changed her mind. She decides to wait for him until he finishes his cleaning duties so they can go to work together. Seo is startled by the sudden offer but quickly agrees to it. He promises Kotoko that he will try to finish up his work as soon as possible so they can head out. Kotoko agrees and leaves Seo to his task. As he sweeps the floor with his classmates, one of them asks why he goes back home with Kotoko, and Seo explains that they simply work in the same place. The scene shifts to a busy day at Mirage Lion, where the shop is filled with customers. Kotoko and Seo are working hard at the counter while the chef and his wife prepare cakes in the kitchen for the holiday rush. After the rush, Seo notes how many people came to pick up cakes on the 23rd. Kotoko stretches and complains about being wiped out, while the chef mentions that the amount of reservations for the 24th is nearly double. The chef holds a knife covered in strawberry stains and remarks that tomorrow is going to be hell. He notes that the situation is starting to look more and more tragic as the workload increases. The older woman comments that while it gets busy, it is also fun to see all the happy customers. The staff puts their hands together and the chef encourages everyone to give it their all for the customers' Christmas. The older woman tells Seo and Kotoko they can leave for the day and should go change their clothes. Both teens agree and head to the back room. While they are preparing to leave, Seo asks if Kotoko has her end-of-term ceremony the next morning. She confirms that it is scheduled for the morning as they continue to get ready. Seo is completely shocked when Kotoko suddenly bursts in while wearing his Kuruman mascot head. She strikes a dramatic pose as she enters the room. Kotoko begins speaking in an old-fashioned way and calls herself Jiichi instead of the Earth. Seo laughs and thinks she is so tired that she is acting strangely, noting that Amain would get mad at her for it. Kotoko admits she just wanted to try wearing the mask once and apologizes for not asking permission. Seo tells her it is completely fine and that the character head is glad, while Kotoko mentions that the mouth part is very tight. Kotoko suddenly freezes as a thought occurs to her. She realizes that wearing the mask Seo was just using is technically an indirect kiss and starts to blush. Kotoko pulls the mask off and fans herself, shouting about how hot and stuffy it is inside. Seo agrees that it gets quite warm, while a flustered Kotoko wonders if Amain had realized the same thing when she refused to wear it. The next morning at school, the chalkboard shows it is December 24th and the end of the term. A group of girls cheers excitedly in the classroom, celebrating that school is finally over and winter vacation has begun. Kotoko's classmates celebrate the end of the term, feeling like they are on top of the world. They invite everyone to karaoke to celebrate, but Kotoko declines because she has a work shift. She says her goodbyes and promises to see them the next day. Shin waves goodbye to Kotoko as she heads out of school. Kotoko arrives at the Mirage Lion Cake Shop to begin her busy shift on Christmas Eve. Inside the shop, Kotoko is stunned to find that they are required to wear Santa costumes for the day. She quickly gets fired up and excited about the festive change in uniform. The chef and his wife tell the teens that the holiday outfits suit them both very well. Seo is given reindeer antlers and a red nose to wear, and the chef decides that particular look is perfect for him. The entire group begins decorating the shop interior before the doors open to the public. The owners plan to play Christmas songs while the staff gets everything ready for the holiday rush. The transformation of Mirage Lion is complete with a large Christmas tree and festive garlands, making the entire shop look ready for the celebration. Kotoko is thrilled by how cute the shop looks with all the new decorations. Seo adjusts his reindeer antlers and agrees that he can truly feel the Christmas spirit, thinking that the atmosphere alone will make all the customers happy. The chef gets a serious look on his face and warns the teens that the shop is about to become quite literally hell. He tells them they will need that holiday spirit just to keep a smile on their faces through the rush. Seo and Kotoko are skeptical, thinking he is just trying to scare them because the place feels so joyful. The reality of the situation hits Seo and Kotoko immediately once the doors open. They both look completely overwhelmed and drained as the workday turns out to be exactly as difficult as the chef predicted. An endless stream of customers floods the shop, creating a massive line that stretches throughout the building. The volume of people is staggering as the holiday rush begins in earnest. Seo forces himself to keep a smile on his face while thanking customers, realizing now that he truly could have trusted the boss's warning. He feels the full depth of his work as they struggle to keep up with the demand and avoid a violent atmosphere among the waiting crowds. Once the last customer finally leaves, the exhausted pair slumps over the counter in relief. The shop owner tells them they did an excellent job, while Kotoko notes that there are finally no more people left to serve. The chef offers a tired smile and tells the teens they did good work. He reassures them that tomorrow won't be nearly as bad as today was and tells them to make sure they get some rest. Kotoko agrees it was insanely busy, but admits it was still fun. Kotoko and Seo chat behind the counter about their plans to see the holiday lights with Amain. Kotoko is excited that the moment they worked so hard for has finally arrived, and when Seo asks if they are meeting Amain at the lights, Kotoko begins to explain something. Amain suddenly arrives at the shop entrance and offers a casual greeting. Kotoko and Seo are surprised to see her standing there as they prepare to head out for their special eve. Amain greets her friends at the shop and tells them she wanted to see them in their work uniforms. Kotoko is surprised that she came all the way there, and Amain comments on how cute they look in their festive costumes. The older woman asks if Amain is a friend. Kotoko introduces her and confirms that Amain is the person they have plans to go out with after they finish their shift. The older woman suggests Amain wait at a table since the shift is almost over. Meanwhile, the chef teases Seo about having two beautiful women around him and calls him a smooth criminal. Seo flusteredly insists they are just friends. The chef continues to smile and suggests that the three of them must still be special to each other. He points out that they wouldn't be hanging out together on Christmas Eve if they weren't. Seo stands in silence as he realizes the chef is right. He thinks to himself that both Kotoko and Amain have truly become special people in his life. As they prepare to leave, the older woman notes that they are carrying a lot of things. Seo asks to leave his gear in his locker until the next day while Kotoko explains they have a place to stop by to change their clothes. The three friends head to a park to see the Christmas lights together. Kotoko is awestruck by the massive glowing tree at the center of the festivities. Kotoko thinks the display is beautiful. Seo is so overwhelmed with joy that he begins to cry and tells the girls they look beautiful as well. Kotoko suggests they take a photo to remember the night. The trio poses for a selfie in front of the brightly lit Christmas tree. They all a happy moment together as they capture the memory of their special eve. The festive mood continues as the group decides to record some video as well. They all agree that being out together for the holiday is a great vibe. Feeling tired from her shift, Kotoko asks to sit down for a moment. Amain suggests they take a break on the bench, noticing that Kotoko might have overexerted herself at work. Amain hands out cans of warm coffee to Seo and Kotoko to reward them for their hard work. Both of them are deeply touched by the thoughtful gesture and thank her. They sit together on the bench and begin eating cookies that Amain bought. Seo notes that the cookies have gotten a bit cold, but Kotoko tells him that their warm feelings for each other are enough. The friends clink their coffee cans together in a toast. Amain apologizes for inviting them out when they are exhausted, but they both insist they are happy to be there. Kotoko giggles and suggests that Amain only invited them because she was feeling lonely. Amain is caught off guard and frantically denies it even as her heart begins to pound. Kotoko admits she felt the same way after hearing Amain's comment. Amain denies it while cuddling up to her friend, complaining about how lonely she was since they couldn't hang out together. She looks to Seo for agreement, and he confirms that they both worked hard while looking forward to this outing. Amain tells Kotoko she shouldn't get so flustered, while Seo adds that it is no big deal. Kotoko tries to change the subject, suggesting they just forget about it and start eating the cookies. The group notices how crowded the streets are despite the late hour. Amain comments on the Christmas Eve atmosphere and the large number of couples walking around. Seo mentions that Christmas is officially on the 25th, but Amain points out that the eve always feels like the real peak of the holiday. Amain wonders if it is also the peak night for Santa. Kotoko suggests that people probably exchange gifts on the 24th instead, and Seo agrees with her. Amain smiles and wonders if Santa will pay her a visit again this year. Amain clarifies that she is actually wondering if her parents will still buy her gifts now that she's a high schooler. Kotoko frantically insists that Santa will definitely come if she's been good, and Seo quickly backs her up while they both look nervous. Amain comments on how straightforward her friends are. Seo asks if her parents tell her Santa's budget ahead of time, mentioning that his own parents do. He silently debates between asking for a new game or a full manga set. Amain explains that even though they know the truth, they still have fun pretending Santa is real. She thinks her parents haven't officially admitted it's them yet and expects to get some gifts because of her younger brothers. Kotoko asks that her parents buy her clothes every year and they go out to dinner together while she wears them. She mentions that she and Amain went shopping earlier that day. Seo finds the family tradition very romantic. Amain realizes that the clothes Kotoko is currently wearing are her gifts, which Kotoko confirms with a giggle. Kotoko stands up and reveals her new outfit, excitedly asking if her new clothes look absolutely cute. Seo is caught completely off guard when Kotoko suddenly undresses to show off the outfit. Kotoko mentions how much she loves the brand while Amain praises the beautiful design. Seo struggles to process the surprise. Kotoko checks the time and notes it is almost 11 o'clock. Amain agrees that they should start heading home because it is getting cold. Seo swallows nervously as they prepare to end their night. Seo feels his heart racing as he wonders how to give the girls their presents. He feels completely stuck. Seo realizes he must give the gifts before they say goodbye. He spent time practicing his speech but forgot to plan the actual delivery, wanting the moment to be cool and romantic. Suddenly, Amain calls out to him to look at something. Amain notices that it has started to snow and she and Kotoko look up at the falling flakes. Seo looks at them and decides to speak up. Seo suddenly thrusts 2 wrapped boxes toward them and shouts that they are presents. He is so nervous that he stammers and begs them to please accept them. Both Kotoko and Amain are completely stunned by the sudden outburst. Amain quietly says Seo's nickname. Amain asks Seo if he bit his tongue and checks if he is okay. Seo is mortified and clutches his face, but he decides to push through and keep going with what he wanted to say. Seo looks directly at his friends and tells them that he is incredibly grateful to have met the two of them. Kotoko and Amain stand in silence, listening intently to Seo's sincere words. Seo reflects on the past year, thinking about how much fun they have had together and how every single day felt like it was shining. Seo looks down and explains that the gifts are meant to express his gratitude for the year. He adds that he wants them to stay together next year and the year after that, causing both girls' hearts to beat faster. Seo finishes his sentence and stands there awkwardly. He starts to trail off. Seo apologizes and admits he forgot the next part of his speech. He asks the girls if he can check the notes he wrote on his phone, leaving them both speechless. Kotoko and Amain look at Seo with amused expressions. Amain calls out his nickname in a playful way. Amain bursts into laughter, saying that the mistake is just like him. Seo is embarrassed and complains that she is laughing too much. Kotoko tells him that he definitely can't check his notes now and suggests he just send the rest of the message to their DMs later, though she admits she is still curious about what else he had to say. Seo eventually sends the message to the girls. Amain thinks about how happy it makes her feel, while Kotoko finds the message incredibly long and formal. Seo stays flustered in the background as a note explains that the content is being hidden to protect his privacy. Kotoko and Amain ask if they can open their gifts immediately. Seo nervously gives them the go-ahead as they reveal a pair of scarves inside the boxes. Kotoko is delighted and puts hers on right away to ward off the cold. Amain thanks him and points out that he even picked out different colors for each of them. Amain admires the beautiful moon brooch attached to her scarf. Kotoko notes that hers features a sun design and they both express how much they like them, asking Seo where he found such unique items. Seo shocks the girls by admitting he actually made the brooches himself. He explains that he had a kit and shows how he poured resin into molds, cured it with UV light, and set the pieces into frames. Kotoko and Amain are impressed by his skill, comparing the process to the way gel nails are hardened. Kotoko asks if he came up with the designs too, and Seo happily confirms that he did. Seo explains his creative choices, stating that he sees Kotoko as cheerful and vibrant like the sun, while Amain is cool and captivating like the moon. Seo admits that he used his personal impressions of them as the primary reference for the brooch designs. Amain promises to treasure the gift. Kotoko strikes a pose and thanks him, calling herself the sun, while they both wear their new scarves. Seo watches his friends with a warm smile. Amain and Kotoko exchange a knowing look. The girls suddenly present their own wrapped gifts to Seo and wish him a Merry Christmas. Seo is completely stunned by the unexpected gesture. Seo is shocked to receive gifts in return. Amain reveals that Kotoko told her about his plan to buy them presents, so they decided to surprise him back. Kotoko apologizes for being the only one who knew what was going on. Seo opens his presents to find a new beanie from Amain and a set of hand cream and lip balm from Kotoko. Kotoko mentions that the products smell great and encourages him to try them. Amain tells him to put on the beanie, noting that she picked a style she thought would look good on him. Seo puts on the beanie and smiles, brightly overwhelmed with gratitude as his friends look on with warm expressions. On their way back, Amain mentions that her house is close by and tells Seo to walk Kotoko the rest of the way. Seo agrees and Kotoko waves goodbye to Amain, promising to see her tomorrow. Amain tells Seo she will see him next year before remembering the winter comic. Seo suggests they might see each other there, and Amain tells him he should just invite her normally as she turns to leave. Seo wonders if it was okay for her to talk about their plans out loud, but Amain explains that she already told Kotoko. Kotoko laughs and says she already knew, while Amain reflects on the fun year she had. Amain says she wishes they can keep being friends and bids them both good night. Seo and Kotoko wave as she walks away. Seo and Kotoko continue walking home together through the quiet neighborhood streets. Kotoko realizes that tomorrow is their last day at work and notes how fast the time went by. Seo agrees, mentioning that it will be New Year's in just a few days. Kotoko pauses and calls out to Seo to get his attention. Kotoko asks Seo if he would like to keep walking home together sometimes, even after they stop working at the cake shop. Seo gives her a bright smile and says he would gladly do that. Kotoko lets out a cheerful laugh and celebrates his answer. Kotoko thinks about how glad she is that she found the courage to ask, looking forward to walking home with him next year too. She wishes this peaceful time could continue forever as she listens to Seo talk about an anime. Kotoko suddenly stops and looks straight ahead with wide eyes. Seo continues talking while Kotoko looks down and quietly says she understands. Kotoko repeats the realization to herself as she stares at Seo with a stunned expression. Remembering May's words about falling in love without realizing it, Kotoko finally admits to herself that she has fallen in love with Seo. On the afternoon of the 25th, Kotoko and Seo arrive for their final shift. The chef welcomes them and they both voice their enthusiasm to get started. The older woman at the shop gets teary-eyed, telling the students how much they will be missed now that it is their last day. Seo tries to comfort her by promising that they will return as customers to buy more cakes. Kotoko finds herself unable to look Seo in the face because of her new feelings. While Seo hands her items to put over the counter, she sneaks a quick look at him and wonders how she is supposed to manage working under these conditions. Seo decides to put on his mascot head for the final day. Kotoko gives him a thumbs up and encourages him, and the pair psychs themselves up to handle the holiday crowd one last time. Someone uses tongs to carefully select a few slices of strawberry shortcake from the glass display case as the shop remains busy. The work day ends and the shop owners wave a warm goodbye to the teenagers. Walking away, Kotoko and Seo look through their bags and realize they were given even more gifts and treats than during their first visit. Seo asks if Kotoko has plans to attend the winter comic. Kotoko explains that she has to pass this time because she will be spending the new year at her grandmother's house, but she asks him to tell her all about the event later. Seo realizes with a small blush that they won't see each other until next year. Kotoko tells him not to look so sad and promises to keep in touch via text. Seo admits that the thought of parting ways just made him feel a little bit lonely. The two reach their destination and wave goodbye to each other. Seo wishes her a happy new year, and Kotoko returns the sentiment as they head their separate ways. The scene returns to the festive night out with the whole group. Kotoko looks up at the Christmas decorations with a soft smile. A group of girls, including Kotoko, Amain, and Shin, gather together for a festive selfie. They all cheer Merry Christmas as they capture the holiday memory. The other classmates notice that Kotoko and Amain are wearing matching scarves. They comment on how cute the sun and moon brooches look. Shin excitedly grabs another friend and suggests they go find a matching makeup set. They run off to check for a limited edition item while Kotoko and Amain watch them go. Amain notes that the holiday shopping has taken over their sightseeing. She then tells Kotoko she did a good job finishing her last work shift. Kotoko thanks her and reflects on what a valuable experience the job turned out to be. Kotoko looks down and calls out to Amain. She begins to say something looking like she is preparing to a secret. Kotoko tells Amain that she has developed feelings for Otaku-kun. Amain asks if she just means that she likes him, but Kotoko silently shakes her head. Amain looks at her friend and asks if she is saying that she is in love. Kotoko gives a serious nod in response. The two friends continue their walk in silence. Kotoko's confession about her feelings for Otaku-kun repeats in the silence. The two girls stop and face each other. Amain accepts the news and quietly looks down. Kotoko asks why Amain doesn't seem shocked by the news. Amain admits that she is, but just doesn't know what to say yet. She asks since when Kotoko has felt this way and wonders if something happened when she walked home the previous day. Kotoko insists that nothing happened yesterday and that she isn't hiding anything. She points out that she wouldn't have brought it up at all if she intended to keep it a secret. Amain stares intensely at Kotoko, making the other girl's heart beat faster. The two maintain their direct eye contact in silence. Amain asks if her casual liking for him suddenly transformed into love. Kotoko confirms that is exactly what happened. Kotoko explains how the whole world seemed to change in an instant while they were walking. She admits she never expected to be someone who said such things, while Amain feels second-hand embarrassment. and notes that Kotoko is indeed the last person she expected to hear this from. Kotoko clarifies that she doesn't necessarily want to take action right away, but rather wants to know what her next steps should be. Amain holds up a hand to stop her and says they will get into the details of the situation later. Kotoko tries to move the conversation along and change the subject. Amain tells Shin she can come out of hiding now. Shin is nearby reacting to the situation while a large Christmas tree stands in the background. Shin claims she didn't want to interrupt because it looked like they were talking about something important. Kotoko assures her it wasn't what she thought. Amain gives a thumbs up and says she understands the situation. The four friends fully enjoy the rest of their Christmas together. They talk about exchanging presents at Starbucks and wonder about the details of the earlier conversation as they walk through the building. Back at home after the holiday outing, Kotoko settles into her room. She gets on a phone call to check in with Amain once more. Kotoko tells Amain how beautiful the lights were and mentions that she feels sleepy now that she has finished her bath. Amain agrees that the display was lovely. Kotoko says that before she goes to sleep, she wants to talk more about what they discussed earlier. Amain listens from her bed while dressed in her pajamas. Amain asks what Kotoko wants to do from this point forward. She offers to help her with whatever she decides while Kotoko sits quietly and listens. Kotoko looks at a photo of the three of them on her phone. She explains that she doesn't necessarily want to date Seo yet and expresses a desire for the three of them to simply keep getting along like they always have. Kotoko wonders if loving someone is different from wanting to date them. Amain agrees that it is and notes that talking about dating leads to even bigger considerations. Kotoko gets a determined look and declares that they should actually think all the way ahead to marriage. Amain is left completely speechless and stunned by the sudden mention of marriage. Amain points out that marrying someone isn't the same as dating them and asks if Kotoko is just treating Seo like a favorite character. Kotoko realizes that might be true. She explains that she wants to take relationships seriously and can't just act on feelings alone, especially since she doesn't know how Seo feels about her. Kotoko smiles and says she can fully support that idea if it involves Seo. Amain teases her, saying she can tell Kotoko is grinning like a fool on the other end of the line. Kotoko starts listing all the kind things Seo does, like walking on the street side of the sidewalk and being helpful with customers and children. Amain tells her to stop pointing out that it really sounds like she wants to go out with him. Amain gets a serious look on her face and rejects the idea of dating a favorite. She says it's the same for her and asks Kotoko if she would really want to go out with her own favorite character, Vamp Sama. Kotoko thanks Amain for listening to her. She says she has finally sorted out her feelings after talking things through. Amain tells her she's glad to hear that. Kotoko declares that Otaku-kun is her favorite and decides she will just keep things as they've always been. Amain is skeptical and asks if she can really do that, wondering why Kotoko didn't just choose to keep the secret to herself, if that was her plan. Kotoko admits that hiding her true feelings from Amain simply didn't feel right. She explains that she wasn't sure if she should tell her because it might make Amain feel responsible for the situation. Amain says she understands. Amain tells Kotoko not to worry and promises not to interfere or get in her way. She wants to keep things as they've always been too, and Kotoko thanks her for the support. Feeling relieved, Kotoko lets out a long sigh and slides down under her blanket. She tells Amain she is glad she was the person she talked to. Amain asks what she said, but Kotoko claims it was nothing. Kotoko asks Amain if she doesn't love him too. Amain flatly denies it, but Kotoko asks if her heart has ever skipped a beat, specifically reminding her of when they held hands at the Comic-Con. Amain panics at the reminder and shouts that they only held hands to get out of the crowded situation quickly. She insists that she didn't feel anything romantic at the time. Amain admits that her heart might have actually skipped a beat during that moment. A small, cheerful Kotoko celebrates, saying she knew it all along. The conversation between the two girls continues until well after midnight. Kotoko teases Amain that it's only a matter of time before her own feelings turn into love, prompting a loud denial from Amain, who insists she doesn't care about love. Amain thinks to herself that while romance and faves are usually separate, some people do love their favorites romantically. She concludes that the meaning of fave depends on the person, and that a classic otaku has a hard time defining it. Later that night, Kotoko thinks about how she has always been the one listening to love gossip. She reflects on how she never imagined she would be the one doing the talking one day. Kotoko lies in bed and tells herself that he is just her favorite. She insists that right now she doesn't have any desire to date him or anything like that. Kotoko decides she is just like a fan now and that if she deals with him as she always has, things will be fine. A flashback shows her past self thinking she might finally be ready to fall in love. Kotoko suddenly realizes that continuing as normal is impossible now that she's aware of her feelings. She thinks about how she couldn't even look him in the face earlier and wonders how she can possibly manage to act as she always has. She rolls around in distress. At home, Amain struggles to fall asleep while forcing herself to stop thinking about the conversation. She can't help but wonder if Otaku-kun is the type of person who would want a wedding ceremony. Amain stares at the ceiling and reflects on the day's events. Hearing her friend actually speak about her feelings felt completely surreal, even though she always suspected this day would eventually come. Amain rolls over in her bed, troubled by her own promises. While she claimed she wouldn't interfere or get in the way, she realizes that in situations like their boat ride, she might end up being considerate no matter what. She worries that just acting like her usual self would actually be too inconsiderate. Amain closes her eyes tightly, feeling conflicted. She is truly happy that her friend opened up to her, but now she feels a responsibility to be considerate by deliberately not being considerate in her usual way. Amain presses an arm against her face in distress. She tells herself that there is simply no way she can handle this new dynamic easily. Amain considers the possibility that things wouldn't change much if her friend were just honest with him. She imagines a scenario where her friend declares herself a fan and Otaku-kun is simply happy about it, though her imaginary version of herself remains skeptical. Meanwhile, Seo is completely oblivious to the turmoil his friends are going through. He sleeps perfectly still like a mummy, totally unaware of the situation. On December 30th, the first day of Comic-It arrives. A massive crowd of people heads toward the venue as someone comments on how packed it is, just like every other year. Seo and Amain walk together through the cold air. Amain mentions that she prefers winter weather to heat, making the winter Comic-It more enjoyable for her than the summer one, and Seo agrees. Amain looks away and finds herself feeling bad for Ajichi. She questions if she is already being too considerate just by having those feelings. She realizes with a start that she is now alone with him. Seo notices her expression and asks if she is feeling okay. Amain is startled by his sudden concern. Amain quickly waves off his worries and explains she was just thinking it would have been nice if Ajichi were there too, noting to herself that it isn't a lie. Seo tells her she looked distracted even with Kuruman right there and offers to head home, which makes Amain realize her face must have given her away. Amain imagines how chaotic the Kuruman booths would be if Mikai had joined them. Seo laughs and agrees that he sees what she means, wishing she had come with them as the background chatter of the event continues. Amain follows Seo into the building, still stuck in her own head. She thinks about him calling her distracted and wonders if she can even be blamed for it given the circumstances. Amain looks down with a heavy heart and mentally apologizes to Ajichi. She realizes that she is simply not going to be able to ignore the secret she was told. Amain continues her day at Comic-It with Seo purchasing items at a booth. Despite her best efforts to act normal, she finds herself unable to keep things as they've always been and decides she must at least help Kotoko. She looks at a person in a Sabaton mascot costume, feeling like she simply can't do it. Kotoko clutches a new Kuruman merch item to her chest, her face flushed with pure joy. She tells herself that she is so happy in this moment that she simply can't handle it. In the distance, Seo watches with a peaceful smile, glad to see her having such a good time. Seo and Kotoko chat happily on the train ride home before waving a cheerful goodbye to each other at the station. Later, Kotoko lies on her bed reading a Kuruman guide and wonders why she was ever worried about her friend, concluding that Amain will probably be just fine. As the end of the year approaches, Seo puts on a mask and gets to work cleaning the windows of his home. A calendar on the wall marks the final days of December, while the clock on the TV shows it is just after noon. Kotoko's family arrives at her grandmother's traditional home for the New Year's holiday. Her mother carries bags of groceries, while Genikairu and the younger brothers follow close behind, all greeting the grandmother as she waits by the sliding door. Inside their home, Seo and his family sit around the table for a meal while watching a manzai comedy routine on television. They enjoy the quiet atmosphere of the year's end as they eat together. Relatives arrive at Kotoko's grandmother's house, bringing gift bags and a small child with them. Kotoko and her family welcome the visitors inside as they exchange warm greetings and holiday presents. The family gathering turns lively as everyone gathers around a large pot of food. One of Kotoko's brothers takes photos while she leans in for a cheerful selfie with her grandmother. In the background, her older brother tries to soothe a crying baby during the noisy dinner. Back at his own place, Seo sits comfortably at the kotatsu with a bowl of oranges nearby. He checks his phone with a small content smile, enjoying the peaceful end to his day. As the clock nears midnight, Kotoko lies on her bed in her pajamas, staring intently at her phone screen. She waits for the final minutes of the year to pass as she prepares to send out her messages. Amain finishes her bath and dries her hair with a towel while checking her phone. In the other room, her family watches a countdown on the TV, with the younger children jumping in excitement as the number 5 appears on the screen. The clock on a smartphone screen finally ticks over to midnight, officially marking the start of January 1st. Seo, Kotoko, and Amain all smile as they read the group messages on their phones. They exchange festive Happy New Year greetings, expressing their gratitude for the past year and sharing their hopes of being in the same class together again. Later that night, Amain sleeps restlessly with her limbs sprawled across the bed. Meanwhile, Kotoko sleeps peacefully on her side, tightly hugging a large bunny body pillow she has recently taken a liking to. On January 1st, the first day of the new term arrives. Seo stands outside the school building in his winter gear, offering a bright smile and a cheerful morning greeting as a fresh chapter begins for the group. In the classroom, Kotoko offers a morning greeting to Otaku-kun. Amain looks on with a shocked expression, frozen at her desk as the school day begins. Seo approaches Amain and asks if her neck is all right while she is turned completely away from him. She offers a strained Happy New Year greeting without making eye contact. Kotoko frantically claims she was just showing off a new routine as Seo responds with understanding. On the side, Seo wonders if he did something to upset her, while Kotoko panics internally about him not even wanting to look at her. Kotoko takes a peek and reflects on her recent realization that she actually likes him. Despite this, she tries to convince herself that she wants to keep their relationship exactly as it has always been. Kotoko struggles with the fact that she can no longer look him in the face and worries about how obvious her change in behavior has become. To her, Seo looks dazzling as he stands there with a towel around his neck. Seo calls out to Ajichi-san and asks if she can hear him. She flinches violently and apologizes, explaining that she was just zoned out. Kotoko decides that squinting her eyes should help her act normal since she can't look at his face properly. She forces a strange smile and asks him what he was saying. Seo laughs and asks what is up with her face, wondering if it is also part of her new routine. Kotoko is mortified and screams in frustration. Amain watches the interaction and realizes things are not looking good. Seo asks if Kotoko is really all right or if she has caught a cold, while Kotoko thinks about how easily he broke through her defense. Seo tries to talk to her, but Kotoko quickly turns and shouts that she already has plans for the day. She apologizes and zooms out of the room, leaving a confused Seo behind. Seo stands alone, looking down with a serious and troubled expression on his face. Seo approaches Amain at her desk and whispers, asking if she has a moment to talk. She looks up and asks what is going on. Seo asks Amain if she thinks Ajichi-san is acting a little weird today. Amain agrees with him, noting the strange behavior as well. Seo admits that it felt like she was avoiding him. Amain tries to act nonchalant and asks him if she doesn't just seem the same as she always is. Seo begins to cry and worries that he did something to upset her, but Amain tells him that is not the case. She then asks if his birthday is next month, and he confirms that it is on February 6th. Amain reveals to Seo that they were actually planning a surprise birthday party for him. Seo looks on in stunned silence as he processes the unexpected news. Amain explains that Kotoko likely avoided him because she feared accidentally revealing the surprise. She tells herself that while this was a quick excuse to cover for her friend's behavior, it is true that they genuinely want to celebrate his birthday. Seo hunches over his desk, initially skeptical since he doesn't think Kotoko is the type to hide things, but he eventually accepts that it must all be for the surprise. Amain feels a sense of relief as her explanation seems to be working. A blush spreads across Seo's face as he breaks into a wide smile at the thought of a birthday party. Amain watches him, satisfied that her plan successfully calmed his worries. Amain instructs Seo to keep acting like he knows nothing so the surprise isn't ruined, and he enthusiastically agrees to do his best. She feels proud of her brilliant, quick thinking as she watches him walk away. Amain leans back at her desk with a self-satisfied smirk, feeling like a truly capable woman for managing the situation so well. In the hallway, Amain catches up with Kotoko and informs her that Otaku-kun was deeply concerned about her behavior earlier that day. Kotoko listens with a wide-eyed, nervous expression. Amain goes on to explain exactly what she told Seo to cover for Kotoko's suspicious actions. Kotoko is incredibly grateful for the help, but Amain sternly warns her that she really needs to get better at hiding her true feelings. Kotoko ponders the advice with a thoughtful hum. Kotoko begins to panic, admitting that she has no idea how to go back to their normal dynamic now that she's experiencing these feelings for the first time. Amain is taken aback by her friend's intense vulnerability. Kotoko suddenly decides that her best strategy is to find reasons to dislike him so her love will cancel out. Amain watches her in silence, mentally labeling her a complete love klutz. Kotoko tries to focus on negative traits, but finds herself unable to come up with a single thing she dislikes about him. Amain sighs and acknowledges that her friend is definitely in love. Kotoko begs Amain for help, but Amain admits she isn't really in a position to give anyone love advice. Amain suggests that Kotoko should simply stop hiding her feelings and tell him the truth, arguing it's natural to like someone who is a fave and better than avoiding him. Kotoko worries it might be weird, but eventually agrees that she understands. Kotoko pumps her fists with newfound determination and declares that she will try her best to be honest with Otaku-kun from now on. Two classmates approach and ask what is going on with Seo-kun, sensing love gossip in the air. Kotoko frantically denies it, claiming they were just discussing the English pop quiz. Amain whispers that Kotoko is surprisingly good at coming up with excuses. Kotoko giggles and says she was actually thinking about inviting him to a study group, noting that they really do have an upcoming quiz. After school ends, Seo approaches Kotoko in the quiet classroom and calls her name to get her attention. Seo thanks Kotoko for staying and asks what it was she wanted to talk about. Kotoko stands nervously, admitting that she has something important she needs to say. Seo notices the heavy mood and starts to panic, wondering if she is about to confess her feelings. Kotoko looks down in silence before starting to speak. Suddenly, Kotoko reaches out and grabs Seo by the shoulders, startling him completely. Kotoko looks Seo directly in the eyes and declares with total conviction that she has decided to push him forward. Seo is confused by the wording and asks if she could please push him from behind instead if she's going to do it. Kotoko quickly clarifies that she didn't mean it in a physical sense. Kotoko explains that she wants to support him the way a dedicated fan supports their favorite character. She tells him that working together made her realize how truly kind, polite, and great he really is. Kotoko continues with her declaration, stating that she felt a strong need to support him after seeing his true self. Seo is left speechless by her sincere words. Seo beams with joy and admits he never thought he would be someone's favorite, saying the news makes him incredibly happy. He tells her that she is his favorite person as well, and they both a bright smile. Kotoko manages to regain her composure after the intense moment. They agree to walk home together, chatting about how Amain is also a favorite of theirs because of the charming gap in her personality. A translation note explains the nuances of the Japanese term oshi and the wordplay used in the dialogue regarding pushing someone forward in the context of being a fan. Seo sits alone, overthinking the definition of being a fave like a classic otaku. He wonders if Kotoko wants to draw fan art of him or if she's thinking of him in terms of gacha game mechanics like character skins and banners. Back in class, Kotoko asks if she can use Seo's ruler because it belongs to her oshi. Seo laughs and asks if she just forgot her own, but she playfully insists she just wants to use his. Amain notes that Kotoko seems to have returned to her normal self. Kotoko excitedly confirms she can speak to Seo naturally again and promises to update Amain if anything changes. She gives her friend a grateful hug, crediting her for the resolution as the classroom buzzes with energy. Amain feels a deep sense of satisfaction from being relied upon by her friends. She experiences a slight shiver of joy at the thought of being a helpful presence in their lives. Reflecting on her past as someone who always leaned on Kotoko, Amain feels empowered by her new role as a supportive friend. She contrasts her previous unreliable nature with her current ability to assist others. As the school day ends, Amain approaches Seo and tells him he can rely on her too. Seo reacts with confusion to her sudden offer of support. Later that day, Amain puts on an apron and tells her younger sister Seo-chan that she will be the one cooking dinner. Seo-chan stares back with a skeptical and unimpressed look. Seo-chan bluntly asks Amain to step out of the kitchen for safety reasons. Amain is offended and complains that she is being rejected the one time she actually wants to help. Seo-chan points out that Amain doesn't even know how to use a knife properly. Amain insists she can make things without one, though her limited cooking repertoire only includes cup noodles, fried eggs, and water. Seo-chan correctly guesses that Amain's sudden motivation to cook is somehow related to Otaku-kun. Amain is unable to deny the assumption while her sister looks on knowingly. Amain admits she wanted to show off a more mature side of herself, though she keeps the specific details secret. Seo-chan pulls something out of the fridge and tells her to start by eating it. Amain flinches in disgust as she tries a bite of stir-fried bell peppers. She realizes that the path to adulthood is much steeper than she anticipated and admits she can't handle the taste. Back in the classroom, Kotoko mentions that they are in the same class as two other boys. Nearby, the boys discuss the upcoming grade change and express their wish for next year's class to be just as good as the current one. The boys praise the group as a feast for their eyes. Kotoko looks unimpressed and tries to change the subject as they continue their conversation. The boys continue their discussion about meeting in a private room or at a house. They mention their intention to make Otaku-kun cry, lost in their own high school delusions. The boys imagine a scenario where Amain and Kotoko dressed in revealing outfits dominate Seo at Amain's house. They get carried away with the idea of making him cry in such a situation. The boys start shouting about how disturbing the idea sounds, though one admits he's secretly jealous. They decide to check on Seo to make sure he isn't actually being bullied. The two boys corner Seo as he leaves the restroom. He is surprised and asks what they need as they mention having a secret to discuss. One of the boys pulls Seo aside and whispers, asking if he did something to offend Amain and Yasashii. Seo is completely blindsided by the question. The boy informs Seo that Amain mentioned she was going to make him cry. Seo is horrified and insists he has no knowledge of doing anything wrong, then begins to realize something. Seo hangs his head as he remembers the earlier conversation about his birthday. He thinks back to the threat of being made to cry on his special day and begins to process the situation. Seo suddenly looks up with a blush and an enthusiastic expression, declaring that he can't wait for it to happen. The two boys are left speechless and disturbed by his reaction. Seo thanks them for the information and tells them not to worry because he is actually very happy and looking forward to the event. He waves goodbye as they offer to help him if things get out of hand. Seo walks down the hallway humming a happy tune while the boys watch him go. The next day, Kotoko clears up the confusion, leaving the boys to conclude that everyone simply has their own unique preferences. Late in January, Amain walks home after school while talking on her phone. She coordinates the birthday plans, with Kotoko agreeing to bring the drinks while Kotoko provides the cake. Amain reflects on the novelty of the situation, realizing that planning a party is actually quite enjoyable. She thinks about how in the past others were always the ones organizing celebrations for her. The winter air is freezing as Amain walks with her scarf bundled around her face. Seo follows closely behind her as they make their way through the city. Seo mentions that the weather is supposed to warm up next week. Amain agrees that the frequent changes are unpleasant as they continue their walk together. Amain suddenly spins around and asks Seo if he was eavesdropping on her phone conversation. Seo apologizes and admits he heard her correctly, guessing that she was talking about his upcoming birthday party. Seo smiles and explains that this is the first time anyone outside of his family has celebrated his birthday. He tells Amain that knowing she and Yasashii are organizing the party makes him feel incredibly happy. Seo admits he has been looking forward to the celebration since the moment he heard about it. Amain coughs in embarrassment and warns him not to set his expectations too high, prompting a laugh from Seo. Seo gives Amain a bright smile and tells her that just being in her company makes every day feel like a precious gift. Amain is left stunned and blushing by his sincere declaration. Amain waves goodbye to Seo as they reach the point where their paths home diverge. Seo waves back cheerfully while carrying a small gift bag. While walking alone, Amain wonders if Seo says such charming things so casually all the time, and if that is why Kotoko fell for him. She tries to convince herself that she isn't interested in romantic things yet. Amain shakes her head vigorously to clear her mind, insisting that she was only impressed by his spontaneity. She finds herself feeling suddenly hot despite the winter cold and lets out a long breath. Later at school, Kotoko notes that Amain is being much more open about her interests as Amain discusses cosplays from the winter comic-it. In the classroom, Kotoko teasingly asks her Oshi for some pencil lead and Seo jokingly complains before giving it to her. Amain smiles as she watches the two of them interact. She tells Kotoko that she looks like she's having a great time while in her otaku mode. Amain reflects on how their relationship has changed just a tiny bit while still remaining largely the same. She feels glad that the sense of comfort between the three of them hasn't disappeared. Eating lunch with her classmates, Amain thinks about how small moments of building closeness over time are what truly define growing closer to others. Amain blushes and looks down, nervously confessing to her group of friends that she is actually an otaku. The group of girls, including Shin and another classmate, stop eating and stare at Amain in total surprise. Amain explains that she got into an anime for little girls called Kuraman that her younger sister used to like. Her friends listen with shocked expressions as she reveals the secret. Amain asks her friends what they think, worrying that her hobby is cringe-worthy for someone her age. The other girls look at her with thoughtful expressions. The classmate with the ponytail tells Amain that everyone is an otaku for something and that hobbies aren't inherently good or bad. Shin adds that she is a mamaspa otaku herself, reassuring Amain that she isn't alone. Amain looks up with a warm and peaceful smile, feeling a deep sense of relief and happiness from her friend's acceptance. The girls thank Amain for being honest with them and promise to keep her secret if that's what she wants. Kotoko then turns to Shin and asks if she happens to be an otaku of something as well. Shin blushes and admits that she is a kafun otaku who specifically loves keyhole-shaped burial mounds. While the others react with confusion to her niche interest, they all begin to understand the true depth of being an otaku. In the classroom, Shin asks Amain if she is free this Sunday morning. Amain bluntly replies that she can't make it then. Seo watches from the foreground, looking a bit nervous as he listens in. Seo smiles to himself, knowing the real reason is that they plan to watch Kuraman together. He expects Amain to use her little sister as an excuse again and notes that he didn't even realize the show streamed on Sundays. Amain surprises Shin by admitting she wants to watch Kuraman. Seo is completely shocked that she actually said it out loud instead of making an excuse. Amain explains that she already told Shin and Mayu about her hobby. She reflects that she might have matured a bit by being more open about her interests. Shin is happy to finally understand why the two of them get along so well. Seo is surprised by the revelation, while Amain notes that she still doesn't plan on telling everyone. Shin expresses interest in watching the show, leading an excited Seo to offer to lend her the discs. He thinks it would be nice to talk about Kuraman with more people, while Kotoko notices how happy they both look. Amain sits at her desk and stares down with a thoughtful and slightly sad expression. Amain admits to Seo that she can't help feeling a little bit sad. Amain explains that she felt like Kuraman was a secret only D between the two of them, seeing it as a special bond. Seo smiles and tells Amain that he feels the exact same way. He points out that since Ijichi-san already knows, it probably doesn't really matter if others find out too. Amain looks at her phone and confesses that she really likes their anime commentary sessions. She tells him that those moments will always be special to her. Both of them blush intensely and struggle to find words. Seo manages a shaky affirmation while Amain looks away, startled by the heavy mood. The pair tries to hide their embarrassment by one-upping each other with offers to lend out discs and comics. Kotoko often spends her time taking videos of her friends. She hums a happy tune while recording them as they dance together in the classroom. The girls record themselves dancing to trending songs to later upload to social media. Seo watches from his desk, thinking they are cool for being able to upload content to the internet like that. Kotoko holds up her phone and enthusiastically invites Seo to record a video together right now. Seo's panicked voice rings out as he desperately tries to delay the moment. Seo slumps over his desk, insisting he could never do something like this. Kotoko grabs his arms and pulls him up, promising to teach him how easy it is and saying she really wants to do this with him. Seo eventually gives in since she is so insistent. Seo worries that seeing him dance would be depressing for anyone, but Kotoko cheerfully disagrees and begs him to participate. The classmate prepares to start recording as they review a simple tutorial on the phone screen that involves joining hands. Kotoko and Seo pose together with their fingers over their lips in a hushing gesture. They treat the recording as a special secret D between them. The pair smiles brightly as they raise their arms to form a large heart shape together for the camera. Kotoko takes the lead and reminds Seo that they just need to join hands to finish the routine. She looks at him with a gentle smile as he watches her nervously. Kotoko reaches out and grabs Seo's hand as part of the dance following the lyric about sparks flying. Seo is completely caught off guard by the physical contact. The recording session ends, leaving Seo feeling like he was caught in a whirlwind. Kotoko is delighted with the result, while Shin and the other girls praise Seo for doing such a great job. Internally, Seo is screaming in flustered embarrassment. February 3rd is approaching, and Seo finds himself feeling incredibly restless and nervous with only 3 days left until his birthday. Seo reflects on the significance of the upcoming event, thinking about how this is the first time friends have organized a party for him. He is especially touched that Kotoko and Amain are the ones planning it. Shouta-san notices Seo's state and tells him he understands exactly how nervous he must be feeling. Seo is surprised and asks if his friend truly understands his situation. Shouta-san clarifies that he is talking about Valentine's Day, declaring it the most important event in February. Seo looks on with a confused expression as the topic shifts. Seo realizes he completely forgot about Valentine's Day because he was so focused on his own birthday. Shouta-san notes that it is happening next week, and Seo agrees as he tries to process the news. Shouta-san points out that the bar for receiving chocolate is high since Kotoko and Amain are the school's top idols. He wonders out loud who they might choose to give chocolate to this year. Shouta-san assumes Kotoko will give chocolate to every boy in class out of kindness, while he predicts Amain won't give anything since she rarely interacts with boys. Amain hears her name and looks over in confusion. Shouta-san continues to tease Seo, pointing out that since Kotoko only talks to him, he must be the one she's thinking of. Seo looks uncertain and stammers that he isn't so sure about that. Shouta-san and another classmate get fired up about leveling up as men before Valentine's Day arrives. Shouta-san instructs Seo to make sure he brags if he manages to get any chocolate, though Seo wonders if that's actually a good idea. Later, Seo sits alone and finds himself wondering who the girls will actually choose to give chocolate to this year. Seo is suddenly struck by a dramatic thought as he stares off into space. He asks himself if there is any chance that he will actually receive chocolate from either of them. Seo grabs his head in flustered embarrassment as he realizes his friends are already planning a birthday party for him. He tells himself not to get his hopes up too much since he's already received so many kind things from them. Despite his internal lecture, he eventually admits to himself that he really wants to receive chocolate from them. Seo is on edge at school, flinching every time he hears words that sound like chocolate or sweet. When Shin asks to borrow his seat, he misinterprets her words as a chocolate offering, and he reacts similarly when she mentions sweet deals on merchandise. Amain watches him slumped over his desk and asks what is wrong, but he just begs her to forget about his strange behavior. On the night of February 4th, Kotoko's older brother, Genikairu, stops by Seo's house with the 3 younger brothers. He apologizes for coming over so late. The little boys excitedly announce that they have brought birthday presents for him. Genikairu explains that they won't be able to make it to the actual party, so they decided to drop by a few days early. Seo stands in the street completely surprised by the unexpected visit and the early presents. Genikairu mentions that Kotoko was the one who insisted they come over. He adds that the younger brothers were also very eager to make the trip. Seo is touched by the gesture and thanks them for coming all the way to his house. Genikairu lets a secret slip mentioning that the kids were actually happy to come because they were going to see his younger sister, Seiyu-chan. 2 of the brothers immediately shout a loud denial, claiming they never said such a thing. Genikairu teases the boys by asking if they really aren't happy to see her, making them fidget in embarrassment. The oldest of the younger brothers tells them all to keep their voices down since it's late at night. He then steps forward to give Seo his gift. The youngest brother presents Seo with a cookbook explaining that he should use it to learn how to make Japanese food. He whispers that since Kotoko loves that kind of food, Seo should try to win her over with his cooking. Seo smiles and says he will definitely give it a try if the opportunity arises. The other two brothers hand Seo a game they brought, telling him it's a great one and he should get good at it so they can play together. They mention that Genikairu paid for most of it. Seo thanks them and promises to do his best, while the youngest brother wonders if the game is fun enough for him to try as well. The boys get carried away talking about the game, offering to teach Seo how to play and inviting him over to their house to use their controllers. Seo watches them with a warm smile, thinking they look like they're having a lot of fun and must have really wanted to see his sister. Genikairu tells Seo that he is truly loved and mentions that Kotoko was the one who encouraged the visit. Seo is overwhelmed with happiness and thinks about how much he owes to both Kotoko and Amain. However, Genikairu tells him that isn't quite the whole truth. Genikairu looks at Seo with a sincere expression and explains that they are all there because they genuinely appreciate him as a person. He tells Seo that it's because of who he is that everyone wants to be around him. He encourages him to keep cherishing their friendship as Seo looks on in stunned silence. Seo tearfully admits that he is crying. One of the younger brothers points and shouts that Otaki is crying, while another tells him not to bully the guest. They chant that Inai was the one who made him cry. Genikairu decides it is a good time to give his own present and tells Seo to use it. Seo wonders if it might be a handkerchief, but he is stunned to find a large bag of whey protein instead. He questions if this was really a good moment for such a gift, noting that Genikairu tends to act strange whenever muscles are involved. It is finally February 6th, the day of Seo's birthday. Outside the school building, Seo runs toward Kotoko and Amain, apologizing for making them wait. Kotoko and Amain are ready to leave. Kotoko says they should get going. Seo asks where they are heading. Remembering the threat that he would be made to cry, he nervously guesses that they might be going to a haunted house. Kotoko tells him to relax since this is just a birthday party, and she prepares to reveal their true destination. They arrive at Inai's apartment. Kotoko enthusiastically announces the location, and Seo mentions that being there brings back memories. Kotoko explains that since this was the only place the three of them could hang out after school in the past, her brother was happy to let them use it for the party. Kotoko notices a piece of paper sitting on the low table and points out that there is a note left for them. The group reads Genikairu's note, which wishes Seo a happy birthday and tells them to be respectful of the neighbors. However, the postscript warns Seo not to think about getting frisky with the girls. Kotoko looks at Seo with a suspicious expression and asks if he would really do that, prompting a panicked denial from him. Amain casually mentions that such things often happen when boys and girls are alone behind closed doors, which startles Seo. She clarifies that they aren't there for that today, but instead they intend to follow through on their promise to make him cry like a baby. Seo realizes she is still holding on to that idea. Seo admits that if the goal is to make him cry, he has actually already done so. He explains that he was moved to tears when Genikairu and the younger brothers visited his house, earlier mentioning that Seiyu-chan was also present at the time. Kotoko and Amain shock Seo by revealing that they actually saw him cry. Seo is confused, wondering how they could have seen it rather than just hearing about it. He begins to wonder if they were somehow secretly there at his house too, though he finds the idea impossible. Kotoko and Amain quickly cut him off and tell him that is enough for now. They promise that he will find out the truth later on. Amain suddenly leans forward across the table, getting very close to Seo's face. He looks at her with a wide-eyed, flustered expression, while Kotoko watches with a surprised look. Amain bluntly calls Seo a pervert, causing him to shout in total shock and disbelief that she is targeting him like that. The tension breaks as the girls start singing the birthday song, with Kotoko shaking maracas while Amain brings out a decorated cake. Seo beams with joy and thanks them profusely for the wonderful surprise. Kotoko presents a special birthday cake for Takuya-kun, explaining that the cake gang made it just for him. Seo starts to get choked up, though Amain tells him he's crying too soon. Kotoko prepares to record the moment he blows out the candles. Seo leans over and blows out the candles while Amain claps, and Kotoko captures it on her phone. After the cake, Amain reaches into her bag and announces that it is time for the presents, catching Seo off guard. Amain hands over her gift, a Kuriman Puzzle Volume 3, noting that she knew he didn't own that one yet. Kotoko gives him a handkerchief, mentioning that she always sees him carrying one. Seo holds both gifts and beams with joy, thanking his friends profusely and telling them how happy he is. Amain points out that Seo hasn't actually cried yet, despite his previous claim. Seo admits he is suppressing his happiness, but says he feels warm and fuzzy inside. Amain mentions that they have another surprise ready, which shocks Seo while Kotoko starts serving the sliced cake. The group enjoys the cake with Amain praising the delicious whipped cream. Kotoko mentions she debated between this and chocolate cake, but Amain says they made the right choice to avoid overlapping with Valentine's Day. Seo reacts to the mention of the upcoming holiday, and when the girls notice, he quickly tells them to forget about it. Kotoko realizes the other boys must have brought up the topic of Valentine's Day. Seo admits that's the case. Kotoko explains that she and Mayu-chan plan to make plenty of chocolates for the whole class, but then pauses to address Seo specifically. Kotoko leans in and suggests that she might give Seo a chocolate that is even more special than the ones for the rest of the class. Seo is completely overwhelmed by the suggestion and screams in a state of flustered panic. Seo tells Kotoko that she shouldn't say such things so lightly even as a joke. Amain watches them and thinks about how Kotoko is maturing into an even stronger Gyaru. She then asks Kotoko if she is also planning to give Seo chocolate. Amain looks away and stammers that she couldn't just not give him any since they are friends. She claims she will just pick one up for him while she is already buying some for herself. The group notes that Seo is now set to receive 2 chocolates. Amain decides that now is the perfect moment for their final surprise. Kotoko excitedly tells Seo that it is time to show him that item, leaving him confused and curious about what is left. Kotoko explains that they followed a popular online trend and created a birthday surprise video specifically for him. Amain adds that while it was difficult to make, the final result turned out great. Kotoko hands over her phone so Seo can watch the video. Seo is worried he won't understand modern trends, but Kotoko reassures him as he begins to watch with great interest. The video begins with a shot of Amain in the classroom holding up a phone with the word HA on the screen. In the background, an oblivious Seo can be seen working at his desk. The video continues with a clip of Kotoko and Seo posing together in the classroom, their arms raised to form a heart. Kotoko holds up her phone, which displays the letters PPY. Next, the video shows one classmate holding a phone with the number 1 while Seo walks by in the background. Another shot features a different girl holding a phone with the number 6 behind her back while Seo sits at his desk. Shouta-san appears in the next clip smiling as he poses with his arm around Seo. He holds his phone high, showing the letters TH. The video transitions to the surprise visit at Seo's house. Genikairu stands with Seo and holds up a phone that says DOY. Another shot shows the younger brothers with one holding a phone that says BIRTH, while Kotoko takes a selfie with them in the foreground. Back in the apartment, the video ends with a screen that says Happy Birthday Otaku-kun. Amain explains how difficult it was to capture all those shots without Seo noticing. Kotoko asks Seo for his thoughts on the surprise. Seo is completely overcome with emotion and begins to cry intensely. He sniffs and hiccups as he lets out a loud wail, moved by the effort his friends put into the video. Seo tearfully thanks his friends for celebrating his birthday in such a special way. Kotoko is also moved to tears by the moment, much to Amain's surprise. Later that evening, the 3 of them walk home together. Amain mentions how much fun she had and declares their mission a complete success. Kotoko laughs and says she feels like she lost all the water in her body from crying so much. Amain notes that since both she and Otaku-kun have already cried, it will eventually be Kotoko's turn. She gives her friend a meaningful glance. Amain tells Kotoko to be ready for her own birthday coming up in April. Kotoko is surprised by the reminder, pointing out that she already cried a lot today. Seo thinks about how they will be starting their 2nd year of high school soon. Seo stops walking and looks at his friends, mentioning that there will be a class change at the start of the new school year. Seo admits that it might sound selfish, but he truly wants the 3 of them to stay in the same class if possible. Amain playfully taps his head, and Kotoko tells him he should be even more selfish today since it is his birthday. Kotoko smiles and agrees that she also wants the 3 of them to stay together. Amain adds that even if they end up in different classes, they can still spend plenty of time hanging out. Seo looks relieved and happy, giving a bright and enthusiastic reply. Amain brings up the subject of the 3rd-year class division, noting that they will eventually have to choose between humanity and science paths. She says she is choosing humanities. Seo admits he hasn't decided yet and thinks about how everyone will soon be considering their future career paths. Kotoko cheerfully reminds the group that they have finals coming up and tells them they should all pass so they can move on to the next grade together. Seo is surprised by Amaine's calm demeanor and notes that she doesn't seem nervous about the exams this time. Amaine simply offers a small, mysterious smile in response. Amaine explains that she has already begun her preparations for the final exams. She declares that she won't stay an immature person forever and wants to take her studies more seriously from now on. The three continue their walk through the city streets. Seo calls out Amaine's name, impressed by her dedication. Kotoko questions Amaine's claim of being prepared, asking if she didn't just mention looking over the general test content earlier. Amaine nervously admits she has only actually revised one page so far, but Kotoko tells her that is still a good start. Seo then enthusiastically promises that he will also try his best to study hard. The following day at school, the classroom is filled with celebration. Kotoko and the rest of the classmates cheer and throw confetti, happy that their plan to make Otaku-kun cry for his birthday was a success. Seo stands in the middle of the crowd and thanks everyone for the wonderful surprise.